Hi, everybody. Welcome to the fall fundraising finale. Lots of F's in that title. The fall fundraising finale 2019. This is our, I think, seventh webathon now that we've done here at the end of our campaign. And I'm delighted that you could join us here today, or if you're watching afterwards on YouTube or listening on one of the podcasts, I'm glad that you could do that too. So we are winding up our fall fundraising campaign today. Sorry, I've been dealing with some technical challenges here, but I think we're all squared away now. So that's good. And yeah, JJ, I agree. I could add fabulously fantastic to increase the number of F's in there, right? Okay, so anyway, today is going to be a really fun day. There's a bunch of things that we're going to do. So let me kind of walk you through what those are going to be. One thing you'll notice when I show you the schedule is that I am not committing myself to any times. Oh, I see the lights are going out now too. That also helps. Yeah, I'm not committing myself to any times. We're gonna take this day as it comes. But here are the main events. Here's the sequence of events, and I'll be reviewing this at various times throughout the day. So the first thing we're gonna do after I finish welcoming you is we're going to do a Tolkien poetry discussion. We're going to look at a poem that Tolkien wrote, actually a poem that Tolkien revised late in his life and wrote earlier in his life. And then we're going to do some Tolkien trivia after that. And of course, there are cool prizes and things for the Tolkien trivia. Then we're going to do a reading and discussion with new fantasy author Kay Ben Avraham. He's been part of our Signum family for a long time, and I'm really excited about her work and being able to she's going to do a reading, and then we're going to have a little discussion together. After that, I'm going to do a little update and Q&A session on Signum University. If you got a chance to watch the State of the University address that I did a couple weeks back, it was a really exciting sort of set of announcements, kind of reveal of our plans of what we're going to be doing moving forward. And it's I definitely commend that to you if you haven't gotten a chance to see that. I'll talk about that a little bit again. But because I spent the whole State of the University talking about that, because it's what I mostly wanted to do, was the explanation of the vision for what is happening at Signum University, I didn't get a chance to do some sort of smaller updates about kind of what's been going on and what's coming up. And also I wanted to give people the opportunity to ask questions if they have questions about Signum and what's happening and any of the updates that I've given or want updates on other things. So anyway, that's what's happening then. And then we're doing another trivia contest. And this is normally, of course, it's been the last few years when I've done these trivia contests at the end of the, in our end of the campaign session. I have done one session on Tolkien trivia and others on other books that we've covered in the Mythgard Academy. But since we spent about 3/4 of this past year, of the past 12 months, talking about Sir Thomas Malory's Mort d'Arthur, we're going to have a Malory trivia, an entirely Sir Thomas Malory trivia contest. So those of you who read along will be, and it's going to be open book, so you guys can see if you can find the answers if you need to. But it will certainly be a fun celebration of the 8 or 9 months that we spent talking about Le Mort d'Arthur. So, yes, JJ and Rowan of Gondor suggesting that the lady lost her head and he was unhorsed are probably the two answers to most of the questions. Pretty close, actually. So you might get a couple right if you go with those. And then I'm going to do a special Mythgard Academy one-shot on the classic Doctor Who. So yesterday I did a little Twitter poll on my Twitter account as to what people wanted me to discuss. So I gave them the option between Game of Thrones, Stranger Things, Babylon 5, and the classic Doctor Who. And it was a pretty close competition. It was kind of exciting to watch throughout the day, actually. Classic Who started off with a strong lead. Babylon 5 made a run for it there at the beginning. And then, like, over the course of the day, Game of Thrones came roaring in, and I thought it was going to pass everything and win. But classic Doctor Who made a resurgence and won. So we're going to talk about the classic Doctor Who, and you may be asking, well, that's 26 seasons. What from the classic Doctor Who are we talking about? And we are going to be doing a close discussion of the 6-episode sequence, The Genesis of the Daleks, from season 12 of the classic Doctor Who. That is Tom Baker's first season as the 4th Doctor. That's what's going to be happening there. Oh, okay, I see, right. Sorry about that. Thanks for that Twitch notification there. Anyway, okay, so sorry, I see the Twitch people were teasing me because I still had my other thing on, so I have 2 images of me on the Twitch screen. Anyhow, so that's what we're going to be. And then after that, when that is all done, I'm going to do a little mini marathon in the Lord of the Rings Online with Wiggin, my main character, who was last left by the ruined gates of Minas Tirith after the Battle of Pelennor Field. So we're going to end the day on a high note by talking to lots of grieving and mourning people after the Battle of Pelennor Field. Actually, we're going to do a couple things before that. We're gonna do the I know these are things that these are requests that I received during my Grifflet stream yesterday. So first we're gonna do the Durin's Day thing, which I'm not sure about the Durin's Day thing, then we're going to do, which is, I need to be taken to a certain place in Erebor and something cool happens. I understand. And then I'm going to do the Stout Axe introduction. So the Lord of the Rings Online just introduced a new playable character race, and they have a new intro sequence. So I'm going to play through that. And then if we have time, then I'll interview grieving folks after the battle. And we'll do some of the post-battle stuff in Minas Tirith there. So that is what's happening today, and I'll keep you updated on where we are. I certainly hope that if you haven't had a chance yet, that you will take this opportunity today to make a donation. Just go to signumuniversity.org/fund there, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, and you will find a link to our donation page and a list of all of our donor reward program and everything and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there it is. And I see that Mubot just slapped that up there in the Twitch chat as well. So that's great. Anyhow, so I do encourage you to please do consider making a tax-deductible donation to Signum University, and we really appreciate your support. We're starting the day, by the way, at $47,600 raised for Signum towards our annual fund this year, which is fantastic. Our goal for the entire year is 70. So we still have some room to go, but of course we still have a lot of year left as well. My goal, I want to see if we can definitely hit 50. If we can hit 55 by the end of today, that would be fantastic in gifts and pledges. So we'll see. So that's, yes, 47,600 is what we have received already in gifts and pledges, which is just wonderful. So yes, so that's where we are, and I do encourage you to make a donation during the course of today if you can. We're also doing, I should remind you, later on in the broadcast, closer to the end of the broadcast, I'm going to be doing our asynchronous drawings. So I call them asynchronous because back in the old days, I used to do just drawings like during class sessions and stuff. But then, of course, I was realized last year, I'm kind of slow on the uptake. Sometimes it takes me like 5-6 years to figure stuff out. And the thing that I figured out last year was like, hey, there are a lot of people who, attend our classes, who listen to the broadcasts and stuff, but can't attend live, for various reasons, such as you poor long-suffering European folks who always have the classes going on at like 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's a pretty good reason not to attend live. But of course, listen afterwards and might want to participate in drawings that we do. So we've been inviting people, anybody who has made a donation of any size, to send an email to donate@signumu.org. It's donate@signumu.org. So send an email and just note that you would like to be entered into the drawing, and mention the broadcast that you follow most, that you'd like to be entered into. Exploring the Lord of the Rings, Mythgard Academy, or Silm Film are the 3 main ones that we're doing the drawings for today. Anyway, yeah, so that's yeah, so you can still do that anytime today. As I said, it'll be towards the end of the schedule that we'll do the drawings. So there's still time to enter if you haven't. And again, if you've made a donation, or if you have a recurring donation going on, you can certainly enter there. Okay. All right. So let me move on here. Let me get going to our first segment. Oh, I got so many windows going on my other little screen over here that I need to get things in order. All right. There we go. So, our first event is our Tolkien poetry discussion. So, the poem that I wanted to talk about today, I've been thinking a lot about Tolkien's poetry. Those of you who do Exploring the Lord of the Rings with me have been, we spent like a month essentially just talking about the Eärendil Was a Mariner poem. We finally got through all 9 stanzas of Eärendil Was a Mariner. So I've been thinking a lot about Tolkien's poetry, but I've been kind of reflecting on some of the poems that were less likely to get to anytime quick, because they're sort of the kind of random extra poems that Tolkien wrote. And there was this period, especially in the like second half of the 20s and the early 30s, when he wrote a lot of poetry and published a lot of poems in little journals, local journals and things at Oxford and that kind of thing. That's where that's the time period when the original Adventures of Tom Bombadil poem was published, for instance. So I wanted to look at I wanted to look at one of the those shorter poems that he wrote during those times, probably in the late 20s, and then revised again to include in the poetry collection The Adventures of Tom Bombadil that came out in the mid-60s. So like 40 years later, he was revising this. So the poem we're going to talk about today is the one called The Mewlips, which is a really fun and unusual kind of poem for Tolkien in several different ways. Unusual in several different ways, that is. It's fun in several different ways too, I suppose. So first we're going to look at the later publication, right? The one in The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. And then we're going to go back and look at the older version of the Mewlips. And if you know anything about the original version, don't mention it in the chat, because like spoilers, because there's a joke, like there's a punchline to the original poem that isn't there in the new one, in the revised one, the new one, I say, the one from the mid-60s, 50 years ago. And yes, Aslan's Compass, you're right. This is also a very Halloween kind of poem as well. So let's take a look at this. So again, don't spoil the punchline if you happen to know the punchline, and if you don't, it'll be even funnier. So okay, the Mewlips is in 8 stanzas, 8 4-line stanzas, 8 quatrains, and I'll read the first 4 first. Now, the first thing to notice, as always, I want you to listen. Right? Listen to the rhythm. Tell me what you notice. Tell me when things change and how it changes. Okay, and we'll talk about the general rhythm and shape of this poem, because you'll see Tolkien is doing some interesting things with that. The shadows where the Mewlips dwell are dark and wet as ink, and slow and softly rings their bell as in the slime you sink. You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door, while down the grinning gargoyles stare and noisome waters pour. Beside the rotting river strand the drooping willows weep, and gloomily the gore-crows stand, croaking in their sleep. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way, in a mouldy valley where the trees are grey, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless, the Mulips hide. Okay, sorry, the Adventures of Tom Bombadil version is the new one, and that's what we're looking at here. Again, so he wrote it in the 20s, and then he revised it in the mid 60s. So this is the revision. Okay, so what's the first thing that you notice, JJ? Yes, you're right. This is very strongly iambic. The bum 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 bum. The shadows where the Mulips dwell are dark and wet as ink. Right? I mean, look at that second line. All monosyllables, right? And you can even see, without even hearing it, you can see with your eyes the rhythm of that line, right? Because you've got, the first, third, and fourth monosyllable word are like small little linking verbs or particles, right? And then you've got the, noun, adjective, noun, right? And that's exactly how the rhythm goes, are dark and wet as ink. Okay, so that's iambic. Now, what is the beat? How many beats per line there in that? Just look at that first stanza for a second. The shadows where the Mulips dwell are dark and wet as ink, and slow and softly rings their bell as in the slime you sink. It's very regular, right? That first stanza. That is, and by regular I mean very few interruptions to that basic rhythm. Once the basic rhythm is established, bum 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 bum. And this is why it's so important to notice this first, because when a poet who is using meter like this, what they're doing is they want, the first thing to happen is to kind of get the metronome going in your head, right? To feel that sort of fundamental rhythm of the line. It doesn't always stay there, of course. Like often the poet will diverge from that in various ways. Will mix it up. And there are really fun things they can do by mixing it up. And one of the things that happens is because you have the metronome going in your head, you notice it, right? So when the line doesn't follow it, it's either like a stumble, right? Or it's like a dramatic pause because there should be a beat there and there isn't, right? So it's one of the ways that a poet can really draw your attention to stuff and create some really nifty effects that way. Okay, so good, yes. So excellent, good, yes. Phil, well, JJ and Phil, you're both right. But Phil, for beats, absolutely, it's 4-3-4-3. Right? The shadows where the Mulips dwell, 4 beats, are dark and wet as ink, 3 beats. Now, this is a meter that Tolkien was very fond of, right? 4 beats and 3 beats alternating, so as to create it's almost like the feeling of 2 7-beat lines, right? The shadows where the Mulips dwell are dark and wet as ink, and soft and slow and softly rings their bell as in the slime you sink, right? The strong terminal rhymes there on ink and sink, right, emphasize that, as well as you'll notice the overall flow of the lines. Lines 1 and 2 are enjambed, and that's pretty common, right? We see it happens in the second stanza too. You sink enjambed, of course, means that there's no pause at the end of the line. You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door, while down the grinning gargoyles stare and noisome waters pour, right? So you see how the 4 and the 3 and then the 4 and the 3 kind of merge in together. As I said, it's almost like 2 7-beat couplets, right? Not quite. And you can see that it's not like that. What keeps it from being just 2 couplets? Well, in this poem, we get an extra rhyming pair. Right, the dwell and bell as the terminal lines of line 1 and 4, right? Lines 1 and 3. It's this is definitely the right shape, but it gives it that feel. And 7-beat lines. Tolkien loves 7-beat lines. He uses 7-beat lines a lot, especially in The Lord of the Rings. We'll see it a lot in The Lord of the Rings. In exploring The Lord of the Rings, we have primarily heard iambic tetrameter, that is 4-beat lines regularly all the way down. That's been the most common meter that we have been hearing so far in exploring the Lord of the Rings. But that's because so far we've only done the first half of the Fellowship of the Ring, and that means most of the poetry that we've gotten has been Hobbit poetry, and hobbits in the Lord of the Rings tend to use iambic tetrameter. That's their default meter, not exclusive meter, but it's their default meter. So we haven't come across this too much, but we will come across it a good deal more later on as we continue through the Lord of the Rings. Anyway, okay, so let's keep listening to the rhythm here. Then we'll come back and we'll look at the actual, imagery and content of it. You'll notice also that the first stanza there is one sentence, right? Just again, looking at trying to get the picture of the overall shape of things first. The shadows where the mewlips dwell are dark and wet as ink, comma, and slow and softly rings their bell as in the slime you sink. Right? So we got one compound sentence there in the first, compound complex technically, in the first stanza. You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door, while down the grinning gargoyles stare and noisome waters pour. Again, same thing, one stanza, right? Yeah, noisome. Yes, Karita, does mean malodorous. It doesn't have anything to do with noise. Though I have to think that used in this context, like noisome waters pouring down, I'm sure they're noisy as well as noisome, right? So there's a kind of like semi-pun, I think, that's happening on that adjective there. It's not exactly a pun, but I can't help but, both what that word actually means and what that word looks like it means both fit, right? Which is, I don't know, at the very least it's funny, and I have a hard time imagining it's utterly unintended on Tolkien's part. That is certainly a tricksy usage. It absolutely is. Okay. But notice what changed about... Yes, and Edith, again, you are correct. Noisome does mean smelly. That is exactly what it means. But again, it's describing waters pouring and falling down, which is also noisy as well as noisome, right? So again, that's why I say it strikes me certainly as a kind of playful, usage, because it's kind of playing on that word in some ways. Again, it's not what it means. It doesn't have anything to do with sound. It does have to do with smell. And yet, there it is, right? Anyway, okay. So the other thing about Phil, you were asking about would I normally throw in an extra beat after each couplet? Well, not automatically, not if it wasn't warranted by the text. And one of the ways in which authors indicate that is by punctuation and syntax, right? In the first stanza, I pause between the couplets because there's a comma there, and not just a comma, but a comma separating two independent clauses, right? The shadows where the mewlips dwell are dark and wet as ink, and soft and slow and softly rings their bell as in the slime you sink, right? There's a natural pause there because it's between the two independent clauses. Whereas, look at the second stanza. You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door, while down the grinning gargoyles stare and noisome waters pour. See, I overemphasized the comma in the first line a little bit, right? Because that's the unusual thing, right? You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door. We haven't seen a piece of punctuation in the middle of the line before this, right? And it's not a big pause. It's not a pause like the one after wet as ink, because it's not between two clauses. You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door, right? That's a subordinate clause. So it's not the same kind of pause as the first time. But it is still an interesting little hiccup in the rhythm, right? And one of the things that's interesting about that in particular, you sink into the slime. You sink into the slime. That by itself would be a perfect 3-beat line, right? But then we get the extra beat, right? The extra foot added to the end of the line. Who dare to knock upon their door? And that little pause before the final foot, to me, to my ear, has the effect of really emphasizing the word dare, right? The way that who dare is isolated at the end of the line. You sink into the slime, who dare to knock upon their door, while down the grinning gargoyles stare and noisome waters pour. Okay, third stanza. Beside the rotting river strand, the drooping willows weep, and gloomily the gore crows stand, croaking in their sleep. What's different there? This is almost exactly the same rhythm as the first stanza, right? Once again, we have the comma. We have two independent clauses, one in the first two lines, one in the second two lines, right? And we've got the comma between the two of them at the end of the second line, so we have another fairly significant little pause there, right? Beside the rotting river strand, the drooping willows weep, and gloomily the gore crows stand, croaking in their sleep. What's the aberration to the rhythm apart from my misreading of it? How do you hear that? What do you notice? Sorry, I'm noticing people are saying I'm a little quiet. I'm going to see if I can turn my volume up just a little bit. I don't know if that helps at all. Let's see, that might help more. If I turn it up instead of down, maybe that helps? Okay, yeah, good. Excellent. Let's try that then. All right. Okay, good. Yes, JJ, that last line. Croaking in their sleep. Same beats, right? Croaking in their sleep. 3 beats, right? But how many syllables in that line? Croaking in their sleep. Only 5, right? We're missing a syllable. And you can feel the pause, right? You can feel the pause in that between the last 2 lines. And gloomily the gore crows stand, croaking in their sleep. Hear that? Hear how he creates that, again, because you've got the metronome in your head, you can feel that sort of ominous pause between the gore crows standing, or like, the much heavier way in which we land on croaking, because we don't get any bum up into it, right? We get no initial syllable to ease us into it, like beside, the drooping, and gloomily, croaking in their sleep. And that's the first. That's a common thing in an iambic meter. You'll often have lines which begin with a stress, right? What I think of as a headless iamb foot, right? You'll often see that, but it's the first time we've seen it in this poem or heard it in this poem, right? Okay. Now, fourth stanza. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way, in a moldy valley where the trees are gray, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless the mulips hide. Oh, that sounds very different, right? Oh, and sorry, I had a question. A river strand means the bank, the shore of the river. Yeah. What do you hear in that fourth stanza? Really different, right? Massive difference. Beside the rotting river strand, the drooping willows weep, and gloomily the gore crows stand, croaking in their sleep. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way, in a moldy valley where the trees are gray, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless the mulips hide. Okay, good. The rhyme pattern is definitely different. Yeah, that's one of the first things that you can notice. So Edith, great point. Way, gray, tide, hide, right? So instead of A, B, which is what we've been getting all the way through in the first 3 stanzas, now we have A, B, right? It's not like a shocking, ridiculous change, but it does signal, it makes one really overt signal, right, of a shift in the verse. But of course, we can also hear the rhythm, right? Yeah. So somebody's making a reference to my Eminem presentation when I was doing an analysis of some of Eminem's lyrics, and it's true. Doing rhyme scheme analysis, like I've been to, rap music has ruined me for rhyme analysis because, like, you know, after studying rap music for the last 5 months or so, as I've been doing traditional rhyme schemes and traditional poetry, it's like. I don't know, one dimensional, sometimes two. But anyway, yes. Okay, so, but focusing on the rhythm here for a second. Good. So Phil is noticing that not only do we have a different number of feet, right? I mean, the lines are obviously longer. Again, you can see that with your eyes. I mean, look at how small the first three stanzas are, and then look how crowded and spilling over the lines are in that fourth stanza, right? Even before we get there, reading it aloud, you can already see those lines are not the same, right? Not the same at all. But Phil, you're absolutely right. The fundamental rhythm changes. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. It's trochaic. It shifts around. It stops going bum 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 and starts going bum 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 bum. But even that is, it deviates a lot from that. In a moldy valley where the trees are gray. That one's a little clearer. In a moldy valley where the trees are gray. 6 total beats, though there's a stress on the first and last syllable, right? So yeah, so this is trochaic. Trochaic hexameter all of a sudden. And yeah, Phil, it some of them, like, okay, by a dark pool's borders without wind or tide. By a dark pool's borders without wind or tide. I think that's still 6. Moonless and sunless, the mew lips hide. And yeah, so there's lots of caesuras. It's very irregular. I mean, there's a couple things that you can do, right? Once you establish a rhythm, and again, how firmly that rhythm is attached, right? By the end of the third stanza, you've got the metronome, you're grooving to the metronome, right? You've got the rhythm of this poem in your ear, you know where you're going, and then all of a sudden you fall flat on your face, right? Because he doesn't just change one thing. To change the number of feet in the lines would be a big change, right? All of a sudden 6 beat lines when he only had 14 beats in an entire stanza, and now he's going to 24 beats in the stanza. I mean, that's huge, right? By itself. But on top of that, to switch from iambic to trochaic as a pattern, I mean, just you're going to reverse. I mean, it's almost like the equivalent for a listener, for a reader. It's almost the equivalent of like throwing your car into reverse when you're already in second gear and, you know, moving forward, right? I mean, it's very jarring. And then on top of that as well, lots of caesuras, Ethelwald. You're absolutely right. It's not just that the rhythm is different and that the lines are longer. Both of those are also true. But it's much more irregular. Over the Murloc Mountains. I mean, just think about that phrase for a second. Over the Murloc Mountains. Murloc Mountains is perfectly trochaic, right? That's a nice phrase. Murloc Mountains. But over the has an extra syllable in it. The is an extra syllable. Over Murloc Mountains would be perfectly trochaic, right? But the gives us an extra symbol that we trip on, even if we weren't already tripping on the major change here, right? A long and weary way. Gosh. Hang on a second. That's interesting. In a moldy valley where the trees are gray. Hang on a second. Listen very carefully there. Listen very carefully there. In a moldy valley where the trees are gray, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless, the mulips hide. There is something even cooler going on here, right? It's so freaky and weird that it's hard to parse at first. Can you hear it? Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way, in a moldy valley where the trees are gray, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless, the mulips hide. Hear it? Hear where I'm pausing? If you pause in the middle of the lines, you notice a really interesting effect. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. Just take that first line. As we said, the first half of the line, over the Murloc Mountains, and we'll get to talking about Morlocks and stuff in a second. Don't worry about that for now. Focus on the rhythm, because this is super important. We got to understand the shape of the poem before we can, first you understand the shape of it, then you can fit the stuff into it, right? Then we'll go back to actually looking at the plot. But the shape of this poem is especially complex. First half of that line again. Over the Murloc Mountains, almost perfectly trochaic. 3 beats, right? 1 extra syllable. That's fine. Over the Murloc Mountains. Second half of the line. A long and weary way. What's the sound of that? A long and weary way. Hear it? What's he doing in the second half of that line? Tolkien is doing something crazy and experimental and weird in this poem. It's tricky. What's the meter of the second? If you just listen to the second half of the lines, what's the meter? What's the rhythm pattern? A long and weary way, where the trees are gray, without wind or tide, the mulips hide. Yeah, it's a different meter. Hear it? It's iambic. The second half of the line is iambic. A long and weary way. It's perfectly iambic. And the first half of the line is almost perfectly trochaic. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. Once you get the pattern in your head, it no longer sounds super weird. If you just try, because if you expect the whole line to have the same meter, as who wouldn't? Like it's supposed to do, right? But if you assume that it has the 1 meter, it sounds completely freaky. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. It, like, how awkward does that feel? But when you get it, it starts to fit. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. Do you see how you can know how he shifts? I may be belaboring this line, or you may feel like I'm belaboring this line, but I'm trying to explain this because I know before I got the knack of this myself, before I got the knack of listening for particular sound patterns in poetry, I remember, my English teachers declaring that a poem like, oh, this is iambic tetrameter. And I was like, if you say so, man, it was just like, I was just kind of taking it on authority. And nobody really kind of explained, like, how do you know, right? Especially, look at croaking in their sleep, right? how do you know? How do you know whether it's iambic or trochaic? Because it starts with this. I mean, trochaic goes strong, soft, strong, soft, strong, soft. Iambic goes soft, strong, soft, strong, soft, strong, right? How do you know? But like if it starts with a strong, how can you say it starts with this like strong, soft, strong, soft, strong, soft, and yet it's iambic? How do you know, right? Do you see what I mean? I mean, it's like if you mapped it out on the page, it would look exactly the same. How can you know whether it's iambic or trochaic? And the answer is usually by the shapes of the words, right? Over the Murloc Mountains. Over Murloc Mountains. 3 two-syllable words, all of which clearly have the stress on the first syllable. Over Murloc Mountains, right? It is very clear that that phrase is primarily trochaic in rhythm. This is true, again, if you want to know who's the master of trochee, Tom Bombadil, of course, right? Tom Bombadil speaks and sings almost entirely in trochaic meter, right? Constantly. So if you want to see the trochaic shape of language, go to your friend Tom Bombadil, right? And what you will usually see, you'll see a lot of two-syllable words, him using a lot of two-syllable words with the stress on the first syllable. That's why Tom often says things like my talking and my walking, right? He uses phrases like that because those are trochaic phrases. Again, emphasis on the first syllable. But now look at the second half of that line. A long and weary way. A long and weary way, right? There's no question. Not only the pattern, the overall pattern of the syllables, short, long, short, long, short, long, but again, the very words themselves have that shape. There's only one two-syllable word, but again, the way weary way and weary way as a phrase works, it's clearly iambic, right? A long and weary way. It's as obviously iambic as the front half of the line is obviously trochaic. And we see it again in the rest of those lines. In a moldy valley where the trees are gray, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless, the mewlips hide. And that last line is super clear, right? Moonless, sunless. There's no possibility of mispronouncing the rhythm in those words, right? We do get an extra syllable in the middle like we did before. And then the mewlips hide. Perfectly iambic. Even more perfectly than the front half was trochaic. So this is crazy. Like I said, crazy experimental. To shift from 1 meter to another halfway through each line, I literally don't ever remember seeing an English poet do that, period. Like, I can't think of a single example. There probably are, and I don't know them, but I have never encountered another example of an English poet doing something like that, right? So talk about throwing you off your rhythm, right? And yet he's throwing you off your rhythm in a really kind of interesting way, right? Because he's not just mixing it up and making it funky, right? Throwing in a lot of extra syllables or leaving out extra syllables and things. Instead, he's making it funky by taking two really generally quite regular meters and just jamming them together in a wholly unnatural kind of way. And you have the length of the lines. Now notice, what's the overall shape? We said 6 beats. Are all the lines 6 beats? He asks suggestively. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way, in a moldy valley where the trees are gray. Notice it's 3 beats each, 3 beats in trochee, 3 beats in iamb, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless, the mewlips hide. It's 2 and 2 in that last line, right? So once again, we have a pattern which is like vaguely similar to the earlier stanzas where we have the longer line and the shorter line, but here we have the 3 long lines and then the 1 comparatively short line. But the effect of that, notice that also we get all those pauses in the last line, right? The long lines, the first three lines are kind of tumbly, right? Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way, in a moldy valley where the trees are gray, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide. All three of those lines have commas at the end, right? So they're not enjammed. We pause at the end of them, but we don't pause in the middle. They kind of roll on in their weird and irregular sort of way, until we get to the last line. Moonless and sunless, the Mulips hide. Okay. Now let's think about the actual content of the poem, now that we've kind of understood the shape. And we'll see in the second half of the poem a very similar shape. And we will quickly be able to notice any deviations from the primary shape. What are we talking about? What do we learn about the Mulips? We learn that they dwell in the shadows. And they're not... What kind of shadows? Dark and wet. The shadows are dark and wet as ink. This means that they probably live in a watery place, but it's not... This does more than just suggest that they live in a watery place, right? Comparing the shadows to... Saying that the shadows they live in are dark and wet as ink it makes it sound like the shadows themselves are wet, right? Like the shadows that the Murlips live in. If you enter those shadows, right? If you enter the shadow is gonna like stick to you like ink would, right? You're gonna be stained by the like liquid shadows in which they live. So it gives us this association from the first two lines, not only with darkness. It's not just darkness, and it's not just swamps. It's worse. It's like some kind of horrible combination of those two things, right? Like the darkness of the Mulips will stain you, and slow and softly rings their bell, as in the slime you sink. Rings their bell. Slow and softly rings their bell, as in the slime you sink. So like there's a bell, right? Yeah, Tim. The inky shadows in the swamp there. If it reminds you of Washington D.C., you're probably not alone. The bell is kind of mysterious. It seems like the one thing that doesn't necessarily fit here in a sense. But it's almost like, I don't know, like from that line, I can kind of hear like the tolling of a bell, like the mournful tolling of a bell, as if to mark, like, because you're sinking into the slime, right? And again, sinking into slime, it's not just sinking into water or sinking into, like you are being slimed, again, like the sense of the shadows staining you like ink, right? The Mulips are not just slimy and dark, they're like infectious, right? And as you are being infected, as you are sinking into the slime, there's this bell that rings, right? Yeah, Coldfell's Warden, I don't know. Is asking, is it like the signal from a spider's thread? Yeah, I don't know. It could be. Yeah, some kind of marker, like, we got another one, yeah, I don't know exactly. But it sounds pretty ominous. Yes, Edith, it does sound portentous, right? You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door, while down the grinning gargoyles stare and noisome waters pour. Okay. To knock upon their door is an interesting sort of metaphor, right? No, we repeat, you sink into the slime. You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon their door, right? The repeated phrase, linking the two stanzas together and like re-emphasizing our own position, right? Oh, that's interesting. Taliesin is asking, is there... that I assume you mean in the second line of the second stanza, their door, right? Is that referring to the shadows or the Mulips, right? Presumably the Mulips, as they're the only proper noun that we've had, and so the shadows probably don't have a door. But I agree, it is interesting because shadows was the main subject, right, of the previous stanza. You sink into the slime who dare. Remember, as we said, how the rhythm emphasizes dare, right? You've brought this on yourself. You have dared to come near where the mew lips are, right? And you are being slimed. You are sinking into the slime because you have dared to knock upon their door, from the sound of it, presumably metaphorically, while down the grinning gargoyles stare and noisome waters pour. Are there gargoyles too? So hang on a second. The dark and wet in the slime made me picture a swamp. Is it actually a swamp though? Because now we had a bell in the first stanza, and then we had a door, and now we have gargoyles. Is there a building? Do they have an actual door? Is it a literal door? It's possible, of course, that the grinning gargoyles are the Mewips themselves, right? That they're being compared to gargoyles gazing down at you from a wall. I like that image of spiders looking at their meal and drooling, Coldfell's Warden. The noisome waters pour, right? So, yeah, exactly, Edith. The noisome water, the pouring of the noisome water doesn't suggest swamp either. Exactly, right? Noisome water sounds swampy, right? But less so the pouring, right? It sounds more like a fountain, like water pouring maybe out of the gargoyle's mouth or something. And yet, it's got to contribute to the slime that you're sinking into. Beside the rotting river strand, the drooping willows weep, and gloomily the gore-crows stand, croaking in their sleep. Okay, so the river strand, the bank of the river, is rotting. Which is interesting, right? I mean, of course, it can't actually rot, but between the rotting river strand, is as if the land itself is decaying, right? In the slime, into the slime, presumably, that you're sinking into. But now we're clearly positioned by the side of a river, because we've got drooping willows, too, right? This third stanza seems very atmospheric, right? As we're beside the rotting river strand, the drooping willows weep. They are weeping willows, but we have we're emphasizing the action of weeping by the willows, right? It's very mournful and gloomy, right? As we get the alliteration, and notice how he has been playing with alliteration all the way through, right? We've been talking about that, but it's one of the auditory effects that he goes for, right? Slow and softly rings their bell. You sink into the slime. In the slime you sink into the slime. Dare upon their door, grinning gargoyles, right? Rotting river strand, willows weep, gloomily the gore-crows stand, croaking in their sleep. Stand and sleep there too. The grinning gargoyles are presumably staring down at you, right? And it almost sounds like the willows are weeping for you too, right? And the gore-crows are standing and croaking in their sleep, right? They are standing, they're asleep, but they're sleeping restlessly. A gore-crow, of course, is an old word for a crow that feeds on carrion, right? So the willows are weeping for you as if you're already dead, and the crows are at hand, ready, right, to eat your corpse and peck out your eyes once you die, but you haven't died yet, right? So they're still sleeping. They can wait, but they're waking up, right, because it's almost time to eat, right? It's a very ominous, even with the rotting again, starting with like decay from the beginning. We sort of begin and end that stanza with corpses in a sense, right? Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way, in a moldy valley where the trees are gray, by a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless the mew lips hide. So in that unusual stanza, right? The long line stanza, the shifting meter stanza, we get geography, right? Where is this? Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. You have to go on a long journey for this and cross the Murloc Mountains. And yes, thinking about Morlocks is perfectly appropriate. The only one that's really relevant to this is the Morlocks from H.G. Wells. Those are very relevant. Tolkien was fond of the time machine, even though he hated the time machine itself. But anyway, the Murloc Mountains, again, alliterative. It's not clear, and it's changed. It's not exactly Morlock, right? But it certainly sounds enough like it that it should make us think of the dystopian, sort of monstrous, morally monstrous anyway, Morlocks, who are really kind of scary, I think, in H.G. Wells' Time Machine. Over the Murloc Mountains, a long and weary way. So the mountains themselves are associated with monsters, right? Vaguely associated with monsters like the Morlocks. It's a long and weary way in a moldy valley where the trees are gray. Moldy, M-O-U-L-D-Y, not M-O-L-D-Y. So it's not moldy like the valley is covered with mold, like mold that might grow on bread. There's not a fungus issue. Moldy with a U. What is mold with a U? Yeah. Now, Karita, you're asking a series of very sensible questions, right? Like, why are you in a swamp? How did you get here? Why are you daring? Now, the fact that you're daring, right, as we get emphasized in the second stanza, suggests that you've gone, right? And that you're there by your own volition. The first line of that fourth stanza certainly suggests that you've not only come there yourself, you have come a long and weary way, right? Mold with a U means earth. Like the mold is like the top layer of earth, which is mostly like in a forest, which mostly consists of like decayed and half decayed leaves and things, very rich soil and soon to be soil, but not yet, just dirt, not loam. So yes, that's what, so it's a moldy valley where the trees are gray. So you have to imagine this like soft earth that's made mostly of decaying things, right? So it's not like open turf. It's not springy ground. It's not, it's not firm. It's like the ground is soft and squishy. No, Phil, it's not the green stuff that grows on cheese. That's a different thing entirely. M-O-L-D is the stuff that grows on cheese. M-O-U-L-D is the earth. It's an old Anglo-Saxon word, mold, in that way. Yeah. But anyway, yes, it's soft and squishy like snow. Again, like if I'm like literally looking out at moldy ground out the window of my little room here, because I'm in a New England largely deciduous forest here, and the ground is covered with layer upon layer upon layer of fallen leaves that have been decaying for decades and things. Exactly, it's compost. Exactly, it's just what it is. So I don't think there's snow. There's no evidence of snow, nor have we been talking about cold. Exactly. Yeah. By a dark pool's borders, without wind or tide, moonless and sunless, the mewlips hide. Now, note, because we didn't even talk about this, the shape of those lines. When the meter changes, you'll notice the syntax changes too. Over the Murloc Mountains, geographical direction, right? A long and weary way describes it. In a moldy valley, Where is it? Once you pass the Murloc Mountains, you need to find that moldy valley, right? Which one? Oh, where the trees are gray. By a dark pool's borders. Where in the moldy valley? By the dark pool's borders, right? It's like the mailing address of the Mulips, right? The first half of the lines. And then without wind or tide, right? Again, another. So descriptors in the second half, geographical features in the front half, and then moonless and sunless, the Mulips hide. The extra syllable there between moonless and sunless. Moonless, sunless would be perfectly trochaic. Moonless and sunless stretches it out more, right? There is no light here. We started with the shadows, dark and wet as ink, right? And now we get the emphasis of the lack of light. Moonless, sunless, the Mulips hide. Let's do the second stanza. The cellars where the Mulips sit are deep and dank and cold, with single sickly candle lit, and there they count their gold. Their walls are wet, their ceilings drip, their feet upon the floor go softly with a squish flap flip as they sidle to the door. They peep out slyly, through a crack their feeling fingers creep, and when they've finished, in a sack your bones they take to keep. Beyond the Murloc Mountains, a long and lonely road, through the spider shadows and the marsh of toad, and through the wood of hanging trees and the gallows weed, you go to find the Mulips, and the Mulips feed. What did you hear? What did you hear? What variations? Similar pattern, right? Very similar. Anything jump out at you when I was reading? Anything that you heard particularly while I was reading? Yeah, Karita, I also really like squish, flap, flip. Tolkien is really, really good at onomatopoeia. Really good at onomatopoeia. And even down to things like Gollum's hissing sibilants and things like that, right? He is really good at representing sounds with words. Go softly with a squish, flap, flip is very onomatopoetic, right? Okay, good. Caleb, you are right. He keeps the rhyme scheme, right? We can see the rhyme scheme is the same as the first time through, right? A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, and then A, B, B at the end. And then we have the same overall pattern. That is the 4-3, 4-3 iambic stanzas, followed by the weird stanza at the end. One thing that is different is in that third stanza, the semicolon in the middle of the first line. Did you hear how he did a different thing there than he had been doing? In that moment, he does enjambment kind of like we saw in stanza 2, right? You sink into the slime who dare to knock upon the door, right? But here we get, they peep out slyly, through a crack their feeling fingers creep, right? It's like it, but it's more heavily enjambed because we've got a complete break to the sentence, right, with a semicolon, right? So we got a whole new independent clause, and the enjambment is more forceful. Through a crack, their feeling fingers creep, like that first phrase, right? Through a crack doesn't even make sense until we get the next line, right? We have to follow it through to the next line to even figure out what that line's talking about at all, right? Through a crack, and because notice it's a little bit of a It's a little bit tricky, right? Because if you leave out the semicolon, it makes perfect sense. They peep out slyly through a crack. So it might kind of draw you into thinking that they're just peeping out through a crack. But that's not what's happening, right? They're not just peeping out through a crack. The semicolon instead tells you that through a crack, they're feeling fingers creep, right? They do peep out slyly, right? But then they're feeling fingers creep out through the crack. So it's a completely different and far more disturbing image, right? Of their creeping fingers reaching out through the crack that they are peeping through. So they're not just looking at you, they are reaching towards you. And right after that, we get, and when they've finished, in a sack your bones they take to keep, right? So that's, if you think that they're reaching their feeling fingers out creepingly towards you for no good reason, you are absolutely correct, because they are in fact going to eat you and keep your bones afterwards in a sack. Once again, we get another piece of imagery from like normal architecture. We've been told that we're over the mountains in a moldy valley by a dark pool on a rotting river strand, right? So it's very outdoor, very wet, very dark and creepy imagery. But we keep getting these, references which sound maybe allegorical, or not allegorical, metaphorical really, to architecture, right? Like the gargoyles, which maybe were metaphors. The door and the bell, presumably metaphors, maybe the bell is something else. The cellars here in this first stanza, right? The cellars where the mulips sit are deep and dank and cold, with single sickly candle lit, and there they count their gold. JJ says, for some reason, this poem reminds him of the Jabberwocky, though without the nonsense. Yeah, it does have a little bit of a Lewis Carroll feel. You know what? That stanza in particular, the cellars where the mulips sit are deep and dank and cold, with single sickly candle lit, and there they count their gold, reminds me of Lord Dunsany. Not his prose, of course, but I'm blanking now. What's the name of that story? Begins with a G. The ones who, the monsters who, there's no dish in the world that's better than man. And they have the treasure there just as bait for people to come and try to get their treasure, and then they eat them. Man, totally blanking on this really famous Lord Dunsany story from the Book of Wonder, which I can't remember the title of. Anyway, somebody look it up. It begins with a G. I'm sure of it. I can't think of it. Anyway, the mulips are not complete. They're not just monsters, right? And this, I think, the kind of architectural images, at least, remind us of. Like, the place that they sit is like a cellar, and they have a candle, and they count their gold. They have money too, right? They are hoarders of wealth as well. The walls are wet, their ceilings drip, their feet upon the floor go softly with a squish flap flip as they sidle to the door. They've heard you coming, right? And they peek out, and then their fingers creep out, and then they keep your bones in a sack. The Hoard of the Gibelins. Thank you, Ethelod. That's definitely the one. Hey, Ethelod, if you get a chance, I don't know if you have a full text of it. It's in the public domain, I think. Could you copy and paste in the first line of that's one of the best first lines of like any short story I know. It's really, really good. If you could, I would just like to have that. I was trying to recall it, but I couldn't quote it word for word, and it's worthy of quoting word for word the first sentence of the Hoard of the Ghibellines. Okay, so let's look at that last stanza. Beyond the Murloc Mountains, a long and lonely road, through the spider shadows and the marsh of toad, and through the wood of hanging trees and the gallows weed, you go to find the mulips, and the mulips feed. Same pattern, right? Same metrical pattern, and same syntactic pattern. So trochee, Ethel, I don't think that's the right first sentence. That's a good first. All of his first sentences are good, but that's not the one. Yeah. Anyway, so we had a long and weary way, and now we have a long and lonely road through the spider shadows and the marsh of toad. And I really like toad, Tode as well. And through the wood of hanging trees and the gallows weed. Hanging trees at first. That's it. That's the one, Ethelwad. The Ghibellines eat, as is well known, nothing less good than man. Yeah, that's the line. Isn't that a great first line? The Ghibellines eat, as is well known, nothing less good than man. Such a great first line. Anyway, sorry. I can't help but think of that story, the Hoard of the Ghibellines, especially with the counting their gold stanza. Anyway, I love how we get the hanging trees, right? Which first just sounds like they're trees that are hanging, like over the road, right? But then when we get the gallows weed at the end, it's clear that these are not perhaps just hanging trees in one sense, right? But in two senses. You go to find the mulips, and the mulips feed. You go to find the mulips, and the mulips feed. Do you, what do you notice about that last line? Notice anything? Notice anything about the rhythm? It's all right. I know not everybody is like a poetic meter geek like I am, but remember the last one. Moonless and sunless, the mulips hide. Moonless and sunless, that trochaic pattern. Moonless, sunless, the mulips hide. You go to find the mulips, and the mulips feed. This line stays iambic all the way through from the beginning, unlike the rest of them. So it deviates from the deviation, right? This whole stanza is a deviation, just like the other one is a deviation. Trochaic in the front half, iambic on the second half. And then in the fourth line, that last line, is one iambic line. You go to find the mulips, and the mulips feed. And it's a long line. It's 6 beats. You go to find the mulips, and the mulips feed. That last line doesn't sound like the rest of the lines. Doesn't sound like any other line in the entire poem. And it's got that weird pause in the middle. You go to find the mulips, which is a perfect iambic trimeter, almost perfect iambic trimeter line, like the even numbered lines in every other stanza, except for number 4. But then it keeps going on, and the mulips feed. We get a second one, right, squished in there in that last line. So yeah, the mulips feed when people go to find them. That's exactly it. Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah, Kate, I agree. And the Mulip's feed is almost like a coda, right? Absolutely. Um, yeah, cool. All right, I'm going to spend much less time talking about the original version of it, but having looked at this carefully, I want to go back to the first version, and um, I'll skip to the helping version. Here's the helping version. I've highlighted the bits where he's made changes. The places where the Mulips dwell are dark as deepest ink. So this is the original version. Now, the version published, it was published in the 30s, but it was written in the late 20s, I think. The places where the Mulips dwell are dark as deepest ink, and slow and softly rings the bell as in the bog you sink. You sink into the bog who dare to knock upon their door, while fireworks flicker in the air and shine upon the shore. The sparks hiss on the floors of sand all wet with weeping fountains, while grey the glooming gargoyles stand beneath the Morlock Mountains. Over the Morlock Mountains, a long and weary way, down in mouldy valleys where trees are wet and grey, by the dark pool's borders without wind or tide, moonless and sunless, there the Mulips hide. Okay, so we can hear that the overall shape of the whole overall sound and structure of the poem is very, very similar, right? And many of the changes that he's made when he revised it many years later, right, are, well, what is the trend? What is the overall trend of them? He makes it more creepy, right? So notice he replaces places with shadows. Remember the shadows where the Mulips dwell. He went dark and as deepest ink for the alliteration, it seems, right? But he chose he shifted that about in the new one as well. He took out the flickering and shining of the fireworks because he wanted it, and so instead we get all dark imagery, the dark and noisome things there, right, in this in that couplet there at the end of the line in the newer version. And of course this is where we got the rotting strands and the gore crows and the willows weeping, right? The fountains aren't just weeping, right? The willows are weeping, and we get the gore crows croaking in their sleep. All of that death stuff, much more explicit in the new version. Over the Morlock Mountains, a long and weary way, and then so that stanza is very similar. Okay, and then I'll go right to the cheating version. Okay. The caverns where the Mulips sit are cool as cellars old, with single sickly candle lit and wet the walls of gold. Their walls are wet, their ceilings drip, their feet upon the floor go splashing with a squish flap flip as they sidle to the door. They peep out slyly through a crack all cased like armadillos, and your bones they gather in a sack beneath the weeping willows. Beyond the Morlock Mountains, a long and lonely road, through the spider shadows, and the marsh of toad, and through the wood of hanging trees and the gallows weed, you go to find the Mulips and the Mulips feed. Okay, so we notice, first of all, the names, right? The Morlock Mountains were originally actually the Morlock Mountains, so the link to H.G. Wells's Morlocks was even closer, right, in the original version. It was not just a general kind of an allusion. It was an explicit invocation of H.G. Wells, right, in the original version. And also notice the Marsh of Toad was spelled T-O-A-D in the original one, which the Marsh of Toad with a capital T, I can't help but think of Toad of Toad Hall from The Wind in the Willows. I don't know if I'm supposed to, but like Toad with a capital T always makes me think that, especially in a Tolkien context, knowing how fond he was of The Wind in the Willows. Yeah, Aslan's Compass, you're right. This is much less creepy than the old one was, right? And much sillier, right? I mean, Karita, yes, the armadillos make me laugh every time. And JJ, I agree with you that armadillos don't feature in enough poetry. That it would be certainly a great improvement. Yeah, yeah. They peep out slyly through a crack all cased like armadillos. Uh, Rhyming armadillos with weeping willows does kind of undermine the gloom of the weeping willows image, right? Um, Not to mention by just calling them weeping willows, it just sounds like he's invoking the name of the tree rather than the image as well. Um, yeah, yeah. Um, and good, right, JJ, exactly. Now there's no semicolon in that first line, so now they are just peeping out through a crack. So we can see how he's taken that line. Through a crack did originally modify peeping out, right? In what manner are they peeping out? Through a crack, or where are they peeping out? Through a crack. By putting, but then instead, when he takes out the armadillos, right, he puts the semicolon there, and we got now they're feeling fingers creeping through the crack. Okay, so we can see how much creepier, how much scarier, how much more gloomy and oppressive the newer version of the poem is, right? The older version is more ambivalent. It's, well, frankly, more silly, right? It's more silly because we get like armadillos. I do not believe that Tolkien is unaware of the fact that the armadillos line is funny, right? I mean, rhyming armadillos with weeping willows, like that's comedy right there. Like I do not believe that I certainly cannot imagine Tolkien being there like, okay, I need a rhyme for willows, armadillos. Yeah, oh, that's perfect. That really fits the tone right there. Yeah, no, I think that's meant to be funny. And and Karita, I agree, fireworks are not usually a horror motif. Well, it was a funny poem originally. Here's the original title, and this is the punchline of the poem. Knocking at the door. Lines induced by sensations when waiting for an answer at the door of an exalted academic person. That's the original title of the old poem. Which he changed to The Mulips when he revised it in the 60s for the adventures of Tom Bombadil. So in fact, the entire first poem is satire. It's an academic satire of, like, life as a junior professor, as a junior faculty member at Oxford, right? Uh, yeah. So again, if we go back to so that's why we're getting the silliness mixed in with the spooky lines, right? That it's the places where the Mulips dwell are dark as deepest ink. And by the way, I saw somebody referring to the name of the Mulips, right? Why are they called the Mulips? What does that mean? Think of it's just a portmanteau word, as Humpty Dumpty would say in Through the Looking Glass. What does Mulips mean? Well, lips is easy, right? What's a mew in a vaguely lip-oriented context? A mew is like a frown, right? So the Mulips are the very serious senior professors who go around with, drooping lips and serious faces, right? And they're being characterized. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mew is it's there. There are several different definitions of mew. It's not that one. To make a mew with your lips means to do like again, like a droop, like a little pouty face is what a mew is. Which is you know, little pouty lips, might be attractive on some people, but presumably not on like the octogenarian senior faculty members that he's parodying here. And so again, in the original one, this is all satire of how you are made to feel when you knock on the door of their chambers, of their offices, right? You are like standing outside the door, feeling like you are sinking into a bog, right? You sink into a bog who dare to knock upon their door. And this is where we get the fireworks, right? Flickering in the air and shining upon the shore, like the light that you're seeing from a distance. And then you've got the mulips hiding, moonless and sunless, never coming out of their chambers, right? And then, of course, they're rich too, right? Rich and miserly. Are they, miserly literally of money, possibly. Maybe miserly also of knowledge and things, right? Hunkered down in their caverns and cellars with their single candle and the walls made of gold, right? Yeah. I mean, it's satire, but then he takes this piece of academic satire, and he turns it into a piece of very disturbing fantasy. And then, Tony, as you were saying, he retcons it in The Adventures of Tom Bombadil into a story that's meant to scare Hobbit children, right? To prevent them from running off into dangerous places. Yeah. So, yeah. Karita, an armadillo mulip, like an armadillo with like a drooping mulip face. That would be a good image. Yeah, JJ thinks that the academic link may make the first version more scary. It might, if you can. I mean, we can still hear echoes of it, right? But it's no longer satire. It's no longer funny. It's no longer making fun of anyone. But this is a really nifty glimpse into Tolkien's imagination, I think, right? That we get something which was originally satire, but which he sort of invests in, right? Like he sits down and he takes the images, which are just part of the joke, right? And instead turns them into a serious and gloomy little sub-creation, right? Until it's something that, reminds me of the Hoard of the Gibelins and was reminding some of you guys of Edgar Allan Poe and things like that, right? Really interesting. And yes, exactly. He was in his 30s and an academic himself when he originally wrote it. He was a junior faculty member, doubtless, who was made to feel like this when knocking at the door of his senior colleagues at various points. Yes, exactly. An exalted academic person. Again, notice it's lines induced by, right, is like a parody of like a Wordsworth title, right? Lines induced by sensations when waiting for an answer at the door of an exalted academic person. It's a poem it's not about themselves. It's about how you are made to feel when you are waiting for an answer at the door. Okay. All right. Well, I have started the day splendidly by going way over and talking about the mulips, but I don't apologize. And Kay, I see, is here already. So Kay, I have a quick question for you, which you can answer for me just in the text chat there. I was going to do trivia in between. Do you have time? Should we jump to you? Because I know we're already late for the time I told you to show up. So would you want me to skip ahead and do that, or can we do the trivia first? All right, we'll do the trivia first. Okay, are you guys ready for some Tolkien trivia? If you are, then let's do some Tolkien trivia. So here's what we're going to do. For those of you who are logged on to GoToWebinar, make sure you're on the Twitch page too, because all the trivia answers we're all going to get through the Twitch page, right? And so here's the rule. So again, several people remember this from last year. Don't post Don't just post your answers in the chat. What you need to do is you need to send a whisper to me. And somebody help me make sure I get this right. So you type into the Twitch chat, you type /W, right? And then you type my name, which is Signum U, right? And I'll get that. So /W space Signum U, and then type something else, right? So that should, you can go ahead and test that now so that you can just sort of send me a little test message, make sure that I get it. And this will enable me to be able to see who is getting it. And I don't want, I don't want people just to enter it in the chat. I don't want spoilers or, cause then, people can kind of do it by, process of elimination, right? If they see if they happen to see a bunch of wrong answers come up, right? Okay, good. All right. I'm getting tests. Excellent. Good. Those are all working. Okay. So my instructions were correct, right? /W and then Signum U. That's it. That's it. Druid's Fire just posted the example. That is also the thing. And exactly. Yeah. There are, depending on how you're doing it, I wasn't going to get too detailed into this, but it is possible to and also yes, so for the folks who are watching on the Talon, I have that open too, so I see you there, and you can also enter your answers straight into the Talon, and I'll be looking at both. Okay, so yes, it is possible to open a separate window in which your Whisper sort of private chat is set up with me, so that you can just go directly there. Okay, yeah. So no, you're right. Aslan's Compass, do the. You're doing a /. Do /. That's the one, and then type the message afterwards. There you go. Almost there. Okay, ready? This is how we did. Someday we'll have a really cool engine for this, but I don't have a cool engine for this, so. We're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Okay. All right. You guys ready? I should probably pull up my my trivia sheet. Where did my trivia sheet go? Yeah, that is arguably something I should have ready. There we are. Found it. Look, and I even succeeded in not sharing it on my screen. That's exciting. Okay. Here, let's do a test one. Should we do a test one? Let's do a test question. Just to make sure we got the mechanisms all set. Okay. So let's just do a simple question. First question. What is Bilbo's mother's name? Whisper me the answer. Aslan's Compass, you got it. I got that last one. Okay. All right. Katriana there, got that answer. Edith got that answer. Good. Okay. Excellent. Yes. Everyone is getting the name of the test question right. Very good. Mrs. Baggins doesn't count. Yes, Belladonna. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so everybody who tried to send that was able successfully to do it? Okay. Oh, that's true. Thank you, Matthias, for bringing that up. I had forgotten about that. The audio is delayed in Twitch, but people who are logged into GoToWebinar also have an advantage. That's not fair. So I'm going to mute myself in GoToWebinar. Yeah, I think I can do that. I'm going to mute myself in GoToWebinar, and we'll just go through Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, the delay is very, very small. There's really almost no delay in GoToWebinar. Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself there. which means I need to change my audio or you won't be able to hear me anywhere. Hang on a second. And just a moment. Okay. Good. Okay, don't let me forget to change that before we start talking there. Okay. Excellent. So I'm muting myself in GoToWebinar, but I will be on Twitch. So again, twitch.tv/SignumU. All right, good. Now, but before we get too far going in this, let me tell you what the prizes are. Okay, here we go. All right, I've muted in GoToWebinar, but you guys should be able to hear me. GoToWebinar just started panicking. It's like, oh my gosh, you're muted. Oh no. Do you realize you muted yourself? Yes, I do. I'm okay. I'm good. Don't remind me again. I'm fine. Good. No cause of panic. I think you guys on Twitch can still hear me. Great. Okay. Excellent. All right. So yeah, let me show you the prizes because the prizes are cool. So we will choose, I'm forgetting how many winners we're going to choose. 2 winners, maybe? Let me see if everybody, okay, I got chats. Yep. Phil, I got yours and I got, yeah. Tug McGill, I think that, I'm thinking through the recording as well. The Twitch one will be fine. I'm making sure that my audio is consistent on Twitch. Best I can do. It's a complicated situation. Okay, great. So let us. Prizes. So the winners will get to choose from the following 4 Tolkien-themed prizes. You can either get a John Howe dragon coloring book, which is pretty awesome, or Middle-earth-inspired tea, or a Moleskin Mount Doom journal with maps and handy timeline of Frodo and Sam's journey, or Funko Mystery Minis with a hideous Gollum but adorable Sauron in it. So, I mean, these are quality trivia prizes, right? And we will give prizes to the top 3 people. So here's how we're going to score this. We're going to score this. We're going to score this for 3 points for who gets it first, 2 points for who gets it second, and 1 point for who gets it third. Right? No, this is made with the skin of actual moles. Tug McGill, yeah, that's the special thing about this one. Anyway, so what was I saying before I got distracted by mole pelts? Points. So we're gonna write 3 points for who gets it first, 2 points for who gets it second, and 1 point for who gets it third, and then we will give away prizes to the top 3 winners. And the grand prize winner, person who wins the whole thing, gets their choice of prizes and will also get either an anytime audit of your choice or a free ticket to the regional moot of your choice. So you get an extra special bonus prize on top of one of these prizes. So pretty good. Okay. Are you ready? Ready for real? Start the contest for real here. All right. And let's see. Great. I'm going to try to... Again, I need a bigger second monitor is what I need. Good grief. Okay. Sorry. There we go. That's a little better. Creating some real estate so that I can both see the trivia questions and register the winners. Okay, question number 1. This is it for real now. You ready? Okay. First question. What? This is a generally Lord of the Rings question. What was the name of Elendil's capital city in Middle-earth? The name of Elendil's capital city in Middle-earth. Let's see. Okay. Rowan of Gondor, Matthias, and then Catriona. Good. Good. Rowan, Matthias, and Catriona. Very good. Very good. Okay, excellent. Got several other correct answers there. They just edged you out. The answer, of course, is Anuminus. Anuminus is the capital of Elendil, where Elendil himself lived and reigned. Yep. Okay. Good. JJ, thank you for reminding us not to, for people not to answer in the main chat window. All right. Second question. This is a tough one. Normally, I wouldn't ask this question, but those who are very faithful viewers of my broadcasts will have an advantage here. This is a Notion Club Papers question. Okay, from the Notion Club Papers. What is Sauron's name in Adunaic? What is Sauron's name in Adunaic? Good. Catriona got it. Good. And I'm not sure how to pronounce that series of consonants. You got it. And Tony came in third. Oh, good. Nope. Mary came in third. Mary just edged you out there. Got that. Okay. Yes. And the answer is Zigur. 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 So Catriona came in first. And then SNGRFX. Z. Yes. You came in second. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Okay, third question. All right. That's good. Excellent. Okay. Third question. What is the name, is a Lord of the Rings question. What is the name of Legolas's horse in Rohan? Legolas's horse in Rohan was, of course, named Edith got it. Rowan got it. And Mary got it. Ooh, that was close. Okay, so Edith. I said Edith and then Rowan, right? And then Mary. Okay. All right. I know lots of people are it's hard. It's hard. Lots of people coming in with the right answer, but got beaten out. Okay. Excellent. Arod, of course, is the name of Legolas's horse in Gondor. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Next question. Silmarillion question. What is the name of the valley in which the city of Gondolin is hidden? The name of the valley in which the city of Gondolin is hidden. Okay, Rowan got it. Matthias got it. And Tony. Good. Correct answer. Tumladen. Tumladen is the name of the valley. I almost asked the name of the hill on which it was built in the valley, but I thought the valley would be hard enough. Okay. Very good. Very good. Yep. Yep. It's so hard. I always hate not giving points to people who get the correct answers, but it's the way it goes. All right. Here's a comparatively obscure question, though recently made slightly less obscure, from Tolkien's essays. In his essay on English and Welsh, Tolkien uses what phrase as an example of words that sound intrinsically beautiful? What is the phrase Tolkien uses as an example of words that sound intrinsically beautiful? In his essay on English and Welsh. JJ, yes. Mary, yes. And anyone? Kate, got it. Yes. Answer, cellar door. Cellar door. Just like the door of the cellar. That is the correct answer. Of course, recently made less obscure by its featuring in the Tolkien biopic that was just released this year. They had he and Edith had a long conversation about that. Okay, very good, very good. So let's see. Next, Lord of the Rings question. Technically, a Lord of the Rings poetry question, which means phrasing matters. Phrasing matters. Okay, I'm looking for exact wording here. So it's a little trickier than it might sound at first. According to Sam's verses, what is mirrored in the shield of Gil-galad? According to Sam's verses, what is mirrored in the shield of Gil-galad? Or Gil-galad if you're saying it in the middle of the actual poem. And not habitually mispronouncing it like I've done since I was 10. JJ, you got it. And I need the whole phrase, Tony. Cecilia, yes. Are mirrored in his silver shield. Got it, Aslan's compass. The countless stars of heaven's field. That is it. That is it. Very good. The countless stars of heaven's field are mirrored in his silver shield. All right, another Silmarillion question. What is the English translation of Nirnaeth Arnoediad? The English translation of Nirnaeth Arnoediad. Yep. Good. Okay, and Mary, I'll give that to you as I'm pretty sure that you're dictating and that it dictated that a little bit wrong there, but I think you got that right. First we had Snaggerfix again. And then we had Mary, and then we had Tony. Yes. Correct answer, of course, is unnumbered tears. Unnumbered tears. Good. Excellent. Lots of people getting that. Okay. Unnumbered tears. An Adventures of Tom Bombadil question. The book, not the poem, specifically. In the sequel to the original Adventures of Tom Bombadil poem, What does Tom Bombadil go doing in the title of the sequel poem to The Adventures of Tom Bombadil? What does he go doing? Good. JJ's got it. Rowan's got it. And Snuggerfuxix has it. Excellent. Good. So, wait, what did I say? JJ, and then Rowan, and then Snuggerfuxix. Yes. Good. Good. Answer is boating. He goes boating. Excellent. All right. Strong work. Strong work. Next question. It's another Tom Bombadil question from The Lord of the Rings this time. What names does Tom Bombadil give to the Hobbit's 5 original ponies? What names does Tom Bombadil give to the Hobbit's 5 original ponies? Yes, I want all 5 of the ponies' names. The names Tom Bombadil gives to the 5 original ponies the hobbits ride out of the Shire. It's a tough one. I know people are typing. Let's see. See, if you've got a good ear for the poetry, you can remember it in Tom's verse. Also, because it's Tom Bombadil and he's saying it in his verse, one of them rhymes with Fatty Lumpkin. That's a good effort, JJ. All right. I'll accept 3 of the 5 names. If you can remember 3 of them. You've got 2, JJ. Can you think of a third? You've actually got 2.5, technically. Okay, let's see. You got it. Aslan's Compass has got him. Good. And Catriona and Cecilia. Very good. Okay. So that was Aslan's Compass first? Yes. Aslan's Compass. And then Cecilia. And then Catriona. Great. Okay, answers, of course, Sharp Ears, Wise Nose, Swish Tail, and Bumpkin. White Socks, My Little Lad, and Old Fatty Lumpkin. Yes, of course, notice all of the names he gives them are trochaic. Sharp Ears, Wise Nose, Swish Tail, White Socks, and Bumpkin. Because it's Tom Bombadil, and he speaks in trochaic meter. He can't help himself. Okay. Whew. All right, that was a tough one. That was a tough one. All right. Silmarillion question. Silmarillion question. What is the name of Turgon's wife who dies in the crossing of the Helcaraxa? The name of Turgon's wife who dies in the crossing of the Helcaraxa. It's a challenging Silmarillion question. Though much less challenging for Silmarillion Film Project fans. Oh, cool. Sam Burke gave me the names of the 5 ponies in Swedish. Skarpora, Viftsvans, Vitnos, Vitstrump, and Bumpa. Bumpa is my favorite, Sam. That's really good. Excellent. Sakaya, you have it. Cecilia, you also have it. And Aslan's compass. Good. Good. The answer is Elenwe. Elenwe is the name of Turgon's deceased wife. Very good. Okay. Lord of the Rings question. Another poem question, actually, because I can't help myself. According to the Hobbit's song, what may wait around the corner? According to the Hobbit's song, what may wait around the corner? And again, I want the phrase. I want the line. Close. JJ, you've got it. And Mary and then Matthias. Good. Hang on. JJ, Mary, and Matthias. A new road or a secret gate? That's correct. A new road or a secret gate. Still round the corner, there may wait a new road or a secret gate. Absolutely. Okay. Excellent. There, of course, may also be a sudden tree or a standing stone, but the line which immediately follows around the corner, there may wait, is a new road or a secret gate. Okay. Yeah. Sakaya, you are doing very well for it being 3 a.m. where you are. Absolutely. I know it's kind of hard having people tune in from Japan as well as from Europe, right? It's we're never going to have a time that's going to be good for everybody. Okay. Next question. This is it's sort of an essays question. Sort of a general one. Which poem contains the line that is not Tolkien poem? Which Anglo-Saxon poem contains the line Eala earendel engla beochtast over middenjerd monum sended? That line which inspired basically the whole, Tolkien's whole mythology. What is the title of the poem which contains the line Eala earendel engla beochtast over middenjerd monum sended? Okay, Mary, you got it first. Oh, got some wrong guesses there. No. 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 No, it is not Beowulf. Yes, Kate has it. Anyone else? Anyone else remember this? Tony, you've got it. Good. Christ. K-R-I-S-T. It means Christ. Yes. Christ by Cunewulf. Absolutely. A super important poem in the history of Tolkien's world. Very good. Okay. Smith of Wootton Major question. Who gets the last words in Smith of Wootton Major? Which character gets the last words in the short story Smith of Wootton Major? Anybody? Yes. Yes. Vervenen, you have it. No. Yes. Kate, you got this one. I knew you'd remember that eventually, Kate. Aslan's compass, be a little bit more specific. You're kind of right, but I need to make sure that you're thinking of the right person. Oh, Mary got it. Yes. Yes. Good. And the answer is... Yeah, no, Mary, you were right. You were right. The answer is Noakes. Noakes gets the last word. The formerly fat, really bad cook. Because see, the problem is Aslan's compass. There's more than one former cook, right? So that's the tricky thing. Yep, you were right. You were right. Okay. Another Notion Club Papers question, because we've just spent several months talking about the Notion Club Papers. Which two members of the Notion Club turn out to be lineal descendants of Númenórean exiles? Which two members of the Notion Club turn out to be lineal descendants of Númenórean exiles? Ooh, half right, Katriana. Half right. Again, those who are keeping up with the Mythgard Academy have an advantage here. Oh, half right, Phil. You are also half right, Sniggerfuxix. 3 half correct answers, and you can correct them. Still time. I don't have any correct answers yet. I have one. Aslan's compass. You've got it. Okay. Anybody? Yes, Mary, you've got it. And still half right, Phil. Nope. Snaggerfuxix, that's not the other one. Oh dear. Hint, it's not Raymer. Yes, that's it. That's it. Snaggerfuxix got the corrected answer just a little bit quicker. Yes, Loudham and Jeremy. Loudham and Jeremy are the two who are lineal descendants of Númenórean exiles. Okay. What is the name of a Silmarillion question? What is the name of Melkor's first stronghold? The name of Melkor's first stronghold. Yes, Rowan, Matthias, and Mary. Okay, Rowan, Matthias, and Mary. Good. Correct answer is Utumno. It was not Angband. Angband is not right. It is Utumno. Angband is the second fallback stronghold of Morgoth. Good. Good. Okay. Adventures of Tom Bombadil question. This is a tough one. So from the poetry collection. What is the remarkable skill of the troll in Perry the Winkle? In the poem Perry the Winkle, there's a troll, and he has a rather unusual skill. What is his unusual skill? Mary's got it. Mary, you are on fire today. And then Tony, JJ, that's not quite correct. Anyone else? Aslan's Compass, you've got it. Correct answer is baking. He is a baker. Surprisingly, the only troll baker on record that I know of. I mean, I guess the trolls in The Hobbit know how to bake a pie, but it's not said that they're especially skilled. But, yep. Very good. Okay. Lord of the Rings question. Careful. I will warn you, this is a tricky, it's not a trick question, but it's a tricky question. How many ring wraiths enter the dell under Weathertop to attack Frodo? How many ring wraiths enter the dell under Weathertop? Okay, Hologro, you got it. Catriona, Hologro, Catriona, and Snaggerfuxix. Hologro, Catriona, and Snaggerfuxix. Yes, this was a tricky one. The correct answer is 3. 3 enter the dell. Remember, 5 are there in total, but 2 of them remain on the outside of the dell, right, and don't enter it. And 3 of them advance forward. Only one ends up actually attacking Frodo, but the 3 of them enter the dell. Yep, 3. Exactly. Oh, hang on a second. Hi, for those of you who are watching on the GoToWebinar feed and are super confused why you are seeing me and not hearing me, the answer is that we are doing our trivia competition right now. We're almost done, but I muted myself here and I'm only having my audio on Twitch because that way, because the Twitch is on a 10-second lag, so it's a little unfair that some people hear the questions 10 seconds earlier. So I muted here for a little bit more, and then we'll be coming back in just a few minutes. So that's the explanation. You can join us at twitch.tv/SignumU to hear the audio, and then you can switch back over if you want to. Okay, sorry. All right. Excellent. JJ says, do we know that the other 2 entered to attack Frodo as opposed to simply having nothing better to do? Okay, no, we know that they entered, right? That's what we know. That's what we know. Okay. All right. Last, no, this isn't the last. It's close to the last. Almost the last question. Okay, no, it's 4th to last, technically. All right, 4 more. Our penultimate Silmarillion question. What name does Turin give his sister/future wife when he meets her? What name does Turin give his sister/future wife when he first meets her? Okay. Mary, Rowan, and Snaggerfuxix. Okay. Mary, Rowan, and Snaggerfuxix. Okay, the correct answer is Niniel. Niniel. Nienor, of course, is her actual name, but Niniel is the name that he gives her, which means, of course, Tear Maiden. So Niniel is the name that he gives to her. Yep. All right. Leaf by Niggle question. Are you ready? Where, this is a hard one, but one of my favorites. Where exactly does Niggle build the shed in which he houses his great painting? Where exactly does Nigel build the shed in which he houses his great painting? Yes, Vervenen. Not specific enough, Matthias. Vervenen's got it. Tony, I'll give that to you. Yes. Yes. Mary, you are correct. Okay, so Tony, I'll give you that, and then Mary. Correct answers. Correct answer. Over where his potato patch was, where he used to grow potatoes. He no longer grows potatoes. He instead has his painting built in a shed, which he built on where he grew potatoes. This is important. Why? Because he still gets potatoes, despite the fact that he's built over his potato patch from his neighbor parish, which will be important later in the story. Okay, last Silmarillion question. This is a tricky one, but it should be doable. Name one of the 3 points which remain above sea level after the drowning of Beleriand. After the drowning of Beleriand, there are still 3 now islands which remain from Beleriand of old. What are those? Name one of the 3 points still visible above the surface of the sea. No, Snagarfixix, the metal Tarma does not count. That's Numenorian. Beleriand, specifically. Beleriand. So after the drowning of Beleriand, after the War of Wrath. Tony, yes. Phil, yes. Aslan's Compass, I'll give that to you. So who was it? What did I say? Tony, Phil, and then Aslan's Compass. Yes. Okay, Tony, Phil, Aslan's Compass. Tol Morwen, where the Stone of the Hapless is. Himring, the Hill of Himring. And Tol Fuin, which is extremely obscure and only mentioned in the Treason of Isengard, I think. But Tol Morwen is mentioned explicitly in the Silmarillion text, and Himring is on the Lord of the Rings map, actually. Yeah, cool. Exactly where the tombstone for Turin and Nienor are. Okay. All right. And great. Last question. Are you ready? The last question is a Lord of the Rings question. Last question is... I should get it to where I can read it. Yes, okay. Last question. What is the name of the Gondorian lord whom Aragorn names the Fearless? What is the name of the Gondorian lord whom Aragorn names the Fearless? No, Rowan, he's got a different nickname. No. He's tolerably brave, but that's not him. No. No. Edith, you've got it. No, JJ, shockingly, it's not Sir Robin. Edith has got it. Only one correct answer so far. No. No. It's not Forlong. He's the Fat. And if you've already got a nickname like the Fat, then you don't need to be called the Fearless too. Yes, Aslan's Compass, that's it. And Rowan, yes, that's it. Good. Angbor the Fearless. Absolutely. Of course, the one who stood to meet Aragorn despite the fact that the army of the dead was coming in behind him. Excellent. All right. And thus ends our Tolkien trivia. Strong work, everybody. There are some difficult questions in there, but everybody got and everybody they all got gotten. I'll do the scoring, and I'll announce it later. Matthias was thinking through all the lords you meet in game, but couldn't figure it out. Yeah, Angbor doesn't really get much screen time. Actually, I think you see him from a distance in the Pelargir epic battle, but you don't really get to spend time with him. Okay, very good, excellent. So we will have we'll have an announcement of the winners a little bit later on, but now, oh, you meet him in a lot of the side quests. Well, that's why I haven't spent much time with him yet, because poor Wiggin didn't get to do any of the side quests. So I'm sure Griffith will get to know him much better than Wiggin has. Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. Excellent. All right. Very good, everybody. Strong work. I'm going to turn on my sound here. Here I am back in GoToWebinar now. And let me change my audio feed so that becomes clearer. And hang on a second. Let me just couldn't remember what I was doing for a second. This is a problem I have. Okay, let's see. Okay. Good. Yeah, that should be fine. Interesting to me that a lot of you on Twitch were noticing the audio quality improved when I switched over. That's strange, because I'm using the same microphone for this other one. Oh well. Okay, good. So let me switch to that then, officially. Okay, great. Excellent. So should be back to all normal settings now. Excellent. I don't think it's a bandwidth issue, Snorblom. It's I'm sure it's an audio setup issue. I have a whole bunch of complicated things there. But all right. Let me retire my list of trivia questions. We'll be back for more trivia with our King Arthur trivia later on, which will be a lot of fun. And let me introduce my guest, who's been patiently waiting and answered some of the more obscure trivia questions, I will add. Where is my... There it is. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Okay, we should be able to hear you, and maybe we can see you as well here. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, Kay. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. Now I feel incredibly accomplished that I've tackled these trivia questions.
Oh,
so.
yeah. You did, and you were like saving it for the really hard ones too. So that was really good.
Well, I was trying to find my Twitch username and password for the earlier one.
Right. Yeah.
6 of one, dozen of the other.
Exactly. Great. Well, we're gonna do a couple things here today. So, I mean, the first thing, and I know I've talked about this a little bit before, but I don't know. I know we had our little Twitch discussion under the tree in the sunshine there in Amherst, Massachusetts, a couple of weeks back at New England Moot, which was a lot of fun. But I don't know if how many people in our current audience have heard that segment or not. So I wanted to talk a little bit about your forthcoming book and its delivery and where people can find it, because I'm really excited about this. Kay has been a member of our community here at Signum. Many of you who are in the Twitch chat, who are in LOTRO and in the Mythgard kin, might remember Fair Venin of the blue and red dresses, who I always knew how things were going depending on how Fair Venin was dressed. What I could expect. But anyway, so she's been a member of our community for a long time, and Kay, I remember having conversations with you. I think it was maybe even at Mythmoot 1 when we first had a conversation about, your writing and what you were doing. And when you were still, in, I think, still the pretty early stages of working on your first novel and kind of beginning the path towards, really kind of becoming a serious writer, and really dedicating yourself to that. And, yours has certainly been a career I have been following and been very interested in. And as we've gone, and I have loved the work that you have shared with us. You've done readings at a bunch of our events at Mythmoots. And of course, you just read a little bit from your upcoming novel at New England Moot. So, and of course, not only is Kay a wonderful writer, but she's also a really gifted reader of her own work, which is not super common. I have to admit that a lot of the times when I read an audiobook or get an audiobook and they're read by the author, I'm always like, that could be good, or that could be really not good. And because there's some publishers who seem to feel like the cachet of having it read by the author is sufficient, but it's often really not a great thing. But you are a wonderful, wonderful reader, as of course many people who have attended our events know. So you're going to do a reading here today, and then maybe we'll talk a little bit about your forthcoming novel and where people can find it and how that's going to be published.
That's correct. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, and I chose a reading that is rather sort of the in media res type.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than the one I did for New England Moot, which gives a little bit of sense of storyline.
Right.
This one will just kind of pop us right down into the middle. It's very atmospheric. And I figure, well, since I'm an atmospheric reader rather than a capital P plot sort of person, there's no problem with that at all. So we're going to just do that. We'll sip at it like a cup of tea, rather than the sense of be a novel as a whole.
Right.
And it'll work as just a picture, I think.
Good.
Is it a good time?
Yeah.
Audio
absolutely.
Is all right?
Audio is good.
Excellent.
I was just double checking that to make sure before you began, but yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a novel, The Flower of the Cedar. The title is Elves' Country. The three who found them had been tending the long swaths of saplings, strung like a necklace about the neck of a deep lake, where two brooks leapt down the hills to feed it. The country had no mountains, but its hill rings climbed steeply all the same and broke at their heads with groves of flowering cedars. That evening, the three elvish women came upon Lara and Jan asleep and stood quietly looking down on them for some minutes. One of the women laughed, but soft enough not to wake them. Another knelt in the heavy moss encircling the tree roots among which they lay, and she pressed her hands with their fine, strong fingers firmly into the loam. The moss glowed as emeralds in the sun. Then she rose, and the elves left, turning again to their work among the trees. The girls did not awaken as the twilight grew. About them, boughs swayed in a wind their faces did not feel. When the stars touched the dark sky, the elves returned. In their arms they carried soft woven fabric, pale as shadows, and the threads glinted within like moonlight on hidden spring waters. They draped it round the girls' shoulders and lifted their sleeping forms, speaking lowly to one another as they did so, in a tongue that ran over sea-smoothed stones. The night deepened. They walked far into the forest, and their voices turned to song. And when Lara and Jan at length awakened, they did so to the swelling of music all around them, and the smells of a feast in the open air. They had come in springtime. The feast with its music took place below them, hidden by the dark trees, whose lithe trunks still gave a gentle luminescence. The elves had laid them in woven hammocks slung high, and when Lara first came to herself, she did so with a quick, fearful stillness, sensing the open air beneath her. Jan had not yet woken, and Lara remained where she was, unmoving, feeling rather like a fly in a web and more than a little nervous of spiders. How had she come here? The last thing she remembered had been falling asleep beneath that great tree. The likeliest chance was that they had been captured by elves, and if so, to what purpose? What would they want with Lara, with Jan? She thought with frustration that she did not know half enough about elves to make a good guess at these things. Were they in danger, as indeed the tightness in her bowels foreboded? When Jan woke at last, the night had grown darker still. All throughout the netting of the treetops, small glinting lights glimmered like the wings of insects, streaming sap slow to the feasting grove just beyond sight. Lara could see how they alighted against the boles of the trees surrounding it. In their light, the revelers ate, sang, laughed, in the deepest of the night's obscurity. Yet here the light was very faint. When Jan began to stir, Lara could barely make out the blunted features of her face, the tilted nose, the pale eyes beneath her fringe of hair. "Lara," whispered Jan. "I'm here," Lara said. "Here, good. Where's here?" "Haven't any idea." "High up?" "I can hear elves, just there." "Good like," Jan breathed, twisting in her hammock to squint at the distant radiance. "Did they bring us here?" "They must have," said Lara. "Well then," said Jan. Lara stared at the vague blur that was Jan's face. Well then, what? What conclusions about their predicament could Jan possibly have come to from this scanty evidence? "Are we prisoners then?" Jan laughed aloud, and at the too generous noise Lara felt terror that their captors would overhear, descending perhaps unseen from the tree's very tops. "Hardly," Jan said, and, most unwisely, Lara felt, rose to a sitting position and waved her arms. "We're not exactly tied down, you know," she said, "and they've hung us up near the ladders." She pointed. Not 4 feet beneath their swaying hammocks, a broad platform built against the trees had a ladder of filament dropping from its lip to the distant ground below. Lara had not attempted looking down before, and so had not seen it. "There could be guards," Lara said, reluctant. "Guides, perhaps," said Jan, "not guards. Elves are good people. Their wars have done. They don't set on strangers at unawares, unthreatened." She seized the edges of her hammock and swung herself upside down in a single fluid motion, dropping feet first to the wooden platform. "Let's go down," she said, and made for the ladder. Lara made to speak, but Jan had already descended some way down, and Lara still feared to speak louder. At any rate, they would have to reach the forest floor again if they were to get away. If she followed Jan fast enough, she could catch her up before the foolish girl dashed off into the midst of the feasting. Lara would explain how they had really better slip away before they were noticed. Slowly, with slight catches, as she maneuvered her hammock, she managed to tumble to the platform and follow Jan down. She reached the foot too late. Already 2 quiet shadows had parted from the nearby trees and flanked Jan, saying something she could not hear, before Lara was more than halfway down the ladder. When once she touched the earth again, their faces turned to her. Jan was beaming. "We're to join the feast," she said. The 2 elves beside her held out their hands, the grand sweep of servants proud of their master's hall. Lara tried to catch Jan's eye to give some indication that they should make a run for it, while as yet only 2 of their captors knew they had woken, but Jan had already turned to go with the elves. Lara, her palms chilled with anxiety, followed. They came deeper into the illumined grove, and the voices of the revelers began to come to their ears. The light, lilting joy that the feasting elves carried on their shoulders and in their palms kindled a great impatience in Lara. She twisted beneath the weight of her distrust, her misgivings. They took all of the room and time within her, and levity could hold no place. Therefore the laughter grated, and especially in Jan, who lost little time in joining the feast. She should be flattened over Dave, and she can't spare a thought for our own safety, Lara found herself thinking, watching her friend. As the wide platters passed, and the rings of dancers wove and swelled as the seasons, and here or again a single clear voice rose in song, Lara sat, keeping herself tight and watchful, touching no food nor drink. She, at least, would keep her head. The feasting had lasted for hours yet, but Lara did not feel weary. She sat quiet behind the tables and among the brush at the clearing's edge. Her innards had begun slowly to unfurl, her sense of threat lessening as the night waned. The song caught at her in unexpectedly soothing ways. She soon thought she could understand something of what Jan had meant when on the threshold of Elves' country she had said, "This much beauty, I don't care if it's not safe." And certainly no one offered them hurt. When she had first entered the glade, elves approached her with refreshment, with speech, with invitation to join the dancing rings, but they did not press when she refused, and at last left her to the solitude of her chosen vantage point. Jan, of course, took the proffered goblets, the cakes, and dancing. She did not do this last with a great deal of grace, or perhaps her slowness only seemed so in comparison to the elvish dancers. And yet she did not appear to feel any discomfiture, spinning merrily and laughing among the rest. Lara watched her for some time, at last growing envious of her friend's easy joy. She went to the tables, and with firm hands poured wine and lifted it to her lips. In the east, bird song met the sun's first rising. When some time had passed since that first draught, and she had felt no ill effects, and the light shafting in among the trees fell on Jan unharmed, though flushed and weary from dancing. Lara at last let her breath come easily. The revelers dispersed severally, and she and Jan soon found themselves together in a nearly deserted clearing. 3 elves remained, the 3 who had first come upon them in the wood and cast them into slumber. Of these 3, one approached, saying, "We shall bring you before the queen this day." Jan and Lara looked at each other briefly. They felt neither hungry nor thirsty more, and despite Jan's bodily weariness, they did not desire sleep. Another of the elves gave Jan a flask for the journey. Its glow suffused her, and soon the vestiges of aching had melted from her limbs. Then they fell in with the elves and began walking from the dancing glade. The girls knew it the moment they arrived. The unbroken trees began to fall away, growing ever thinner and more spread out, leaving at the last a wide green sward through which a silver road ran, extending out some miles before dipping over the horizon and out of sight. They could see what looked like rows of cultivated vines in the distance, spilling out from the road. In the air they caught a faint fragrance and something like melody. When finally they came among the verdure, the elves with them slowed, pausing to greet others who walked among the roads. Lara watched with some curiosity. One of these approached up a long aisle between the vines, putting out his hands to the strange rosy fruits they bore, but not picking them. Instead, he rolled a fruit between his palms, and its surface gave up a measure of its brilliance, its flush darkening, until at last it seemed to retreat back within the crowding leaves. As he walked to the next of the glowing fruits, and then the next and the next, Lara saw his hands and arms blur as they brightened, an odd radiance hovering around him so that his outline became difficult to see. Jan turned to one of the elvish women with them in question, and Lara listened as the elf told Jan that these of her people were called gatherers, the ones who make and gather energy, laera, their only currency exchanged. Energy, the heat of fires and of the sun, and of deep places in the earth, and of great sails in the wind and of movement. The gatherers grew and harvested it. And to look at a gatherer with his arms full of reaped energy was like looking at the sun through rounded glass. The other gatherers increased in this brightness as they came to the end of their rows. Along these, a path ran, looping back and away from the road to a filmy grove of trees that enclosed something like a great monument. "The ewer," said one of their guides. For elves to carry laera is to feel elation, like the strong beating of a heart after spirited dancing, and so the laden gatherers often sang their piercing lays as they brought their harvest to the ewer. She bears autumnal fruits by open streams, and crowns her glory shores with laurel fronds. In song I catch the hidden heady gleams from that far land to which my heart belongs. The moon has risen on long water winged, and as I look, oh God, I see pale strands. Their ewer they often crafted of marble or of a cool silver ore, and it stood at half the height of a pine full grown. Early in spring the ewer was filled with clear water, and they had come mere days after it had been newly filled for the season. When a gatherer had full arms, he dove into the ewer and released his load. Myriads of bubbles buoyed him up in a rush, and his limbs rejoiced when he came again into the air of the world. The last notes of his song lingered on the air, and those standing near would raise a great shout in response as he appeared divested of lyre. "Draw up your oars and row me thither, lads." "Thus the ewers are filled and their riches kept," said one of their guides, following the lines of gatherers with her eyes. "We buy and sell with the energy gathered in this way, but the manner in which we do this does not make itself understood in any of the languages of dryads." Lara watched in silence for some time, listening to the distant singing. The images, the sounds, remained with her for many winters afterward. When she grew old, she remembered what a good thing it had been to see the necessary business of life accompanied by such joy in its process, not merely in its aims. They slept that night and many nights to come in one of the maiden homes, as the queen had said they might be housed according to their wish. Their audience with her had been brief and bright, for she seemed to have little concern for any mischief they might pose to her people. Perhaps she thought them harmless children, and indeed they were when held beside the ageless elves. Certainly Jan, with open hearts, gave no pause, and Lara's silence did not unseat the queen. She laughed, welcomed them, and waved them from her before they had so much as given out their names. The young elvish women who lived in this maiden home were some half-dozen in number, most music makers for the revels, and one training as a jewelwright. The rooms opened into the woodland at surprising times, but despite having traveled north of Mahogany Land, where Lara would have expected lingering spring chill, this elvish country was possessed of sweet airs and mild nights. Summer hovered at the edge of all her inward meanderings. In the evenings, Lara sat where the house met the woods, with her head propped on her hands, watching the shifting light and thinking. Her unease had passed. The maiden home had wide, curving porches and breathtaking cupolas, and its inhabitants came and went at will. She and Jan shared meals at times with the elvish women living there, but these did not always come on expectation. Often the elves gathered for song rather than eating, and the home's open thresholds rang with beauty far into the night. She could not decide whether to stay or to press on. That restlessness that had first seized on her with the coming of spring in Tomon and Nisaramon's home had not left her yet, though even so she had no thought as to where she would journey, if journey she must. This land held great solace. Surely she might stay here and forget the great gash upon her, lingering beneath the wood, living with music about her. And yet she could not lull to sleep what had woken within. But where would she find its slaking? Why not here, if anywhere? The elves wore youth on their faces and age in their hearts. Of the many ballads and lays Lara heard over the coming days, she rarely knew the ancient deeds and battles of which they spoke. She wished almost to lose herself in the sad and wondrous tales told, and at times she approached total self-forgetfulness, listening in a steady sort of rapture to the syllables falling like silver and opal in the gloom. The songs always ended, and she always returned to herself again. One night she woke from a dream of the Lania, half remembered even in the moment of her waking. Its draw lay on her, though she could not recall any words or faces. She turned on her bed to see Jan sleeping across the room with an arm flung up by her head. Alamia. Somehow she knew she would not speak to Jan of the Lamia. To be sure, there had been nothing in their talk with Dane that day on the mountains that had given her cause to think Jan would hear Lara with horror or anger. Jan herself had already spent time visiting Alamia's wilder with her mother, and there was no reason to think the Lamia a taboo subject, even as forbidden company, should Lara propose traveling to them. Yet she did. She felt a deep refusal to show Jan this sleeping hunger in her for the promise of guttings. For she knew immediately, staring at the lattice work and stars above her in the deep night, that was what it was. She wanted to find her hearts, yes, but she would not give them to the god. His upright servant slept beside her, gutted and sent north, while her lover went gutted and barren south. Nisarinen lay miles behind her, gutted and unanswered. Toron and Danai, with their warm kindness, driven into isolation, gutted by the world's wounding, healers to all, yet denied healing themselves. And she, Lara, she had been gutted from birth, had she not? What else did this god offer but gutting, when it came to it? Why crawl to him? Was it not time she at last learned to gut?
Wonderful. Thank you, Kay, for that. Oh, man, there's so many things. So I was really excited to hear that because I haven't gotten to that point in your book yet. I was given a very special preview, but I felt like I didn't want to abuse it, right? So like I listened to the first few chapters and then I started to feel seriously transgressive, and I'm like, no, I need to wait for it to come out and listen to it with everybody else. Like that's totally what I need to do. So I haven't gotten to that part yet, the part that you were reading. But of course I can, see, especially thinking of the gutting references, which, make a lot of sense in the context of, what we learn in chapter 1 and everything. So, but yeah, so, okay. So one of the questions that I have to ask after listening to that, can we talk a little bit about about the relationship between your story and Tolkien and your sort of, because I can't help it, right? I'm listening to this and there are a whole bunch of points where I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So, but I'd love to hear you talk about it. I mean, I could talk about similarities and differences, and I probably will, but I would like to give you the opportunity to talk about it first as you're, how consciously do you incorporate, how do you, this is, of course, one could frame this question in a very general way, right? I mean, almost every fantasy author is like placing themselves in relationship to Tolkien in some way or other. And of course, it used to be a kind of, sort of truism, right, in the fantasy world that like your first novel was like a Tolkien knockoff, and then you kind of went on your own from there. So that seems to me a pretty big oversimplification of the situation, but I understand like what they're kind of getting at there. So tell me about your relationship with Tolkien and your first in general, and then as a writer and as you've been kind of working through your story, how that kind of worked.
Yeah, what a great question. And actually it was quite consciously done. Like I literally sat down with the question of where am I going to place myself in relation to Tolkien?
Right.
Because I feel that his work and his influence is such that if you're going to write fantasy, you're kidding yourself if you're not in some sort of relationship to Tolkien.
Right.
And, different authors make different choices about how they're going to position themselves. There are those who sort of set out to, I'm going to get myself out from under the shadow of this looming mountain that we know of as J.R.R. Tolkien.
Right.
And there are those of us who, start with derivative works, which I have done my fair share of. Oh, it's super fun to write derivative Tolkien.
Yeah.
I spent most of my adolescence doing that, and that was great fun. But for this one, what I decided that I wanted to do was actually very much like what writers of historical fiction do. Right? So they take a period in history or an event in history, and they jump in there and they do their world building within some of those strictures, but changing things up however suits them and their plot and what they want to say with their novel. And so that's sort of what I've done with this novel. I've taken, as with the novel's frame story, I've taken it as a given that, of course, The Lord of the Rings is real prehistory, because naturally it is, and no one is allowed to tell me any different. And I'm inserting into that the ending of all of the events of Lord of the Rings, but then the rise of a different race, the race of dryads. And this is a story from that time. And before the advent of the race of men, we have these other happenings, most of which have been lost to us in time since. So there's not a lot of elvish material in the novel. This is one of the very few times when we get to interact directly with any elves. But it seemed like a fitting taste for this particular audience, since it is the most tip of the hat to the master himself of all of the material.
No, that's great. And I love the way both the places where you seem to be very explicitly alluding to, like the business about the delight in the process and not just in the result. It was I could almost hear the splash plop of the barrels, right? Sort of lying behind that line. And I also loved the way in which a little bit earlier on, sort of from the initial premise, the way that it's kind of a really fun reversal, not only of kind of general fairy tale tradition, but of the Tolkien tradition, how, instead of, like the mortals coming in like Bilbo and the dwarves, right, blundering into the elf circles where the elves are celebrating, like the elf celebration, like kind of bursts in on them, right? And that's really fun. So again, not just, even though you're kind of working within that, it's not just derivative. It's sort of, being even really, really sort of playfully, working with that, in ways which I think Tolkien did too, not just kind of recapitulating fairy tale traditions, but really kind of thinking about and examining those.
Adorning them, it's isn't that a Lewis phrase, the privilege of like festoonery or something like that, That's kind of the way that I've approached it, where it's like, I don't identify terribly with the modern mania for uniqueness. In creative work, I find that exhausting.
and low yield as well. If you're really pushing yourself to be unique and like to do something, to say something no one has ever said before at all.
And I find it so much more pleasurable to just take one's place in the dancing ring, so to speak. There are so many other voices and hands at work here, and I can contribute creative writing that builds on and interacts with theirs, that doesn't have to sort of stand head and shoulders above some throng somewhere, So that's been really fun that way. way.
Yeah, definitely. And there's so many people who end up being derivative because they're so fixated on being unique, like, so like Tolkien did it this way. So I'm going to make sure that I do it like in all ways differently from that. And so in order to try to be different and to do a different thing, you're ending up, not necessarily just being the mirror reverse, but again, like everything is being driven by that desire to separate yourself. And I agree. I love that metaphor you just made of, kind of joining the dancing ring, right? It's this, I mean, it's very like a kind of advice I give even in the scholarly field as well. There's so much pressure, when you're writing scholarly articles to be like, has anyone ever said this before? Has anyone ever addressed this passage before? Are you saying something totally new? And it's like, well, no, probably not. You're probably not saying something totally new, but you know what? You've never said it before. And even if you're making the same argument, a very similar argument anyway, to someone else, it's unlikely to be completely, I mean, again, you've not worked through this before. You're going to see things that other people haven't said. And it's going to, and I've always found that. I've never, especially at the conception of a project, right? When you're thinking about, when it's sort of first taking shape in your mind, again, whether it be a story or whether it be, a critical argument that you want to make, to stop yourself by saying, oh, somebody's probably done this, or like, oh, this is too much like what somebody else has done. I think that's so sad because you're really shutting off your own voice. And as you say, you're not only is it good, to take your place there, in the dancing ring, but if you think that you're like alone on the stage under the spotlight surrounded by darkness, you're fooling yourself. Like, it's much better to know that you're part of the dancing circle and like enjoy that and live there. That's awesome. That's awesome. Cool. So back to what you were saying about its sort of the relationship to the Lord of the Rings world. So am I understanding properly? You're saying that basically like, so your work is to the Lord of the Rings as Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is to the 18th century, basically?
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure I was tracking correctly with that. Yeah, okay.
I should have put in more footnotes, though. Oh, man.
More footnotes, yeah. Although I noticed in the first bit that you read at New England Boot, when you were reading kind of the prefatory material, which had a very, a note on the Shire Records feeling to it, which, so that, and that is much more explicit in kind of placing things. And I'm trying to remember, because it was the first time I'd heard that, because when I was listening to the audio, I just started writing chapter 1. The time frame is it a Fourth Age story, or is it?
Yes. Yeah. We're talking sort of like end of entrance to that sort of, the ring has been destroyed, the elves fading has begun.
Right.
And now we're imagining that there's this other race that exists and whose history takes center stage before the dominion of men actually comes.
Right.
That's the liberties that I'm. That's the Excel spreadsheet row that I'm inserting.
Right.
There.
Right. Yeah, that's great. Sharon was saying you could put out a second annotated edition, of the version with all the footnotes. In fact, see, the really cool thing, right, would be to have the second edition of the book with footnotes written by another historical figure later on, commenting on the documents and how, this is where scribe A ceases and scribe B begins. And, absolutely. Lots of fun that could happen there. I think it's a great idea. Awesome.
I can retcon into plausibility any authorial mistakes that I made.
That's it. How much more fun is that, right? I mean, it's just so much more fun to do that than just to. I mean, so like this. I mean, it's way more fun than just admitting that you made a mistake, and it's like miles more fun than like pretending that you didn't make a mistake and like pretending you pretending it was part of the plan all along, right? Far better to Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they were Horcruxes from the
Yeah,
beginning.
they were
Did you know?
clearly Horcruxes from the beginning. There's no two ways about that. Yeah. No, so that's great. That's great. Well, so tell us about the publication of your book, because I was really excited when you were telling me about your idea for this, because I think it's I don't know, I mean, you have I think heard me talk a little bit in unguarded moments about sort of the state of the publication industry, which is I think in a bit of a mess, and so I was really, really excited by your approach to this. So tell us so the Flower of the Cedar is the title. Tell us about the publication plan.
Yeah, so I'm going a bit of an unorthodox route. Rather than going directly to hard copy publication, I'm actually going to release it as a podcast, and to put together a support page through Patreon, so that people who are listening along have the option of making monthly pledges to support the work. And I'll be releasing like one chapter at a time. About 2 episodes per month is the plan currently.
Okay.
And so that will give us about a year's worth of time to be sort of sipping at the story slowly together, rather than having it all available at once. Right. And part of what and then at somewhere around the end of that process is when I'll be making it available through self-publishing on Amazon.
Right.
And part of the impetus for that route was actually from the different schools of literary criticism, I tend to really love the ones that focus on reader response and on the effects that communities of fans have on the development of and on the, you could say afterlife of a work of fiction. I think, and in fact, it sort of goes hand in hand with my own sense of I'm just joining the dancing rings.
Right.
I love the process of watching a creative work move in the world in a way that I, as the author, never predicted or intended.
Right.
It's very much more an experience of I've made this thing, but now I'm going to just jump into the river with everyone else, and it's going to carry us all somewhere, and who knows where it will go. And so doing it this way felt to me like the best chance at kind of going on a journey together.
Yeah.
Rather than sort of presenting everyone with a finished product and then exiting the stage.
Right.
And of course I just love reading aloud. And so doing it as a podcast felt like a perfect fit from that perspective as well.
Certainly. Yeah, no, and I was very excited about that too. Not only, of course, because you're such a wonderful reader, but because, of course, that's my favorite way to read anyhow. So it's very well. So I know I am ready. As I said, I'm abstaining from the rest of the recording so that I too can be kind of part of that community going through with you. Looking forward to subscribing to your podcast when it's available. Yeah, so that's going to be great, and it's one of the things that made me really happy. As I said, Kay, I've been a huge supporter of yours, and happy to do anything that we could to help and to support you, because I've much admiration both for your talent and for your perseverance in pursuing what you've done and what you've been doing. And I've just been so delighted to see, the outcome, at least sort of the first fruits of the work that you've been doing here. So I was excited, when Kay started telling me about this plan. My first thought was, how can we help? How can Signum help to make this possible? So one thing we're going to do, it's a thing, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit. when I'm going to do some updates and stuff about Signum and everything. But one of the things we've always wanted to do is something like a Signum University press. We've always wanted to help to publish things and stuff. And so, this, we're not really quite ready to fully start doing that yet. But this was such a wonderful opportunity. We're like, how can we help to publish and promote? So we're going to be hosting your podcast. You don't have to worry about the hosting stuff and everything because we already do that. And we're so happy to be able to contribute to that and have you be our first little sort of partial foray into the publication world, which is really fun. So anyway. Thank you so much, Kay, for sharing. And do you have your website address yet? Is the website live yet, or not quite yet?
I do have the address, although it's not live. It's probably a couple of weeks from being live. But it's actually just my name. So Kay Ben Avraham with no hyphen .com.
Right.
And that's going to be the landing page for the project. I also, like, anybody who is listening live and who's interested can send me a whisper on Twitch if you want to be added to the mailing list. I'm going to kind of announce, hey, it's going live today. If you need a little extra, I always take extra reminders in my life wherever I can get them because there's too many things to remember. But yeah, so if you're interested in that, you can send a whisper privately to Fairvennen, FAERVENEN. But yeah, that's the website will be, we're still a little bit away from launching it with some of the graphic designing.
Yeah, no problem. And I know we'll also be directing people to it when the podcast goes live. I'm sure we'll link to that and to your page on, from Mythgard and other places as well. Hopefully help more people find it there also. So very good. Okay, well, thank you for sharing this exciting. Thank you for sharing part of your story, especially a part I hadn't gotten to hear before. So that's wonderful. And for telling us a little bit more about what's going on. And thank you for joining me today. So again, just to repeat, you send her a whisper on Twitch here at Fairvennen is her name. FAERVENEN is her screen name on Twitch. So send a whisper to Fairvennen and she'll put you on her mailing list. And again, her website is going to be kbenavraham.com with no hyphens. No hyphens or spaces. So there we go.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. So
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem. And thanks for joining us, Kay. And we're going to continue on to the next segment. So thanks again for joining us. Bye, Kay.
Good. Bye.
All right. So I'm actually going to take a little break now. We've been going for over 3 hours so far. So we'll take a short break. And then when we come back, it's time for the next segment, which is Signum University updates and Q&A. So again, a bunch of people had specific questions about what are the progress on ongoing things? What are some other things that are going on? So I'm going to do some other smaller than the big huge announcement I had during the State of the University address, and then I will take any questions that you guys have about what's going on at Signum and what are our plans. Okay, so that's what we're going to come back to, but I will be. I'll take a brief break first. All right. So back soon. Okay. All right, and I'm back, and we are ready to continue. Let's see, there we are. All right. Sorry, looking at my notes. Trying to figure out what segment's next. Of course, Signum University updates. So, let me start first by just reminding you, if you haven't had a chance to make a tax-deductible donation yet, I hope that you'll consider doing so to support Signum University and all of our broadcasts and all the things that we are working to build and moving towards in the future. It's a very exciting time at Signum University, and we need your support as much as we ever have. So I hope that you will consider doing that. Even a small donation is very valuable to us. And of course, a small monthly donation really adds up over time, and a lot of our pretty important expenses are covered by very modest monthly donations made by our kind supporters. So I hope that you will consider doing that. I also want to remind you, if you have made a donation, please send an email to donate@signumu.org. That is donate@signumu.org, and enter yourself in one of our drawings that we're going to be doing later today. And you just mention whichever broadcast you sort of mostly watch, whether it's Exploring the Lord of the Rings or Mythgard Academy or Silmarillion Film Project. You can mention any of them, and we will we'll enter you in the relevant drawing towards because the grand prizes are going to be different for those three drawings. So anyway, just wanted to start with those two reminders before we carry on. Now, on to the updates. So as I said, at the Signum State of the University address on Monday the 7th, I talked about the big news, which is the direction that Signum is going to be going over the next 5 and 10 years, and our plan to branch out into the broader humanities, both at the undergraduate level, building new graduate programs alongside our language and literature program, our current language and literature program, eventually. But also in the short term, quite short term, like starting this coming spring, to be launching our new program called Signum Path, which is our sort of career skills program focused on training folks, helping people with their soft skills, which so often get neglected, especially for people like engineers and programmers who do a lot of training in the hard skills needed to succeed in their careers, but who often perhaps are not as confident as they should be, or not as comfortable as they should be with things like writing and oral communications and stuff like that. So we're going to be we're working on that right away. I'll come back to a little bit more about that at the end. But since I spent all of my time at the State of the University talking about that, and I was thinking when I was planning it, like, oh yeah, maybe I should, like, at the end do a couple little announcements too. But when it came to it, I was just like, no, that's like too anticlimactic. I can do the big, huge reveal and then be like, oh, and P.S. So that's why I decided to do another little segment here to try to address some of the questions that people have had and to update folks on some of the things that have been going on for a while now and that I haven't updated the general public about, and also to answer any questions. So if you have any questions specifically about Signum University, who we are, what we do, what our plans are, let me know, and I'll be happy to answer that when we get to the latter end of this. But go ahead and enter that either in the Twitch chat or the GoToWebinar chat, or the GoToWebinar questions box, that is, or the Talon, and I will be happy to. I'll be happy to answer those questions when we get there. So let me first start talking about the thing that I just alluded to at the end of my conversation with Kay, and that is, we're kind of moving in the direction of the Signum Press. It's a long-term goal for us. Again, I couldn't, in some ways, getting involved in helping to, even in a small way, to help to publish Kay's stuff and to really just, help her to move that forward was something that's in a little way kind of jumping the gun, in that our biggest problem, we have wanted to do a Signum University press for ages and ages. I mean, that's been a desire of many people at Signum for quite some time. And in fact, I think if I had to make a list of like suggestions I've gotten from people, like when people just randomly make suggestions like, you know what you should do at Signum, you should do this, that kind of thing. You should do a press is got to be number one on the list of things. So it's something that a lot of people have thought about. It's something that we've thought a lot about. We haven't done it yet, chiefly just because we don't have the personnel for it. I mean, Signum is still at this time operating on a lot of volunteer labor, and it's just we just don't have the we don't have the personnel to be able to do the kind of, because editing and producing materials is challenging and time consuming, and we just haven't been able to prioritize that at this point, even though it's something we really want. We're getting closer to that, though. So although, as I say, we're kind of jumping out in front a little bit in order to just sort of seize the opportunity to help to publish and promote Kay's material, her wonderful new novel, we are we're not jumping that far out in advance. This is definitely something I can see beginning to take form, and it's connected with another thing which has been somewhat delayed, but which I hope is going to be moving forward soon, which is the Mythgard Miscellany project. Both of them have a similar kind of goal to them. I mentioned, and I won't indulge myself in a rant at this point, but I mentioned before my own personal frustrations about the publishing industry and how I feel like it's in a little bit of a mess. One of the things about it that bothers me most is that it seems to me that a lot of the work that publishers do nowadays, and I can understand why they do, but one of the things that publishers seem to spend a lot of time doing is not publicizing works, but preventing them from being spread, right? Like denying access to people rather than providing access to people. Because of course there's so much concern about internet usage and preserving copyright and preventing people getting, getting extra access to stuff. I understand it's a complicated world, but it frustrates me that so much of the energy of publication companies seems to be in, again, trying to like hold tightly clasped to their chest the things they have the rights over rather than publishing, making it public, right? And that's one of the things that I certainly would like to see our press doing when we do that. And the Mythgard Miscellany as well. The concept of the Mythgard Miscellany is that folks from our community will submit things, ideas. Do you have a video that you want to do, a talk you'd like to give, or there are all kinds of things. I mean, there's so much talent in our community. This is something that has been extremely strongly borne home to me during our regional moots, right? As I've been traveling around the world and going to our regional moots now for 2 years, I have been delighted by all the things that I have heard, by presentations given, things read, papers, given, panel discussions, all these things that I've heard over the last couple years. There's a lot of great stuff. And I'm often standing there at regional moots thinking, man, our audience, our community would love to hear this. We should really, do what we can to get this out, to get this, just to be able to do more, right? So between the Mythgard Miscellany and eventually the Signum Press are two things that I feel are kind of connected. The third thing I guess I would put in there as well is our Signum Symposia. And our Signum Symposia, which we do every now and again, that's more academic, right? Where we will tend to bring in either our master's students or our faculty or other professors and things to sort of, have an academic panel discussion on particular topics. So those are sort of a little bit more strictly academic, whereas the Mythgard Miscellany stuff would be much more, much broader in sort of the kind of its the kind of its content and things like that. And the Signum Press, again, to me, it's sort of a third part of that whole sort of thing. Exactly what are we going to be doing in the Signum Press? What kinds of things are we going to publish and how? I don't see us certainly primarily as a paper publisher. That would be a little bit ironic, right? As Signum has been a digital native institution from the very beginning. So I would primarily see what we do as electronic publishing and as audio publishing and stuff like that. But though we may, have some print on demand stuff for folks who really like to have paper books. And I get it. I understand people who like to have paper books. If I weren't such an audiophile, I would totally be there myself. But I am an audiophile. So there it is. Anyway, so it's just, so in a sense, this is not a very concrete update, but I wanted to let you know that this is something that we're thinking about and that this is something that you can kind of be looking for more updates on in the future. In particular, again, especially following on, Kay's presentation, this is, again, for me, this is seizing the opportunity to kind of leap ahead with that and have this be really, I hope, the harbinger of things to come. And I look forward to the day when we are able to highlight so much more of the talent and the smarts of our community in various different ways, whether it be publishing in some kind of print form or audio form, whether it be hosting in like a sort of a podcast form or coming in to do occasional episodes or panel or discussions or things like that through the Mythgard Miscellany or even through the Signum Symposia. All of these things are things that I hope are going to be definitely picking up over the next year and 2 years. This is something that is it's still kind of in the future, but it's in the near future. So I wanted to begin by emphasizing that. Now to more concrete updates. Credentialing. So this is something we've been talking about. We've been, if you've been listening to my updates and my states of the university addresses for the last year or two, you will know that I've been saying we're in the middle of the credentialing process for some time now, right? We first we passed the first step, our review by the Higher Education Commission in New Hampshire. First voted in August, confirmed in February. I think it was February. There were some stipulations some things they had wanted us to complete before they officially, it was like unofficially, and then it was officially in February of this past year. Anyway, but we've been like in the middle of this process for a while. And I know a lot of people have been asking and wondering, okay, so the plan was, right, do the New Hampshire approval, right, get approval in the state of New Hampshire, and then apply for accreditation, right? So what's the status of that? Now, there are two things that I would say about this. Number one is I can't tell you about that. Like, I'm serious. I really wish I could talk more about this. But it is something that is actively forbidden by accrediting bodies in general. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Anyway, there it is. I understand the reasons why I'm not meant to talk about it much or at all, because there are some unscrupulous persons and institutions who will tend to talk about it in a way which is designed to deceive, basically, which like an institution which has not received accreditation, which will talk about their plans or their expectations or their what have you in a way which kind of implies or conveys like that they are, like leads people to get the impression that they are accredited when they're in fact not. And so the desire to protect against that is something that has been, has led to a lot of strictures in the guidelines for what we can say and what we can't say. And again, I get that and I appreciate that. But of course, all I want to do, I'm very forthcoming with the fact that, we have not yet received our accreditation. I'm not trying to deceive anyone, but I do kind of want to update folks. So this is me kind of walking the narrow path there, trying not to deprive you guys of updates and information, which is useful, and trying not to fall afoul of the restrictions. So that's one reason why I don't talk about this much more than I do. But here's one of the reasons why my initial plan, here was my initial plan, and it was a beautiful initial plan. My initial plan was that the turnaround time between the completion of stage 1, that is the New Hampshire approval process, and the completion, hopefully successful completion, though again, don't know for sure, not promising anything, not predicting anything, just saying. We live in hope, not in certainty. But anyway, my first thought was that the time between those two things, the time between the New Hampshire approval and the completion of the process of applying for accreditation, would be relatively short. Like we produced that whole huge thick book, right? And so it's like, okay, there's some things we're going to need to revise in there, right? But we've got all this material already, so we can kind of turn this around, fire up the next process and get through this pretty efficiently. It's not worked out that way. That's just not the way that reality has occurred. And the primary reason for this, one of the things about Signum, which has been really fun, I don't know how many of you have ever been involved in higher education other than as a student. And you might even have had this experience as a student, though certainly if you have been employed at an institution of higher education, you will have had this experience much more pointedly, I think. And that is, normally, higher education institutions move very slowly, glacially quite often. And this is not surprising given that higher education institutions usually are kind of designed with the preservation of the past and of traditions in mind, rather than the let us be like quick and agile to respond to every new thing. That's not how higher education institutions usually think. Signum's quite different in this way. We do respond to things pretty quickly, and a lot of things can change pretty quickly at Signum when we, as soon as we have like good reason to think that we need to sort of add a new thing or to change a way that we do things or to go, we tend to implement stuff pretty quickly, certainly relative to traditional higher education institutions. So one of the challenges has been, while we, in one sense, right, it would have been ideal if we kind of coasted along in the same place that we were when we wrote our big old book for the state of New Hampshire, right, when we did our review back in mid 2018. So that we could, again, just kind of revise and slightly update the book for the accreditation folks and then send that off, and that would be fine. But that isn't what happened, and that isn't how we've operated, and I don't regret any of that. There's a lot of things that we've been responding to. There's been a lot of really exciting ways in which Signum has been growing over this past year, and then, of course, the opportunities that have emerged just within the last 6 months, 4 months, really, to expand, into our whole new directions. So one of the consequences of this has been that, as I've been going through the documentation and as we're trying to complete the revision of our documentation for the accreditation process, everything keeps changing. And there are so many things. Like, let me give you an example, right? One of the elements that I have to include in, very naturally, totally fine, right, that I have to include in our accreditation documentation is a strategic plan, right? So, I had the plan for the strategic plan. I was, how I was going to, word that and everything. And then, of course, 2 months go by, and now we have like an entirely new strategic plan, right? Because that was like, I started working on the strategic plan before, because that element, the way that element was done was not exactly like New Hampshire, so I had to do a new one, a new thing there. And before I finished writing it, we had an entirely, this new direction. The sort of the birth of the humanities plan really came to pass. And so here I have the strategic plan that I've been working on, which is now like doesn't even include what our actual plan is, right? So I got to go back and do that again. It's just, again, one illustration of the kind of thing that has been happening, and it's been awesome. It's been exciting. This past year, the past 12 months have been just a really, really exciting transitional time for Signum, as we have been growing in really important ways, as we have been preparing for our future, and now we are, beginning to take the first steps into like the next evolution of the school in ways that are just, I cannot even tell you how exciting they are. And they've been developing really fast, and it's been hard to keep up. And oh my goodness, like our handbooks, we have to keep revising like our student handbook and our staff handbook and everything to make sure that they accurately, while we've been like changing a bunch of systems and things. And it's like, oh no, now the handbooks are all out of date again. So it's been a whirlwind, but we are making progress still. Anyway, so that's an explanation for why we've been in the middle of this process so long, but it is certainly something that continues behind the scenes, and I am confident that we will. I will do an announcement when we submit our materials. I'll definitely let you guys know when that happens, so that you can know, like it's happening, and the moment is here. And certainly one of the things that's going to need to happen is. The accreditation process is expensive. So we're going to have a talk about that too when we get there. We still have some money saved up from the donations that were very generously given to our credentialing fund a year and a half ago. So that's really great. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day, but we are moving along, but the primary motion that has been first, really the maturation of Signum in a lot of ways. And a lot of this was coming in response to the New Hampshire approval, by the way. We got a lot of really good feedback from New Hampshire, and a lot of, from the Department of Education and the Higher Education Commission, and a lot of things that they were looking for and wanting to see from us, which have been really, really challenging in good ways to us. So yeah, now I look back at the big book that we submitted to New Hampshire, and instead of just being like, okay, yeah, let's polish this up and change the headings and ship it on out, now I look at this and I'm like, wow, like that feels so naive, right? We have come so much further than that. So it's really exciting. But it's also a lot of work, not only to do, but then to describe, right? So anyway, that's the explanation for where things are. And I hope before too very long, though I can't give you a date, I hope before too long to be making some further progress that I can update you on. So that is the plan. And just as an explanation for those of you who are in Europe and don't really understand the difference of what I'm talking about, in America, accreditation is not run by the government. The accreditation of higher education institutions is all run by private companies in America. And the federal government doesn't approve them at all anyway. It's the states do. So you get approval from the state government, and you get then afterwards approval from the independent private accrediting body. Okay. So I know that sometimes this terminology gets really confusing when some people, I know people like in the UK are like, what do you mean you got approval from the state, but you're not accredited yet? Like, I don't understand, because it's kind of the same thing in the UK. But anyway, so I hope that makes some bit of sense. All right. Next update. So one of the other steps that we have had to make, and this is a really fun New Hampshire element, because this isn't even true in all the states in America. In New Hampshire, it is law that we have to get approved by the Higher Education Commission. They do the whole review, and that's the bit that we did. That's the big part. And in a lot of states, that's the only part. Like, that's it. That's what happens. In New Hampshire, we also have to do we actually have to get a piece of legislation passed through the New Hampshire legislature. We have to have a law, a state law in the books, acknowledging Signum University's existence and officially granting the mandate of the state for us to have degree granting authority. That is part of the system in New Hampshire, part of our requirements. This has been an adventure that I've been on now for almost a full calendar year. It was not quite this time. It's still October, so it's not election day yet. But since last November, I have been working on getting a bill passed through our legislature to have this done. First finding people to sponsor our bill and get it put in, and then it had to go through, and there was, oh my goodness, I won't even bore you with all the details. It passed, many of you will remember that it was passed unanimously through the Senate, the Senate Education Committee was super excited about it. It passed on the floor of the Senate, which was excellent and great. Some of you might remember my Twitter updates that day as I was sitting in the viewing balcony as the Senate was in session down there below me, and I was sitting there squatting on this little chair, surrounded by the entire fourth grade of like one of the middle schools. It was I think it was the fourth grade, of one of the schools out on the coast in New Hampshire. So I was like hip deep in like 9-year-olds sitting there, waiting for the bill to get passed. And all the kids are looking up at me like, who's the weird old guy? And why is he sitting here? Anyway, that was fun. And that all worked out. Then it has to go to the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives in the state of New Hampshire, by the way, fun fact, is the third largest representative legislative body in the world. Like there are only 2 parliamentary bodies on planet Earth that are bigger than the New Hampshire State House of Representatives. And those are the House of Commons over in Britain and the House of Parliament in India. So House of Commons, the Indian Parliament, and then the State House of Representatives in the state of New Hampshire. It's a ridiculous size. We have about 1 representative for every 1,500 to 2,000 people in the state. Like we have lots of representation in New Hampshire, but oh man, the House. So anyway, there was a great deal of confusion and shenanigans and all kinds of things and a long series of delays. I have had, I don't even know how many times I've been up to Concord, which is the capital of New Hampshire, in the last 6 months, meeting with House people, talking about things and stuff. But we have had a positive turn. I had a meeting with them. They had not exactly a hearing. It was a working session technically, but I was there speaking, and as were a couple other people. Yes, the House of Representatives in the state of New Hampshire is larger than the U.S. House of Representatives. That is correct. Yes, it is. And Deathman, it's kind of an expensive government, but not really, because the members of the House of Representatives are only paid $100 a year for their service. So they don't really pull a big salary. So, it doesn't cost all that much. But anyway, New Hampshire is a little odd in several different ways, but absolutely the state of New Hampshire House of Representatives is bigger than the United States House of Representatives. Strange, but true. Anyhow, so, but there's been good news. Well, I feel like David Tennant. Well, when I say good news, I mean, it's not all career politicians. Oh no. Not professionals, exactly. Anyway, Yeah, no, Deathman, I don't think we overpay for the bureaucrats either. I have to admit. Actually, I would kind of let I'd be willing to have my tax rate go up a little bit to improve some of that, in fact. But, whatever. Anyway, so there's been, we had a really good session back in September, and I feel that much progress was made. There's actually, I was a little bit frustrated by the timing of this, because I wanted to be able to give concrete news in the update. But actually, in only a couple of days, the middle of this coming week, the House is going to be meeting. The House Education Committee is going to be meeting again in executive session. So I think they're going to be having another vote on our bill, Signum Bill 138, relative to the degree granting authority of Signum University. It's happening still. So it's been this long saga, but it's all good. It's been an enlightening process, and I'm really positive on like where things are and where things are going now, and I'm hoping to have good news sooner rather than later on this point. I don't even know when exactly the timeline is for when the bill will officially be signed into law by the governor, assuming it passes and then gets, because it's still got a couple steps it's got to go through, and the legislature does not move swiftly. But anyway, this is... but that's the other thing that's been going on, and I know some of you have been sort of following that and been asking about that. So yes, the bill is alive, and it was retained in committee so that we could talk about it more, and talk about it more we have. We should be, I'm hoping, moving forward on that soon, but we'll see. Okay. The other thing I wanted to go back to the Signum Path program. That is our career skills program that we're launching soon. The plan is to do a soft launch for the Signum Path program in January. Now, again, I gave more detail about this in the State of the University address. This is more kind of a little bit of a teaser, I guess, if you haven't watched that. If you have, this is a little supplementary information, because I gave an example of 3 of the badges that we are planning to offer. That is, these are groups of little short mini courses that come together to make a skill badge, right? That's the way that we are grouping our courses in the Signum Path program. And I wanted to give a fuller version of a fuller explanation of the badges that we are offering for a couple different reasons. So first, let me just I won't read it all out. You can, it's there on the screen. But I will tell you the badges. So the badges are oral communication, basic writing, theory of knowledge, critical analysis, career skills, and interpersonal skills. Those are the 6 areas that we're going to begin with. We'll be adding more areas and perhaps some more advanced things also as we go down the road. But that's where we're going to start. And again, the idea, as I said, this is a soft launch. The idea, as I mentioned before, the fundamental concept of the Signum Path program is that we know that there are a lot of people who have been undertrained in soft skills. The humanities are super useful for learning how to do things like write, speak, communicate, argue, present, and things like that. And a lot of times, especially this has been really a direction that education has been going in, and not only here in America, of really specializing, right? Like, you're being prepared for this particular career, so we're going to focus on, the specific skills and the specific bodies of knowledge that you really are going to need, the hard skills, for whatever field you're going to be working in, and less and less focus being given on the humanities skills, which are useful for everywhere, and it's so often true. And this is something I've heard again and again, that Those hard skills will get you in the door, right? But if you want to actually thrive in your career, how do you differentiate yourself from all of the other workers, in the cubicles, from everybody else? How do you put yourself forward for advancement? Well, by being a really good communicator, by being a clear writer, by having strong interpersonal skills and career skills. These are the things that really set people apart. Anyway, yeah, so that's definitely something that we're really excited to offer to people. The way that we're going to be started, so there are two ways primarily that we're looking to begin this program. Down the road, and not too far down the road, like by next fall. So by August or September of 2020, we're planning to do just an open registration so that anybody, we'll post a schedule for when these courses, leading up to the badges, are going to be offered so that anybody can sign up for them at any time. We're going to start with a more limited launch. And the target of the limited launch are essentially towards groups of people or towards organizations that can feed sort of a stream of people in so that we can, rather than just kind of trying to bring everybody in off the street at the beginning. That's very demanding for a new program. So the two models that we're looking at the very beginning are first identifying corporations, where at a company, like, you're a boss at a company or a boss at a company which is struggling with this, right? Where you really wish your team were better at some of these things and you're looking for like professional development programs that can really help to enrich some of these areas for your team of people. For a company like that, in a position like that, then we can customize a program based on, what you guys do in your office, the kinds of projects that you guys work on, specifically the skills. Obviously, we can kind of mix and match different badges to kind of build together the kind of program that will be most relevant to your employees. Anyway, that's one of the models. And the other model is, again, if you're an organization which might not have a group of people that you sort of customize a whole set of classes for, but might just sort of be in a position where you would want to refer individual people. One of the examples of this that we are going to be beginning with are educational programs. This is one of the things that really jumped out to me in conversations I was having with a few Silicon Valley folks. One of the big things in tech education these days is computer programming boot camps, because there are a lot of people who want to get programming skills so they can go out and get software development jobs. Because there are a lot of jobs out there and there are too few programmers for them. So, people will enroll in an intensive short-term program that will give them the skills that they need to qualify for these jobs. But they only give them those skills, right? They don't give them anything else because it's really, really focused on the primary skills, the hard skills. So what I would like to do with the Signum Path program is to kind of come alongside those programs and say, hey, we're sure there are graduates that you have that are going off into the workplace who could really benefit from some of these skills, right? Adding this to their skill set so that they're able to find a better job, that they're able to make themselves more attractive at the beginning, that they're able to succeed better in their jobs once they get their jobs. And that's something that's really good for the school, and it's really good for the students, and it's really good for us. So that's definitely one of the things that we are interested in and working with. Anyway. But that doesn't have to just be a school. I mean, it can be, there are, I'm sure, other kinds of organizations, say, for instance, like professional organizations, right? Like, membership in a professional organization, they might want to refer their members to our program, for instance. And that could be something we could talk about, a referral relationship with them. So those are the kinds of things that we're looking to begin with. So the first thing, just sort of generally informing you about this new program that we're launching that I am super excited about. But if there are any of you who, any of you who are listening now or who are listening to the recording, who have, who know of any organizations that might be interested in participating in this, do you work at a company where you're thinking about this kind of professional development, or, is this something you're just looking around at your team and you're like, yeah, my engineers could really use this? Reach out and let's talk about that. Just send an email to info@signumu.org and we'll definitely talk about it. And yeah, Matthias, I see your question up there. Matthias was asking, is the target audience primarily native English speakers? Matthias, yes, but it certainly doesn't have to be. I mean, we're definitely willing to work with non-native English speakers. Matthias, is your company a Swedish company? Am I remembering that correctly? Are you in Sweden? Is that right? Because if so, we might actually be able to. You might be in luck because we might be able to hook you up with a bilingual instructor, actually, English-Swedish bilingual instructor. If I am remembering correctly that you are a Swedish company. So yeah. No, that's great. Yeah, we employ people from all over too. So anyway, whatever. Yeah, we can definitely talk about that. Send us an email and we'll see what we can work out. That would be cool. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that we are planning to run. I don't have exact details on this yet, but in the latter parts of the year, like so in like November, December, maybe January, we're wanting to launch a beta program where we're just going to run a couple of these courses really on a beta level to kind of work through them, get some feedback and get people's input and stuff. If you're interested in participating in the beta, let me know. Send an email. Several people have emailed us already, which is great. And we have a list there, but we're happy to add to it. So if you just as an individual are interested in participating in a beta version of one of these courses, we're not going to offer them all on a beta basis, but we will have a few. So yeah, definitely let us know. And again, send an email to info@signumu.org. For that. Yeah, great. So Caleb, that's an interesting question. Caleb Konopka is asking, have I thought about high schools, especially those with a technical ed pathway where kids leave ready for the workforce? Vaguely so far. It is something I would definitely think about pursuing, and I agree. Those kinds of programs, in particular schools, which really focus on technical training and again, with the plan of sort of releasing people directly into the workforce. That does seem like that would be a really profitable partnership. Caleb, if you can think of any examples, or certainly if you know somebody involved. I mean, I remember, Caleb, that you're yourself a teacher. So, I mean, if your school is a school like this, or if you know people at a school like this, I'd certainly be interested to chat with them and see if that was a thing that we could sort of work out. But that's a really interesting suggestion. Okay, cool. Let me ask other questions. So Margon was asking, how many students are enrolled in our university? That's a good question. So right now, so let me explain first where our university is. Signum University right now has one degree program, our master's degree in language and literature. Signum University is, as far as I know, unique. I don't know of any other university that has started up the way that Signum has started up. That is, from scratch, with no funding, and just crowdsourced and crowdfunded, essentially. Our university has been a group of people who have gotten together because they love to learn. It grew originally out of my Tolkien Professor podcast, and people there who are really enthusiastic about learning more. And from that, we developed a master's degree in language and literature with a focus on Tolkien studies. That focus of which has expanded in recent years, so that now we do especially Germanic philology, the history of Germanic languages, and as well as other, not just Tolkien, but other forms of fantasy and science fiction literature, as well as some medieval and Renaissance literature as well. That's kind of the niche that we have occupied. Even so, it's a sort of a sub niche within the world of literary studies and linguistic studies. And those are our niches, which we have delighted to occupy over the last few years, and which we shall continue occupying forever. But again, so we started off that way, and so that is our only program. It has been our only program to this point. We have between 80 and 90 people. We have between 80 and 90 people in our master's degree program currently, which is, again, it's funny because, again, we have this one little program, right? So, like, when you say our university has 80 to 100 students, that's not a huge university by any stretch, but it's actually quite a large master's degree program in literature. It's way bigger than the one I was in at Columbia when I was in grad school, which only had about 20 master's degree students. So anyway, yeah, it's in our world, it's a pretty big program, and given especially the focus of our niche, we have the only thriving and growing Germanic philology program in the world that I know of. Not that there aren't others out there, but we're the only ones growing. As I say, they're shrinking everywhere else. We're growing. Let's see. So can you put the MA on your business card along with your other degrees? Absolutely. You certainly can. Now, I say that. Of course you can. However, very few of our students get the degree in order to do something with it, right? Almost all of our master's degree students are getting their master's degree with us because they love to study this material and they have longed to study it seriously, not because it's going to give them some professional advantage. There are some who do. There are some who have taken our master's degree and gone on to PhD programs. There are some who have taken our master's degree program and have had it benefit them in other ways, because now they can put MA on their business card, and that has helped them in various ways, and that's great. So yeah, that kind of thing certainly does happen, but certainly with our MA program, that's never been the number one reason why we've done it. In this way, we're like the opposite of a diploma mill, right? A diploma mill is a place which just churns out degrees and doesn't really care if you learn anything or not, right? We're like the opposite of that. We are a place where you come to learn things, and the degree is sort of icing on the cake. At least, that's been certainly the case in our master's degree program. This new step forward into our humanities programs, the Signum Path program, this sort of general professional development and career skills program that we're beginning with. On top of that, we are planning to build an undergraduate interdisciplinary humanities program, which should be launching not this coming year, but the year after, if all goes according to plan. And then, beyond that, additional graduate programs, master's degrees, and PhDs in other humanities fields. So we plan to expand to fill a much broader humanities role. My personal challenge as an educator, as president of Signum, what I want to try to do is just as we have formed a kind of shelter for Germanic philology. As I say, it's dwindling everywhere else. People are shutting down Germanic philology programs at universities across the world, and here it's thriving, right? Similarly, the humanities is struggling everywhere around the world, and schools are shutting down humanities departments across the world. And I want to create a shelter for it where it will thrive and continue to thrive for the indefinite future. Anyway, so that's a little background on who we are and where we're going. Any last questions before I shift to our next event? Not to mention, remind myself of our next event. Oh, it is our next trivia competition is coming next. Awesome. Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, thank you guys for that. Now, let us do Mythgard Academy Trivia, the Mallory version, right? Okay. Oh, Morgan is asking, would our MA program be a good foundation for an aspiring author? Absolutely. Kay Ben Abraham, who is just here and is publishing her first novel, is a student in our MA program, and that is actually one of the biggest demographics among our people, our writers who are sort of in this world and want to study. It's one of the main reasons for people to want to study it. Absolutely. Okay, cool. Are you ready for some Arthurian action? Okay, so now it's going to be open book. All right. This is gonna be open book. Oh, sorry, Morgan's last question. Signum is not. We are not religiously affiliated in any way. We are not an explicitly Christian university. I know, yeah, Tolkien had a strong Christian bent, but yes, we are not. We have no religious affiliation at Signum University. Okay. All right. So you guys ready? You guys ready for Mallory? First, let me show you the prizes. So we'll do the same system we did last time. For those of you who missed that, we did. What did we do? We did about 20 questions, 21 questions actually. And we, yeah, thank you, Aslan's Compass. I won't forget to turn off the webinar. So we're going to, yes, 21 questions, 3 points for the one who gets the right answer first, 2 points for the one who gets it second, and 1 point for the one who gets it third. I'm gonna leave this open book, right? It's okay to cheat and look it up in the text if you've got your text of Mallory with you. Of course, if you know it off the top of your head, you're gonna beat everybody, right? So that's kind of a given. Let's see. Let me get my trivia questions ready here. I got my spreadsheet with my trivia questions. Oh yes, love the Mallory questions. Okay. All right, so I'm ready to enter my results. Great. Okay. All right. And I am going to turn off the audio on GoToWebinar. So if you are here in GoToWebinar, I'm going to shut off the audio because if I don't, you guys will get the audio like 10 seconds earlier than the folks who are just on Twitch, which is totally not fair. That's right, Karita, I got you. I got your whispers there. You did it correctly. Okay, so send a whisper to Signum U. So type /whisper space Signum U space what you want to type. Okay. There are different ways in which you can pop out like a private chat between you and me or something, depending on what system you're using and how you're interacting with Twitch. And yes, don't forget, don't post answers. Don't even make jokes and stuff about the answers in the main chat because we don't want spoilers and things. Okay. You guys ready? All right. Question number 1. And now remember, these are all questions from Sir Thomas Malory's Morte d'Arthur. Okay. So if I ask a question which like has an answer in like Sir Gawain and the Green Knight that's different, not relevant. Okay. These are from Mallory. We spent, 36 weeks talking about this book cover to cover over this past year. So this is total payoff for that. Okay, so I'm muting my audio now and GoToWebinar. All right, there we go. Excellent. Here we go. First question. Hang on, let me put that aside. Put this over here. Shrink that down a little bit. I'm just making sure I can see the results everywhere. appropriately. Okay, first question. How did King Uther die? How did King Uther die? From way back in the beginning of the story. How did King Uther Pendragon die? Okay. No, got 3 answers, but no one has the right answer yet. Yes, Aslan's compass. That is correct. Well, the first half is. I'll give it to you. Okay. No. No. Not exactly. No. 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 No, and Sam, it was not, in fact, an embarrassing slip on a dog toy on his way to the bathroom. Though it's close to that. He did not die in battle. He did not die in battle. Yes! Karita, you've got it. Yes. 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 Sakaya, you have it there too. Good. Excellent. The answer is he died of illness in bed. It was really kind of embarrassing. He fell sick, which is especially echoes the way that he fell sick of love and got into all kinds of trouble that way too. So yes, poor Uther Pendragon died an ignominious death of sickness in bed. He was not, in fact, turned into a newt, though that probably would have been in its way less ignominious. Okay. Second question. With what weapon does Sir Balin strike the dolorous stroke? With what weapon does Sir Balin strike the dolorous stroke? The dolorous stroke is a big deal, right? Lots of people just died, a whole country devastated when the dolorous stroke was struck by the hapless Sir Balin. Yes. Okay. I'm going to be a little specific there. Okay, good. JJ, you had it first, and Sakaya, and there's somebody else over there that had it. Oh, darn it. Yes, Phil, it was you. Okay. Yes, it was JJ and then Sakaya and then Phil. Okay. And Phil. Great. Okay. Answer. The spear that killed the spear of Longinus, the spear that was thrust into the side of Christ while he was on the cross. That is the spear with which the dolorous stroke was struck. Okay. Sir Lancelot, in his earlier travels, meets a knight named Sir Pedivere, who, right in front of Lancelot, decapitates his own wife. Sir Pedivere decapitates his own wife, right in front of Lancelot. Lancelot's going to kill him, and he spares him. What does he require him to do? What does Lancelot require Sir Bedivere, the knight who decapitated his own wife, to do? Anybody remember good old Sir Bedivere? No. Yes, Sakai, a little bit more detail. Ooh, that's tricky, Aslan's Compass. You're technically correct, but that's not what Lancelot told him to do. Yes, and Karita, you too. You're right on the first part, but then the second part was not Lancelot. Exactly. Karita, you've got it. So it's sort of a two-part thing. He's got to take something to somebody. He's got to bear something to somebody else. Exactly, Karita. It's kind of tricky. Yeah. Aslan's Compass, I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you because that's really close. Anyone else remember Sir Bedivere? No, JJ, he doesn't become a hermit, though that's a really good guess, right? I know like the three default answers, right? When you don't know the answer is he became a hermit, he got unhorsed, and she got decapitated, right? But anyone else remember? Oh yeah, you did the whisper thing wrong there. You got to put the slash before the W, and then it would have worked fine. Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, I'm going to call this one then. The correct answer is to take his wife's corpse and bring it to Queen Guinevere. Lancelot always sends folks to Queen Guinevere. She then, in turn, says that he's got to bear the corpse of his wife to Rome. He has to take a pilgrimage to Rome with the corpse of his wife and do penance there. So technically, it is not. Technically, it is not Lancelot who sends him to Rome. But anyway, okay. All right, next one. Who is the most loyal and amusing jokester on the round table? Which knight is the most loyal friend and the most amusing jokester on the round table? One of my personal favorite knights. No. He's pretty loyal too, Rowan, but Catriona, he thinks he's funny, but he's not nearly as funny. And Aslan's Compass, yeah, other people think he's funny, but he doesn't think that he's funny. Yes, Sakaya, you've got it. Yeah. Actually, I think you spelled it right too. Yeah. Spelled it just fine. No, Rowan, he's more tragic than amusing. Which night would you, dress up in like a lady's dress over top of your armor and challenge to combat that way? Yes, Zach. Him. Anyone else remember? Particular friend of both Tristram and Lancelot? Used to give both of them no end of a hard time, especially when they decided that they wanted to go attack somebody 1 on 30. Yes, Rowan, exactly. Sir Dinadan. Sir Dinadan. He is so much fun. Love Sir Dinadan. One of the only people who makes jokes, who causes Guinevere to literally roll on the floor laughing. Like, there's a scene in Mallory where Guinevere ROFLs because of a joke that Sir Dinadan makes. Okay. Name all 4 of them. Let's do that. What are the 4 colors of the knights that Sir Gareth does combat with? I won't even make you do them in order, but I want all 4 colors. I want all 4 colors. Yes, Catriona, you've got it. And Sakaya and Zach. Good. Okay. All right. Excellent. Yep. And the answer was in order: black, green, red, blue. Yes. Very good. All of whom are brothers, of course. And Sir Gareth defeats them all. What is the special property of Excalibur's scabbard? What is the special property of Excalibur's scabbard? Excalibur's scabbard, a highly desirable object. Yes, JJ, you've got it. Catriona, yes. And Sakaya, good. Okay. Great. And the answer is you will not bleed. You will lose no blood as long as you have the scabbard on you. It is even more valuable. Even more valuable than the sword, we are told. Okay. Whoever holds it shall never lack for waffles. I like that. That sounds like a very useful magical weapon. Okay. Where does Galahad sit at the round table? Where does Galahad sit at the round table? It's an easy one, right? It's an easy one if you attended class. Well, in his chair is technically correct. Yes, Catriona. Zach, I don't think I can give you credit for that. Sakaya, yes. Yes, Rowan, but which one was it? Oh, okay, Phil got it. Okay, so, Yeah, so that was, who got it first? Catriona, Sakaya, and then Phil. Okay, good. All right. If you are Sir Percival, how do you unmask a devil who might be disguised as, say, a beautiful and naked woman? If you are Sir Percival, how do you unmask a devil who might be disguised as, say, a beautiful and naked woman? What would you do in such a situation? No, JJ, that's not the right answer. Close, Sakaya. Close. Not quite. There's a thing that he does. Yes, that's it. That's it. Sakaya, you've got it. Aslan's compass. Yes, good. Anyone else? JJ's answer was behead her. That's not how you do it. What do you do? There's a beautiful naked woman, but you have a sinking suspicion it's actually a demon. How do you find out? This is important life knowledge, people. Nobody else knows? Oh, Aslan's compass. The first one is the one that answered. Hey, Gladys, you got it. You got it, Gladys. The answer is cross yourself. Of course, you cross yourself and demons go up in smoke. At least they always do when Sir Percival crosses himself, which he does with some regularity, and it always works. Life lessons learned from Sir Percival. Okay. What does Sir Balin do when he is confronted by the Lady of the Lake before Arthur's throne? What does Sir Balin do when he is confronted by the Lady of the Lake before King Arthur's throne? Yes, Catriona. Yes, Zach. And yes, Rowan, that's it. Answer? He decapitates her, of course. Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, he swaps her head off. Absolutely. See, look at that. One of the default answers turned out to be right. Yeah, decapitates the Lady of the Lake, would you believe? His first big day in court. Off goes the head of the Lady of the Lake. So she comes to the court because she's just given Excalibur to Arthur, right? And Arthur has promised her payment. Like he's promised to give her anything. He made a rash vow. So I'll give you anything you ask. So she shows up and she's like, Arthur, I have come to collect. And Balin is there. And he just goes up and lops off her head. Completely shocking, stunning turn of events. Okay. In what form would you expect to see a random prophecy of the future out in the countryside? In what form would you expect to see a random prophecy of the future out in the countryside? This is pretty standard, right? Yes, Zach, you've got it. Yes, JJ, you've got it too. Ooh, that's a good answer, Sakai, but not quite right. Yes, Karita, you've got it. The answer is carved in gold lettering on something or other, often a tomb, but carved in gold lettering on something by Merlin. This is what he does. Merlin goes around and writes in gold lettering on monuments and things, random rocks, all that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Giving out spoilers was pretty much Merlin's full-time job. All right. What is Queen Guinevere off doing when she is captured by Sir Meliagant? Queen Guinevere gets captured by Sir Meliagant, who has unwholesome designs on her. What was she doing at the time when she was captured? Sakaya, you've got it. Catriona, you were very close, but there's an important word to describe what she was doing. Yes, Karita, you've got it. And, wait, yeah, okay, sorry. Aslan's Compass, you confused me with the multiple answers again. Yes, your first answer there is correct. Maying. She's maying. Exactly like, by the way, Prince Rillian's mom is doing in The Silver Chair when she is killed by the serpent. She also is attacked, slain in this case, during a maying party. But of course, maying is really important because that is in the context of the whole month of May passage, right, that we talked about a whole lot, as you may remember. Okay. How does Sir Palomides bring shame to himself at the tournament at Lonazep? It's the last big tournament of those tournaments in the middle of the book. It's the one where Sir Palomides, after like winning he like had his best day, right, on the first day. And then on the last day, he ends up like running away from the field in this like suicidal rage and throws his armor in the fountain and tries to drown himself. Yes, Zach, Catriona, not quite Karita. Yes, Aslan's Compass, yes. Okay, so what did I say? Zach, Catriona, and Aslan's Compass. Okay. Okay, good. And the answer is not staying on the same side as his companions. He came in with Tristram and the others, and he fights against Tristram and the others. They all stay together. He doesn't stay with them because of his envy of Tristram and his desire to oppose him. And he earns great shame by not sticking with his companions. Absolutely. Okay, good. What plans does Helois the sorceress have for Lancelot after she's killed him? She plans to kill him. But what does she plan to do after that? Killing Lancelot is step 1. What is step 2? And possibly 3. Yes, JJ and Catriona have it. Yes, Sakaya, that is disturbing and correct. Absolutely. Necrophilia is in fact her plan. That is her strategy. Necrophilia. Though I would have accepted also taxidermy and then necrophilia, because I think that might have been involved as part of the plan as well. Yes. Well, no, not have his babies, technically. I don't think that progeny was in the offing at that point. But yes. That's the plan. That's the plan. Oh, just one of my favorite incidents in that entire book. Okay, next. Who draws the sword from the stone that floats downstream to the court one fine Pentecost day? Who draws the sword from the stone that floats downstream to the court one fine Pentecost day? Sakaya, yes. JJ, yes. And Ashen My Tomatoes, nope, that's not quite right. Rowan, yes. Okay, so I said it was Sakaya and then JJ, right? Yes, and then Rowan. Good. Yes, the correct answer is Galahad. Galahad is the one who draws the sword from the stone. And when you say three people's names at once, Phil, I have no idea how to give you credit for that. Yes. Galahad is the one. Anybody remember whose sword it is? Whose sword he draws from the stone? Little bonus question. That won't count. That's really obscure. Balin, Sir Balin, who struck the dolorous stroke. He was the one whose sword gets put in the stone by Merlin. Good, right? Oh, man, Sakai and Catriona are all over it. Very good. That was just a bonus. Okay. When the Grail appears at Arthur's court, what miracle occurs? Not counting the vision of the Grail itself, but when the Grail appears at King Arthur's court, a miracle happens. What is the miracle? Good. Catriona, that is correct. Karina, that is correct. There's something else too, but you're right about that. Yes, Aslan's Compass, that's right. Sakaya, I think you are thinking of the second time, but yes. Okay, so Catriona got it. And Karita and Aslan's Compass. Catriona and Karita and Aslan's Compass. Okay, good. The correct answer is a gorgeous fragrance fills the room and everyone is served with the food and drink that they liked best in the world. Yeah, that's the primary miracle of its occurring. Okay, just a couple more. You guys are doing great. Who is the well-informed damsel who bleeds to death voluntarily on the Grail quest? Who is the well-informed damsel who bleeds to death voluntarily on the Grail quest? And when I say well-informed, she is extremely well-informed. Things past, things future, she knows it all. Yes, Catriona, you got it again. You were on a roll, Catriona. And Sakaya and Zach, yes. Good. Answer is Sir Percival's sister. Percival's sister, who seems to be like Galahad's soulmate. Of course, they both die virgins, but that's what you do when you're a Grail Knight. Yeah, the sister of that guy. That's the one. Yep. Percival's sister. That's it. Okay. How does Guinevere find out that Lancelot is in bed with Elaine in the next room from her? So there's Lancelot. Next room over. Sleeping with Elaine, Galahad's mom. Guinevere finds out. How does she find out? Well, that is true, JJ, but that is not how she finds out. Yes. Sakaya, yes, that is correct. More specifically, Karina, you're on the right track. Similarly, Aslan's Compass, you're on the right track, but that's not quite. More specifically. Zach, I think that might be a little too specific, but yes, is correct though, nevertheless. Okay, so several people have said that she overhears them. That is true, but what specifically does she overhear? She doesn't just overhear embarrassing noises or something. It's not like moaning that she hears through the wall. What does she hear through the wall? Nope, she does not catch them in the act. Well, I mean, she catches them in bed later on, but that's not how she finds out that he's there. She already knows. That's why she bursts in. No. Yes. Aslan's Compass, that is right. He talks in his sleep. Lancelot has been known to clatter in his sleep. He talks in his sleep habitually. She hears him talking, and it's like afterwards, and they're both asleep in the other room, and he starts talking in his sleep, and specifically he's talking about her, Guinevere, which is super awkward. So she hears Lancelot talking about her through the wall from Elaine's room. Very awkward situation. Okay. This is a challenging one, but we spent a while on this in class, so I'm hoping you can remember this one. Name one of the two things that Mallory as narrator assured us about Guinevere when he makes his little mention of Guinevere. The narrator interrupts. It's in that month of May passage that I was talking about. And he tells us two things. He assures us of two things about Guinevere. Name one of them. JJ, yes. Sakaya, yes. Good. And Katriana, excellent. Very good. That was a hard one. And the answer that all three of them gave, which is correct, is that she had a good end. The other is that she was a true lover. She was a true lover, and she had a good end. Those are the two things we are told about Guinevere, both of which are frankly a little bit of a surprise at that time when he says it to us. Okay, three more. How does Sir Lamorak die? Sir Lamorak. How does poor Sir Lamorak die? It's slightly tricky because it happens off stage, but then again, people talk about it a whole lot, so. Yes, Katriana, you've got it. And Sakaya and Zach. Good. Good. Answer, he is murdered by the Orkney boys. By Gawain and his brothers. Murdered by Gawain and his brothers. Yep. Penultimate question. Who appears in a vision to warn Arthur not to fight Mordred? Who appears in a vision to warn Arthur not to fight Mordred? Sakai, you've got it. Everyone else who has guessed is incorrect so far. Nope. Phil, yes, Aslan's Compass, that's it. Who appears in a vision to warn Arthur not to fight Mordred the next day? No, that's the kind of thing Merlin would have done in life. And you'd think the kind of thing he might have left carved on a convenient stone nearby. But he is not the person who appears in a vision to Arthur. It is a dead guy. It's a dead guy. But by that point in the book, there are a lot of the guys who are dead. Yes. Yes. Ashen my tomatoes. Yes. That's it. Sir Gawain. It is Sir Gawain who shows up and warns him. So by the way, I was really tempted to ask the following trick question. How many sons of Queen Morgause does Lancelot kill? But then I was like, oh man, because then like, do we count Gawain or not? Because Gawain is like, I died of the old wound that Lancelot gave me, but of course he dies in battle miles away, you know? So I'm like, okay, I won't do that one. That would just be mean. All right, last question. Queen Guinevere is accused of murdering a knight by what means? She is accused of murdering a knight by what means? Yes. Zach, you've got it. Sakaya and Catriona. Zach, Sakaya, and Catriona. Good job. Okay, and that is all the questions. Strong work. The answer, of course, was a poisoned apple. Poisoning an apple at the feast that she was hosting to try to smooth things over, right? Yeah, that did not go well at all. Very good. Wow, Sakaya, you were on fire. Several you were just all over the place on this. This is going to be close here. Strong work. Excellent. Good job. Good job, everybody. Well, that was good. You guys remembered those pretty well. I didn't stump the panel very often. Excellent. Cool. Very good. Oh, did I ever show you what the I didn't even show you what the prizes were, do I? I should show you. Here are the prizes you can choose from if you win. Maybe this would have induced more, stronger activity had you known. You can choose your chivalry and romance coloring book, which also looks pretty cool. An Excalibur, I think that's a letter opener. And you'll notice that the Excalibur letter opener comes with a sheath, right? Which I don't think is guaranteed to prevent bleeding. But, it does come with a scabbard, so that's really useful. Sir reappearing in this campaign, a.k.a. the Black Knight. We gave away that pin last year, too, and it's just like too awesome not to give away again. So the Black Knight from the Holy Grail with his limbs chopped off. And of course, 4 empty halves of coconut, technically. Anyway, there you go. Those are the prizes that our top 3 scorers will be able to choose from, and the grand prize winner will also be able to choose an anytime audit of a course of your choice or a free ticket to the regional moot of your choice. Your options. So awesome! Thank you guys who participated in our trivia contest. I'm going to turn my volume back on and go to webinar. Okay, hello folks who are listening in GoToWebinar. So there we are. Okay, so we are done with our trivia competitions. I have the results of the Tolkien trivia, which I can give you, which was very close. Here are the winners of the Tolkien trivia competition. The top prize goes to Mary. Congratulations, Mary, in the Talon. You won the Tolkien trivia competition, grand prize. Second prize went to Rowan of Gondor. Strong work, Rowan. And the third prize went to JJ. Oh, well, sorry, we had a tie. We had a 2-way tie for third place between JJ and Aslan's Compass. So there you go. We end up having 4 total winners. So we'll give away 4 of our Tolkien prizes. And we will have the results. After the next segment, I will give the results, hopefully, of the Arthurian, trivia. So cool. All right. Well, our next segment here today. Let me get my windows straightened up here. Okay. Yes. Oh, and I do want to emphasize, for those of you who won prizes, this, of course, will go to people who win our drawings as well. For those of you who won prizes, please do send us an email, because we might not have your proper contact information. Especially, we're not going to be able to get much through Twitch there. So if you won, send us an email. Send an email to donate@signumu.org. And we will, we'll give you your information. So yeah, there you go. That's right. Aslan's Compass just asked what the winners have to do, and Ethelwald says, find the Holy Grail. So true. So true. Well, that's just the winners of the Mallory one. Okay. You have to achieve the Grail. That's it. Okay. Excellent. So, no, multiple winners can choose the same prize. So yeah, we don't have just one of these that we can give away. Any of the winners can choose any of the prizes. Yeah. Excellent. Cool. Yeah, no, Matthias, it is my goal not to be still streaming when you wake up. It's for people in Europe who are signing off. Wait, I don't think I'll still be streaming when you wake up. That's the plan. We have 2 segments left today. So our next segment is going to be Mythgard Academy's special session on the classic Doctor Who. And then after that, my my LOTRO mini marathon. I'm going to be able to go for a couple hours or so. Not a huge one like I did a couple weeks back, but I want to do a little more. So, yeah, Druid's Fire. My goal is for you to lose that bet, but we'll see. We'll see how I do. All right. So let's go ahead on into the next segment here, which is segment on the classic Doctor Who. So as I explained earlier on, I did a Twitter poll yesterday asking what people would want me to do. So I decided kind of spontaneously that I wanted to do this, and gave people a choice of 4 series that I've been watching over the past year. And those were classic Doctor Who, Babylon 5, Stranger Things, and Game of Thrones. And classic Doctor Who won. So, of course, I only had 26 seasons to choose from. I was delighted to talk about classic Doctor Who. I decided, rather than trying to do like a kind of a big survey, I chose a particular, not one single episode, but one particular episode series to do. Choosing was hard. I got a bunch of suggestions on Twitter, which were very, very helpful. I decided I definitely wanted to do a Tom Baker one, because Tom Baker, right, is Tom Baker. So that seemed like the thing to do, clearly. I was a little tempted to do a Sylvester McCoy, because he's my second favorite of the classic Doctors. I really love McCoy. anyway, that's, but so I decided definitely to do a Baker. And then within that, I decided to do one of the kind of central pivotal, Doctor Who villains. So I decided to do the Genesis of the Daleks. That's what we're going to do today, is the Genesis of the Daleks, which was a 6-episode series in Tom Baker's first series. So the first season of the 4th Doctor, near the end of that season, was the Genesis of the Daleks. It is not the first time the Daleks have appeared by any stretch, but it is the one where we learn about how the Daleks came to be. So that's what I'm going to talk about. But first I wanted to share something with you, because I wanted to share with you why I'd never watched Doctor Who until I was like 40 years old. This is the answer. This is from an episode just earlier in that season, season 12, Tom Baker's first season. And it's from the first episode, second episode of, I think, The Ark in Space, is what is the title of the episode series. And, oh my goodness. I was a kid. I was like 6. Okay. And I was flipping through like my old chunk, turn the channels TV, black and white TV that I still had. No, it was a color TV. We'd gotten rid of the black and white TV. So I was 6. I couldn't have been older than 6 or 7, because I remember which house I was living in at the time. And I flipped onto PBS, and Doctor Who was on, and I knew it was Doctor Who. And almost right after I turned it on, this guy opens a cabinet, and this huge bug right here, like this is the scene, the huge bug like falls right for you. This like enormous dead bug falls out of the closet onto the floor. Freaked me out so badly that like I didn't watch Doctor Who for another 30 years after that. Like that, this image like haunted my childhood and was like the thing that I just could not. I'm telling you, like it freaked me out. And so that was like all I associated with Doctor Who for all those years. Is I was like, if you'd asked me like, who is Doctor Who? Even when I was like 18, I would have told you like, yeah, that guy with the freaky bug. Like that's who Doctor Who was to me. I'm glad I got over it and worked through my issues. And I have really enjoyed Doctor Who. I've watched the new Who now 3 times, and this past year went back and watched all of the Doctor Who's that are still extant. Well, at least, let me just say, all the ones that are on BritBox. I watched a couple of them on YouTube to fill in a couple of blanks that were available. But so I watched it on BritBox, and it was awesome. Really enjoyed my trek through. And yes, this is Tom Baker, Ethelod, not the other doctor called Baker. Colin Baker is by far my least favorite doctor ever. So not Colin Baker. I was not going to do a Colin Baker sequence. But anyway, let's talk about the genesis of the Daleks. So often when I've done class sessions like this before on TV shows and TV show episodes, I've done a bunch of clips, and I've decided today I'm going to try to avoid the clips for 2 reasons. First, because if I don't have the clips, then maybe YouTube will actually let us keep the video up instead of taking it down, thinking we're trying to infringe copyright. And the second thing that second reason that I wanted to do it is that I think it'll be more efficient too. So we'll see. So instead I'm doing screenshots instead of doing clips. So I hope you'll be able, I have a bunch of them, but I hope that you will be able to bear with me here. So, and I know that, you know, you didn't have a chance, if you don't happen to know these 6 episodes of season 12 of the classic Who, like really, really, pat off the top of your head. I will do a bunch of plot summary as well to try to help you remember. So I'll try not to be too plot summary-ish as I go through, but I will definitely do some summary so that I can help folks remember what we're talking about. Okay, so the episode begins, which is episode 11 of season 12, with shots of trench warfare. So we get all these guys in gas masks and rifles popping up out of trenches and running around and getting shot. So the first thing that happens, in other words, even before we see the Doctor or anybody else in this episode, is it establishes this very sort of World War I, World War II vibe. And the people involved in the war, both sides, look human. And again, they're wearing recognizable and sort of historical, like not contemporary, not even contemporary to... We were in the 80s by here, weren't we? No, late 70s, maybe late 70s. Anyway, not contemporary to the later 20th century. Anyway, so that's where we begin with this sort of historical warfare with a very World Wars vibe at the beginning, and the painted gas masks as well, suggesting some kind of, like, I don't know, almost tribal division or something like that. It's sort of this interesting combination there. After this, the Doctor appears and he's like ducking and trying not to get shot as he appears in the middle of this. The genesis of the Daleks was in 1974. Okay, great. There you go. See, the year of my birth. So there you are. Which explains why I was seeing it on PBS when I was 6 or 7, because that would have been when it was being syndicated in America. At least the Tom Baker years were being syndicated in America. Okay, right. So the Doctor appears and he's dodging bullets and stuff. And then this dude in a big black robe appears to him and tells him he's got a job for him. And of course, it's a Time Lord who is jerking him around. And he objects to this, like he objects to being assigned stuff. And he wants the Time Lords to leave themselves out of his life. Except they say, yeah, well, we want you to take care of the Daleks. And then he's immediately interested and agrees to do it. And he's told that he has been sent to Skaro, the home world of the Daleks, right when the Daleks are first beginning. So he has the opportunity to either prevent the growth of the Dalek race or to redirect the history of the Dalek race. And the Doctor, after, again, his initial complaints about being bossed around by the Time Lords, immediately volunteers, is clearly interested and volunteers for this job. And he's given this ring, this time ring, that he's not supposed to lose because he doesn't have the TARDIS with him. The TARDIS does not appear in this episode at all. This is still, they're being bounced around various different places. I say they, it's the Doctor, and he's got 2 companions with him here. Sarah Jane Smith, the great Sarah Jane Smith, is with him, as is Harry, who is the unit doctor, who comes in at the very beginning of the Tom Baker transition from John Pertwee to Tom Baker. And he gets brought along for the first few episodes here as well. So it's Harry the Doctor, the unit doctor, and Sarah Jane Smith, who are with the Doctor here. Okay. So yeah, this is, so again, no TARDIS. They have to keep their time ring so that the time ring will bring them back, in theory, to where the TARDIS is at the end. When the Doctor gets into the bunker, he and Harry get into the bunker, they get separated from Sarah Jane Smith. And they are captured by these very serious military sort of people, who look quite a bit like Nazis, basically. Having just, again, we've had the World War era warfare going on, and the Doctor was also just like walking through a minefield with like what looked like World War II landmines, and when he's captured, this is the security chief, who's name I forget, Niva or something like that. But I call him Nida. That's right. Nida is his name. I call him the Nazi guy. But anyway, he's like, looks extremely Nazi-ish. In fact, they even do this salute, which is not the same as that. They do like a half Nazi salute. They're like this every time they salute. So, I mean, they're very strongly invoking the Nazis visually. And thematically, we can also see it kind of working into as they talk a lot about the purity of their race as well. Like they insist upon the purity of their race. So it turns out that they are the Khaleds, K-A-L-E-D-S, the Khaleds, which, the doctor immediately says like, Khaled, but that is an anagram for, and then he stops. Right. So Phil says, let me guess, these turn out to be the good guys. Well, it's not that it's not that simple. It turns out, Phil. So they want to keep their race pure. They've been at war for 1,000 years with this other race called the Thals, which the Doctor met way back in season 1, the first time he went to Skaro and the first time the Daleks were introduced. But now the Khaleds and the Thals have been at war for 1,000 years, and apparently during the first century of the war, they used a lot of chemical weapons, which led to whole-scale genetic mutations. So there are these mutated people who get exiled from their bunkers. The Thals and the Khaleds live in their separate bunkers and domes. And the mutos, as they call them, are left to wander the countryside. So you've got... so that's sort of the political landscape here on Skaro. The Khaleds and the Thals... I'm sort of led to expect, right, that the Khaleds are the bad guys because they look like the Nazis, and their name is an anagram of Dalek, so that seems like a bad move. And the Thals we met before in season 1, and they seemed kind of nice. So that's, again, sort of what my expectation was, kind of going in, that the Thals were going to turn out to be the good guys. But again, turns out to be a good deal more complicated than that. They are dedicated, so the Khaleds we hear, they're very militaristic, dedicated to the total extermination of the thralls. They use the weighted word exterminate, right, when they're talking about the Thals. Okay, so we seem to have sort of established things. Sarah Jane is on the loose and she gets pursued by a muto out on the landscape, right? And is kind of running around, screaming and being chased, as is not uncommon, honestly, in Sarah Jane Smith's career. We learn from the Khaleds that Davros is the name of their greatest scientist, who is never wrong, and he has stated, among other things, that there can clearly be no intelligent life on other planets. So the Doctor is clearly believing that his appearance is going to be a bit of a surprise to people. The first one to see Davros is Sarah Jane when she's running from the mutos. So she's been chased around by all of these sort of mutant people, who it's unclear exactly what their intention is, but they're chasing her. And she's running and hiding from, so there's poor, vulnerable, but spunky Sarah Jane Smith, right? Hiding from these ragged, large, ragged, masculine, I think almost universally. I don't think we see any female mutos in the entire thing. Sort of lumbering around after her. And while she is hiding from them, as they're all cloaked in their gray rags and she's in her nice little sweater and jeans, she's looking out and she sees Davros up on the surface. And this is the first glimpse that we get of Davros, though we've already heard of him, the great and legendary scientist. Now, there are several things, of course, which are very important characteristics of Davros, and we'll look at some of them in more detail later on. One, of course, is his chair. He seems to be permanently attached to this mobile chair. He's got this mobile chair that he drives around. He's got this like really set, almost perfectly expressionless face with only the mouth that moves, and he doesn't look pleased. His one fixed expression, he looks like somebody, you know, whose mom told him that his face would freeze that way if he weren't careful, and then it did. And he's got the one hand which is like a claw, and it's going to be a special focus of many camera shots. He's got all of these controls on his chair, which are not just for moving around the chair, but also for other things. And the portentous hovering of the claw of Davros is an important feature. As is the thing in his eye, but we'll get back to that as well. And the black leather jumpsuit, which makes him look pretty cool, right? So he's sort of like part mutated scientist, part biker, right? But anyway, so he gives his instructions. He's undergoing a test. So here's Sarah Jane, right? And she has just been witnessing this from through behind a wall. And he gives orders that the test go forward and the Daleks come rolling out for the first time in this episode. And they're shooting at targets, and he's very pleased and decrees the experiment a success, and says, and the first episode ends with Davros saying, "Now we can begin," right? I'm not going to try to do Davros's voice because I'll lose my voice for sure if I try to imitate Davros. The second episode begins with Sarah Jane Smith getting surrounded by mutos here. So here we have, again, the contrast between the young, beautiful, and spunky Sarah Jane Smith and the huge, lumbering, ragged, mutated figures around her here. And this seems to me, this is a very important theme in this whole set of episodes. That is, between the normal, a norm is what the non-mute, so the other people call the mutated folks mutos, and they call everybody else norms. So the contrast between Sarah Jane, the norm, and the mutos is visually a very important one, right? Judging by appearances is going to be one of the motifs that's going to be going on through this episode. And this looks bad, and they're going to all come in and pounce on her and haul her away, it seems, for probably no very useful purpose, no very lovely purpose. Ethel, I think it was chemical weapons that caused the mutations, actually, in the mutos. I think that's what they said in episode 11, but I might be wrong about that. Okay, so meanwhile, the Doctor and Harry have been captured again by the Nazi military dudes of the Khalids, and they're scanned, and the time ring gets taken away, which is like a big deal. I'm not a big fan of the time ring, but anyway, whatever, that's taken away. When Sarah Jane awakes sort of in the camp of the mutos, she has a conversation, and one of the mutos comes to her defense. The guy whose name I never really actually did catch. He has one. I think it begins with an S, but they only just kind of started using it in like the last couple episodes, and I never really caught what it was. But anyway, it's they are. So I just call them the enlightened muto. So there's the enlightened muto who says like, no, we should like not, you know, the rest of them are like, all norms are enemies, right? And he says, why, you know, he utters one of those lines, which is like clearly a theme, right? Which is, why kill another creature? Because it is not in our image, right? As he, the muto, is wanting to rise above the kind of persecution that has been leveled against them. And this, of course, in the theme of the millennium-long war that has been going on between the Khalids and the Thals, and they don't even remember why exactly anymore, is clearly kind of a big deal. Severin. Okay, see, there we go. All right. Right. I call him the EM, but that's okay. Severin. Great. So So anyway, right. So we've got so one of the queer themes that is being developed here is this judging by appearances, right? This condemning others who look different from you. Again, the Khalids seem to be a big part of the problem, right? Because of their concern about the purity of the race. That seems a really big deal and a pretty negative thing, given the positive example that we're being shown by the Muto who has befriended Sarah Jane Smith. Unfortunately, Sarah Jane and the enlightened Muto, Severin, and all the rest of them are rounded up by the Thals who need slave laborers. And so they're going to put them to horrible and almost certainly fatal manual labor. So the Thals looking less and less like the good guys as time goes on. Meanwhile, the Doctor gets to talking to the science division. Now, notice when you are talking to Khalids, Khalids are color-coded, and that's a fairly clear theme, right? These are scientists, whereas these are military dudes or security dudes, right? The military dudes all wear black all the time, and Davros is in his black leather outfit, right? The scientists all wear white, almost all wear white. So again, I'm like, all right, the black and white thing is kind of tempting, right? It seems suggestive. So the military Khalids are the bad guys and the scientists are the good guys. And sure enough, this guy seems to be pretty friendly, right? That is, this is in the little bin there. He has all of the items that have been confiscated when the Doctor is asked to turn out his pockets. And of course, Tom Baker points out it's going to take a while for him to turn out his pockets. So that's the time ring, by the way, that the Doctor there is holding, the scientist is holding in his right hand. So he confirms that they are aliens by the scans that they did, that they don't match any living thing on Skaro, and his mind is completely blown. And the Doctor says, you can't judge by outward appearances, right? There's nothing other than outward appearances that makes them look like anyone else at Skaro. And the Doctor says, you can't judge by outward appearances. So, okay. So between what's happening here and what just happened with Sarah Jane and the Mutos, it seems that we're going towards a, look to the, it is in the heart that is what matters, right? Let's not judge stop stereotyping by appearances. Let's see what we all have in common and stop the war. This seems to be sort of where we're going. At least it feels like where we're going, right? Then Davros and the security dudes come in and again, there's a lot of very stark colors, right? You can see the black of the military folks and the white of the scientists. That's Harry in the foreground there in his blue suit. And of course the Doctor with his 8 foot, 12 foot long scarf or however long it is. And Sarah Jane in her party colored sweater. The only people who, the Thals go for green usually, green and camo. So very, very solid color codings. And again, so the episode seems to be suggesting the kind of simplicity and compartmentalization of their thinking, right? There's no, there's nobody who wears, a white shirt and black pants, right? It's not how you dress. It's not how you think if you are on Skaro. So again, one of the things, kind of deepening the themes a little bit, the simplicity of their thoughts. So he comes in and he's going to do a demonstration with the Daleks. So the Dalek comes in. The Daleks are originally called the Mark III. What do they call them? The Mark III travel machine. So the premise upon which the Dalek machine has been invented is that there's the machine part of the Dalek, is that it's going to be like a travel suit for the Khalids in later stages of their evolution. They're going to be able to travel in these suits. They're like, personal transport, essentially, was the plan. But the demonstration that he wants to give, he's going to do this new thing to the travel suit right before he names it a Dalek for the first time. And here's one of the first close-ups we get of the claw of Davros, right? As he reaches, and it is always portentous when Davros reaches towards a switch on his little console, right? The hand of Davros with its long clawed nails and slimy skin and unsteady. His hand is very shaky always. Davros is physically weak, but again, the movement of his very scary looking hand is always significant. So this is when he's bringing the Daleks into the room for the first time. And then we have this guy who is a military scientist. He's one of the people like Davros. He's one of the leaders of the scientists, but he's not just a pure scientist. He's on the military side as well. And that's why he's wearing black, but also works with the scientists, like Davros himself. So in some ways, this guy is like the counterpart of Davros, the only scientist who's dressed in black. Those two are the only scientists who are dressed in black. And indeed, both of them do have military, not just training, but military responsibilities too. And what he does is to install the weapon into that's the the Dalek's little shooter gun, right? His little blaster. And he's going to install it into the Dalek for the first time. So the travel machines are going to be made into weapons to defend themselves, Davros says, right? So they can be able to defend themselves. But this is a significant moment when the guy in the black uniform comes and installs the weapon on what everyone thought was just a piece of, travel convenience, right? And this is one of the things that begins to emerge. The dressed in white scientists are all very uncomfortable with what Davros is doing. They think it's immoral, even evil, what Davros is wanting to do, his genetic experiments, his passion for the purity of the race. This is not what they're supposed to be doing, they think. Davros says that his plan now is for the Mark III travel machine, or Daleks, to be entirely independent, to be a living, thinking, self-supporting creature, and they detect nonconformity automatically, and it is the Doctor whom they detect as being nonconformist, and the Doctor who is interviewing the scientist, rather, who is interviewing the Doctor, intervenes and stops the Daleks from shooting the Doctor right away. So almost the very first action that a Dalek had when a gun was installed in him was to shoot the Doctor, right? With, therefore, much foreshadowing of Dalek intentions to come. Davros, rather, is really upset when the experiment is interrupted, and you can tell he's really upset from the look on his face. Here, of course, is a closer view of his face, and we can see his eyes are actually shut, like permanently shut. His eyes are scaled over. So his natural eyes are blind. He just has the one flashing eye in the middle of his forehead, right? Symbolically, right, suggesting so that the third eye in the middle of the forehead thing is usually associated with like foresight and vision, right? But normally that's to supplement the two eyes that are seeing around normally. You've got the two eyes seeing around normally, and then the third eye, which sees into the future. And Davros doesn't have that. His eyes are scaled over, so he can't see the world around him, at least not normally. All he has is this one eye, this one electronic eye in the middle of his forehead. So yeah, JJ, it is like he can only see forward and not the present. It's not that he's totally ignorant of what's going on around him, but he is extremely focused in on his vision for the future and doesn't necessarily seem to fully consider the consequences to the world around him, and certainly doesn't regard much the world around him. So focused is he on the future that is to come. His whole head apparatus here, you see he's got like these other nodes around his temples. He's got these others down by his ears and the wires that attach to his earlobes. Not sure what they do. This is like a microphone unit, like a headset unit that comes down and picks up his voice, apparently. I think for the voice control of the Daleks, probably. His mouth is the only thing about him that moves in a normal way, like when he speaks. Yeah, he's a cyborg before the term was coined. Yeah. Anyway, he's certainly, we see in him already the integration of technology, and he is upgrading himself. I keep wanting to resist using that word because that's a Cyberman word, and he's different from the Cybermen. But the way in which he is willing to sort of submerge his own humanity for the sake of achieving his mission. Yeah. So, okay, let's see. Where was I? What happens next? Oh yeah. Okay. So meanwhile, in the Thal Dome, where the enlightened Muto and Sarah Jane have been hauled in for manual labor, they meet some other prisoners. And one of the prisoners that they meet, this guy here in the foreground, is a Khalid prisoner of war. So here's Sarah Jane and our enlightened Muto talking to the Khalid prisoner, who tells them what is going to be happening. And what's happening, the labor they're being forced to do is to load dangerous materials into the rocket that the Thals are building with hopes of annihilating the Khalids once and for all. And there's but it's really dangerous, and I love this about not only Doctor Who but Star Trek and other science fiction shows as well. When they're loading it with made-up words, they're loading it with distronic explosives, and you know what that means. They are handling distronic explosives, which means, you guessed it, they themselves are going to be subjected to distronic toxemia. Oh, the humanity, right? And as poor Sarah Jane and the enlightened Muto are loading stuff into the rocket, the toxicity levels are rising, and they are certain to come down with distronic toxemia before too long. So this is so Sarah Jane and the Mutos are being forced to load, and they're themselves being affected. They're being weakened and poisoned by the weapon that's being loaded up so that the Thals can obliterate the Khalids. And again, we see lots of like discomfort with means and ends here, right? Winning the war, bringing about peace seems like a good idea, but just in case you weren't certain about the blasting, the Khalids with distronic explosives, the methods that they're using, bringing in slaves and forcing them to work in these conditions and stuff, should, I think, make us even more uncomfortable. Edith, they do not explain how he lost his eyes. They don't explain actually anything about how he got to be this way. Now, I know, Ethelod, we do get some more about the past of Davros in the Peter Capaldi era, but let's not think about that, because they're doing world building and doing some sort of new stuff there. In the context of this episode, all we know is that Davros is their most brilliant scientist, and there is, I think, an irony that is intended by Davros's. He is the one who keeps talking about the purity of the race. He's big on the purity of the Khalid race, and he himself is like clearly impure. Like he is only himself partially human anymore. Yeah. So anyway, so Sarah Jane and oh yeah, wait, hang on, we got more before this. So we'll come back to Sarah Jane because she's going to try to escape because she's very plucky. But before that, we go back to the doctor who was just interrogated and comes back and he's like, and I learned more about them than they learned about me. And so this is the friendly scientist who is holding them at gunpoint, true, but is clearly worried and confesses to his concerns about Davros's plan. And the doctor recruits his help. He tells, the doctor reveals that he is from the future and confirms that the Daleks are, in fact, Davros's plan is indeed evil, and the Daleks are going to be a terrible force for destruction across time and space. So, yes, your suspicions are correct, and you should be worried, Mr. White-Coated Scientist, about the black-coated Davros and his plans. Because, here's our scientist friend being very worried about the evil directions of Davros's plans, and so he is going to let them out. And by the way, he takes them to peer into the Dalek birthing chamber, the incubation room, where Davros's genetic experiments are, where he has taken Khalid DNA, genetic material, and he is mutating it in various ways in order to perfect it, in order to make it even more and more superior. Okay. Hang on one second. Got a question coming in from upstairs. Okay. There we go. To answer cookery questions in midstream from my son. Anyway, okay. Yeah. Good. Yeah, Sam Burke is thinking about Hitler, who was not a type example of the master race leading the master race. Yeah. I mean, no, there are certainly Nazi connections with the Daleks, no question. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so they've got, they're looking at, and we don't get to see what they see, right? We just know from their faces, especially the doctors, that this is a deeply disturbing thing that they are seeing, Davros's genetic experiments. And so they go off, and where they go, the doctor heads off to create difficulties for Davros, right? He is trying to lead a rising among, to raise awareness among the Khalids of the evil of Davros's plans. So let's see if we can cut this off at the beginning. Meanwhile, it's time for the escape plan. So Sarah Jane does the old, I have dystronic toxemia and I'm swooning thing. So she swoons into the arms of the guard who falls for it and gets punched in the face. And then they go climbing out because they have to climb up the rocket. There's no way out, but if they can climb up to the top of the rocket and climb up the cone where ultimately the weapons that they're loading in are getting lodged, they can escape that way. And it's a fun kind of parallel of like the means to an end thing, right? They need to escape. They have to get out. They have to save themselves. But the only way they can save themselves is by scaling up the weapon of mass destruction and crawling out on and then climbing up the very explosive cone that they've been loading, right? So it's really kind of interesting that that's made into their escape route. Except that doesn't pan out because the Thals find them and they start shooting at them and a bunch of the Mutos die. And then in a classic Who cliffhanger moment, Sarah Jane falls and the episode ends with Sarah Jane in midair, apparently about to plummet to her death. But of course she doesn't. And in another fairly typical move of the classic Doctor Who cliffhangers. She doesn't fall to her death, but it's not fully explained why or how. She just like falls only a little way, and doesn't die at the bottom for some reason of which I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, so they continue to climb up, but they ultimately fail. Meanwhile, the doctor and Harry are trying to come out, and they're being attacked by giant scallops. Yes, giant scallops lying in wait and aggressively scooching over the ground towards them and trying to bite their feet off. It was a problem, but fortunately, they overcame this significant obstacle. Don't ask too many questions about the scallops. Okay, but moving on past the scallops. Yes, but answer came there none. So Sarah Jane and the Enlightened Muto, by the way, get recaptured on the very nose cone of the rocket itself. They are recaptured by the Thals and brought back into slavery. The scientists are complimenting. See how uncomfortable all the scientists in white are at this point, right? And they're complimenting Davros on how perfect the Daleks are. And he says they are brilliant, but not perfect. And meanwhile, the Doctor is talking to the leadership of the Khalids and trying to get them to suspend Davros's project. We hear of Davros's fanatical desire to perpetuate himself and his own power in his machines, right? By creating these machines, he is going to have this by having created the most perfect fighting machines ever. This is the leadership, who are, you will notice, dressed in brown and gray, different shades of brown and gray, right? These are the political leaders of the Khalids who are coming in to launch an investigation into Davros's plans here, right? And Davros, of course, plays along like he's going to cooperate fully. This camera work is very typical of this episode. We often see Davros either fully from the back or sort of angled from the side like this, and the people who are opposing him or who are at least kind of coming before him and trying to find out what he's doing, trying to convince him to stop what he's doing. The different people standing against Davros is very, very common in these episodes. So everybody agrees they're going to suspend Davros's work, and Davros agrees to comply. But as soon as they leave the room, he orders the preparation of 20 new Daleks, even though he's warned that they're unstable, but he doesn't care. So he's going to clearly take some other kind of unilateral action. The Doctor, having escaped the giant scallops, sneaks into the Thal dome and finds Davros there with his Nazi friend. The Nazi guy is Davros's number one human henchman. And they're there talking to the Thals, betraying the Khalids, giving them a recipe to get through the impenetrable dome of the Khalids built by Davros himself, and enabling them with their rocket to destroy the Khalids. This is Davros's plan. And this is all very concerning, of course. And the Doctor is wondering how he can prevent this. So this is one of my favorite Tom Baker moments from this whole episode. This is Tom Baker coming up to the two Thal guards near, of course, the radioactive area, which is why they're in their suits. Coming up to the guards and saying, "Excuse me, can you help me? I'm a spy." And then he beats their heads together and steals their suits. He's, of course, here to rescue Sarah Jane Smith, and he's trying to sabotage the rocket in order to prevent it taking off. Their masks are yellow. Yeah, JJ, those are yellow masks. And unfortunately, he is unexpectedly electrocuted, as could happen to anybody. And of course, this is the cliffhanger of the Doctor here hanging electrocuted in a very cruciform sort of position here as he is trying to stop the launching of the rocket, which will destroy the Khalids and clearly move forward to the next phase of whatever Davros's horrible plan is. Notice how things have already changed, right? It's no longer a question of who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, right? There are serious problems on both sides, and the Doctor is trying to create one of the biggest problems with both sides is that they believe that the only path to peace is in the total destruction of their enemies, right? So this is the Doctor trying to prevent the launch of the rocket. Let's not destroy the Khalid nation. Can we do that? But the Thals prevent him by electrocuting him, and then they launch the rocket, and he is not, in fact, able to stop them. And Ethelad, no, he's not stolen Davros's jacket. That's the suit. That's one of these suits that he stole, that he's wearing because he was in disguise. And he's already set Sarah Jane free. So Sarah Jane and Harry and the enlightened Muto are heading back over to the Khalid Dome, and he's going to stay and try to fix the rocket, prevent it from going, right? So again, we have this whole mess, and Davros is like turning coats, right? Seems to make everything even more complex, right? Now it's even harder to know who are the good guys. The Khalids really looked like the bad guys, but now with Davros trying to bring about their destruction, something bigger and worse is happening here, and it certainly goes even further past, or rather further complicates the issue of looking past appearances, which the Doctor was saying before, right? We have to look even further past appearances because nobody seems to be sort of doing things right. So the Doctor's captured after being electrocuted, and he has to watch the inexorable analog countdown to the rocket launch with the flippy numbers on the analog countdown, which is really awesome. And then, of course, they have to launch the button, their launch pad of my favorite. This is my favorite launch pad ever. Look at this. Don't hit the right button. Don't hit the wrong button, man. I mean, there are really two buttons you need on a launcher, right? You need the fire the rocket button, and you need the destruct button. But unfortunately, though the Doctor is trying to get to the destruct button, the other dude hits the fire button in time. Yeah, wait, JJ, you're saying that's not how engineers would design it? You wouldn't set it up this way? I don't know. This seems so convenient, though, right? But JJ, this is my second favorite button in this show. It's fantastic. The next one is even better. And Zach, I have no idea what the switch does. I think the white things are just lights, but I have no idea what the toggle switch in the middle does. Yeah, no idea. And the circuit between fire and destruct, right? Like the line that goes between them, as if fire and destruct, it's like the two of them are linked, right? But although this, although this is maybe from, a rocket engineering standpoint, not, A1 strategy, certainly thematically it does fit, right? Ethelad likes the fact that the fire button is in the happy green color, which I hear that. But again, even the line connecting the two of them, right? It's not even fire over there and destruct over there. Fire and destruct are right next to each other, joined by what looks like a circuit line, right? And again, what I take from this seems to me all connected with the spreading confusion that is happening. Right at the beginning, the lines were clear. The lines between Thal and Khalid were clear. It becomes more muddy first. Who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? Turns out nobody are the good guys, right? But then it gets more and more complicated because, in fact, by firing this rocket, they are indeed going to end up destroying themselves. Because that, of course, turns out to have been Davros' entire plan. Davros gave them this information and enabled them to fire the rocket. And they do, in fact, fire the rocket and succeed in destroying almost all of the Khalid race. Only the scientific and military group and the white and black clothed guys down in the basement there, down in the bunker, survive. All the rest of the Khalids are destroyed. So genocide of Davros' almost his entire race happens. And so the Thals look like they've won. They feel like they've won. They're partying, right? But of course, by hitting that fire button, they have also hit essentially the destruct button on themselves, because now, without the pesky government or anybody else, in fact, to get in his business anymore, there is nobody who wears brown left alive in the Khalid race, right? And so he can release his Daleks and send them over to kill all the Thals, which is basically exactly what happens next. So again, the proximity between fire and destruct does actually work out pretty well there. So here's Davros assembling his new Daleks, right, to send them over. And now again, most of the humans over here are dead. So it's Davros, the Daleks, the scientists, and a few of the black clothed military folks as well. And he's gonna send them over. Of course, he said before that they weren't perfect. They needed their sight upgraded, which is totally true, because all you have to do is stand up like against the wall around a corner from the Daleks and they'll never notice you, apparently, which is what Tom Baker does on several different occasions here. But of course, the first thing that the Daleks do after they gather together is exterminate the friendly scientist, the one who released the Doctor and is trying to thwart Davros. He begins, having destroyed his entire race, he now begins to weed out the unworthy and has the Daleks destroy them. How the Daleks, what the Dalek ray actually does to you, I've never understood. In the New Who, it's an X-ray ray, which shows your skeleton, apparently. Here it just turns you to negative, but which of course in this episode is particularly important, right? He's wearing white clothes, but of course when he's being killed by the Daleks, he now looks like he's wearing black clothes, right? Ethelred is wondering why every super evil alien race has to have stainless steel decor. That's going to be important later in this episode, actually, the stainless steel decor of the Daleks, because they are strong, they are clean, they are pure. Yeah. And here's Davros now weeding out from among the scientists. Okay. So the Doctor is pretty depressed. This is a Thal, you can tell, because she's wearing green. And she's trying to cheer him up, and he's free to go because everyone's been forgiven because the war's over and everybody's happy. So all the Thals are celebrating in the background. The Doctor unfortunately thinks that Harry and Sarah Jane are both dead because he assumed they got blown up with the Khalid dome, and he was unable to prevent it, and now everything's horrible and he's not sure what to do. But soon the Daleks attack, and it's pretty clear that something has to be done. So he and the blonde Thal girl, whose name I never did hear at all, escape. And he tells her to go gather a fighting force. Gather as many Thals as you can, find a fighting force, and come in and attack the bunker. So the doctor, who just failed to prevent the war and was trying to prevent anybody from attacking anyone, is now forming the last surviving Thals into an armed force to come and attack the last remnant of the Khalid. So we now have the two races are both almost entirely exterminated. The Daleks have killed most of the Thals. The Thals, through their rocket by Davros's means, have killed almost all the Khalids. Right? There's almost nobody left. And here's the doctor saying, keep fighting. There's some of you still alive. And that's an interesting thing, and one of the first places where the doctor's own position starts to become very complicated, morally speaking, in this episode. And to me, one of the places where I found that it got really, really interesting. The doctor feels that all he has left is to complete his mission. He tells her, all I can do is complete my mission, which is to destroy the Daleks. So he's going to sneak back and try to destroy the Daleks. Davros explains that he is improving the Daleks through his genetic engineering. He is making them to be without conscience, without pity, without feeling, without emotion, any of these things that get in the way from being the perfect killing machine. And again, the very opposite, of course, of what the doctor is doing, trying to appeal to the Thals and trying to appeal to Davros and trying to get them to, for pity's sake, stop what they are doing, stop the war, stop the fighting, stop the killing. So the doctor meets up again with Sarah Jane and Harry, who turns out aren't dead. And the four of them, the three of them plus the enlightened Muto, head back to the bunker. Meanwhile, conspiracy begins to awake among the scientists. Our one black-suited scientist, Davros's counterpart, sets himself up against Davros, begins to be worried, and starts feeling out the other white-cloaked scientists to try to figure out if they oppose Davros as well. And turns out they do, because again, they are worried about the morality of things, and this freeing the Daleks from conscience, this is evil. This can't happen. They must know the difference between right and wrong, he says. Unfortunately, he's a bit of a moron, because the Nazi guy comes in and then immediately pretends like he's in the... It lays a very transparent trap for him, right? Pretending he too is concerned about Davros and not only getting our rebel leader to tell him the names of all of the other people in the rebellion, but from inside it, like, let's meet in the jail cell. And he meets him in the jail cell, gives up all the information, and then is left there in the jail, in the jail cell. It's not the greatest moment of the would-be leader of the rebellion against Davros here. But anyway, then the Nazi dude springs his obvious trap and says they're going to do surgery on the brains of all the rebels in order to free them from emotion too, right? So we've got this new program of moral purification, right? To remove all doubts, to remove all pity, to remove all weakness from all of the remnants of the Khalids, not only the new engineered creatures, but also the surviving humanoid Khalids as well. Having gone through and narrowly escaped the giant scallops a second time, which was an exciting scene, and Sarah Jane didn't even know what to do because she had never even seen a giant scallop before. But of course, it's Harry who almost gets bitten by one again. The doctor sends the enlightened Muto off to fight with the blonde Thal girl because, again, he was doing too much good and now he needs to take up arms and fight in the war. Sarah Jane is concerned that there might be something nasty waiting for them at the end of the tunnel into the bunker. And of course, there is. Davros and the Nazi guy wait for them and take both of them captive right away. Notice again the contrast in the clothing, right? The strict, rigid black clothing of Davros and the Nazi guy and the ragged, dirty elbow patched coat of the Doctor with his trademark ridiculous scarf, and Sarah with her nice neat sweater. The visuals are very consistent in this episode. I really like the kind of, I guess there's so much moral complexity in this episode. It's a really fascinating story arc, and it makes it to me even more appealing that we get these really simple kind of baseline symbols, right? The black, the white, and none of them are, of course, nearly as simple as they look. But it's a really consistent kind of vocabulary that the episode uses, which I think is really fun. The Doctor's going to get interrogated, still in his scarf, right, by Davros, who has this whole apparatus set up to compel him to tell the truth. And of course, what he wants to know is, because he finds out that the Doctor's from the future, which he's perfectly ready to believe, and he wants the Doctor to tell him how the Daleks lose. Like always, every time they've lost, how do they lose? So that he can know how to program them so as to prevent them from ever losing, right? The Doctor, of course, is never going to betray the future like that until they threaten to torture Sarah Jane and Harry, in which case he caves and immediately tells him absolutely everything, which is being recorded on this tape recorder here, as the Doctor goes through every single example of like 17,000 years worth of warfare with the Daleks and how they have been defeated every time they have been. So that very valuable tape is being stored by Davros for future considerations in programming the Daleks. The Doctor feels like a turncoat here. I have betrayed everything. I have betrayed the future. Remember how one of the things that we see here is this kind of counterpart relationship beginning to grow between Davros and the Doctor, right? The Doctor feels like, he has betrayed he was supposed to come in and help his side win, right? And prevent the Daleks from thriving. And instead, he has come back and he's given away all of the secrets in order to make the Daleks unbeatable, right? So he has not only failed, he has reversed what he intended to do, which again is the position in which Davros seems to be in, right? His job is to help the Khalids win the war, and instead he betrays the Khalids and helps the Thals win the war instead, right? So we begin to get this sort of correspondence between the two of them. The Doctor tries to test Davros, and he's basically testing him, saying, what do you want? This is the longest conversation the Doctor and Davros have. And Davros is explaining the Daleks aren't evil. They are programmed to survive. And when they rule, everyone will have peace. The Doctor asks him a theoretical question. He says, if you were holding in your hand a microbe that could kill everything, would kill all other, like a virus or something, that would kill all other life, would you do it? He says, you're trying to create these perfect killing machines that will destroy and gain power over everything. If you had a virus, would you do that? Would you kill everything? And Davros thinks about it. This is him thinking about it, imagining he's holding this vial with the microbe in it. And he says, yes, I would. With my scary claw-like hand, I would crush it and I would kill everything. I would be like a god, the power that I would have to control everything, that I brought about the destruction of all in order so that only my little microbes would survive in the world. And that would be pure. That would be clean. I would be like a god. So he says, yep, yes, I would do that. Leading to the wonderful scene when he goes from his imagined crushing of the vial and he tries to bring his claw hand down to hit a button to summon the Daleks. And the Doctor comes and they briefly arm wrestle, right? As the Doctor is trying to keep the claw of Davros from descending onto his console, right? So we have the Doctor clinging to life, right? Opposing the mad will of Davros, the completely immoral will of Davros, right? And the Doctor trying to prevent it going on. He tries to compel Davros to command the destruction of the Daleks. He shuts things off on the Doctor shuts things off on Davros's console, and briefly has him in his power, and tries to get him to destroy the Daleks. Meanwhile, a rebellion is happening. Here's Sarah Jane getting through to the would-be but stupid rebel leader, and they're agreeing. They have got to get through and form their rebellion. And Davros doesn't want to handle this like a soldier. He says, let's not fight them. The rebels want to do this peacefully. Again, these seem like the good guys. We finally found good guys. Here's our good guy, right? This guy who is wanting not only just to oppose Davros's evil plan, but to do so peacefully, right? He wants to have a democratic assembly and to vote for what they should do. And, he's all like, we shouldn't use violence. We should only resort to violence when there's no other way, which is, I guess, easy to say when these are your foot soldiers. Not really a physically intimidating crew if it comes to violence. But anyway, there they are, and they've got guns, but they don't want to use them. And they're trying to set up a democracy, and let's move past war, and let's move forward. So we've got this one little vision, right? This one place where the Doctor's initial words seem to be taking root, right? He was trying to get the war to stop at the beginning. Nobody was agreeing, right? And now we seem to have this movement beginning, right? Davros goes along and he's like, oh yeah, okay, absolutely. Let's have a vote and decide what we should do. So everybody get together and we'll have a vote, right? But it doesn't go too well, as you might guess. Meanwhile, the Doctor and his companions find a whole bunch of explosives lying around. Packets of explosives are just everywhere. Everybody has explosives in this episode. And that, I think, is it's like a motif. These gray packets of like plastic explosives are everywhere. People shoot each other with guns. But what people really do is blow stuff up, whether it's through the rocket, whether it's with their explosives here and the explosives, the same packs of explosives that the Thals have, the blonde Thal girl who is now with the enlightened Muto coming in, trying to attack the bunker from the other side. And again, that seems to me an important motif in the episode. It's not just about destroying evil. It's about blowing everything up and trying to take evil down with it, right? Which is what everybody seems to be trying to do. Even the Doctor says it's almost providential for them to find a cabinet full of explosives when they're looking for it, because what the Doctor wants to do with this, the Doctor says at this point, there's only one option open: genocide. It's like, whoa. He's going to go down to the incubator room and he's going to blow up all the Daleks. He's going to take matters into his own hands. He doesn't trust the rebels. He doesn't trust Davros. He's going to go down and kill all the Daleks with his own hands. Well, with the explosives, which he's going to set off with his own hands. So here's him looking with some revulsion. We finally see inside the incubation room and we see the hideous, twisted, gelatinous things that are the new Dalek genetic experiments. They're gross. They don't look human either at all, right? But gosh, what was that the doctor was saying about looking past appearances, right? He doesn't seem to be looking past appearances here, but maybe as a point, because they do kind of leap out and attach themselves onto his throat and try to strangle and or bite him to death. So, you know, maybe actually sometimes appearances are not actually deceiving. But anyway, so having ripped the Daleks off his throat, he's now prepared to set off the detonators. He's got the two ends of wire, he says, and he keeps saying things like, if I touch these two wires together, there will be no Dalek race, right? It will never happen. And Sarah Jane is all thumbs up. She's like, do it, man. Kill all the Daleks. This is what we came here to do. This is exactly the right thing to do. But the Doctor keeps having concerns, right? If I wipe out an intelligent life form, I become like them, right? He's having this extended moral dilemma. And he says, if someone pointed out a child to you and told you that that child was going to grow up to be completely evil and a horrible tyrant, would you be justified in killing the child, right? A question which, of course, Tom Baker has asked in this episode, which Peter Capaldi, I know, will come back and answer, right, in a later episode. This is one of those moments where I found the watching of the classic Who really rewarding. When I got to, what was it, season 11? 10? 10? 10 or 11. No, it was 10. I'm pretty sure it was 10. Of the new Who, when Peter Capaldi, in fact, meets Davros as a child. When Davros is a child. And, in fact, confronts precisely the moral dilemma that Tom Baker forebodes here in this instance. In a sense, again, remember, we had Davros and the Doctor being opposites of each other, but also having things in common with each other, too. And here is the Doctor taking a very... this is the Doctor taking a very Davros-like step, a very ruthless step, to just obliterate everybody and blow everything up. Fortunately, right at that point, the rebel leader comes in, and he's like, "Hey, peaceful resolution is imminent. No need to explode anybody." And the Doctor is deeply relieved to be set free from this decision he was about to make. No longer is he going to have to do this. So he puts the wires down, disconnects them, and goes off free from his what he thought was his responsibility to destroy all of them. We have the great debate between poor Harry looking rumpled, watching on, between this is a military dude, this is our rebel leader, the surviving scientists, and Davros again. We see Davros from behind, facing the assembly in the great debate, and everybody's voting. And then, of course, the good guys win the vote by a large margin. Davros tells them, you know, if you guys win, I'll push this button over here. He's made a total destruct button. It says total destruct, which I really like because it's totally non-syntactical. You can have total destruction, and you can destruct something totally, but you can't. Total destruct isn't really a thing. But it's the more charming for that, in my view. This is my favorite button in the entire episode. All you have to do is push this button and all of the Daleks will be destroyed. So he offers it to them. This button, right? Sakaya, I agree. Oh, somebody should sell this. I would love to have a total destruct button. I would totally have one of those on my desk. But anyway, yeah. So notice what Davros has done is create exactly what the Doctor had. Right? The Doctor was about to destroy the Daleks, and instead we're going to have them destroyed democratically. Right? You just have to push this button. You don't even have to touch any wires together. Right? The rebel captain proposes a different plan. Right? He says, we don't have to destroy all the Daleks. I don't want to push the total destruct button. Let's let the Daleks evolve with strengths and weaknesses. Let's allow them to experience conscience and pity and emotion and all those other things. Let's not do that pre-program them into killing machines thing. Let's just let them evolve as people. Let's look past appearances and accept the Daleks as people and let them grow and develop as people, which is really in its way the most sort of positive vision that anyone, including the Doctor, has had in the entire episode. Meanwhile, ominously, the Daleks have been making their way back over from the Thal Dome very, very slowly this entire time, and they are gathering to Davros' side. And as you can imagine, the democratic process doesn't go well long term, as just as the good guys have appeared to win, the Daleks come in and slaughter everybody. The rebel leader, almost all of the scientists, almost all the military guys, everybody who was voting to oppose Davros. There are like 3 human beings left. One of them is the Nazi guy, and there are 2 other scientists who voted with Davros, and he's decided to keep them alive because they were faithful. So that's it. Almost all the Thals are killed. Almost all the there are only like 3 Khalids left alive anymore. And Davros is going to continue his plan. So the Doctor is now trying to escape. Sarah Jane has found the time ring during the debate in that little bin where it got left. They capture in the hall, they capture the Nazi dude, Nider, and they make him hand over the tape, which has the recording of the future information that the Doctor gave that would enable the Daleks to become unbeatable. So he's able, both of them win their victories. The Davros gets complete control and kills almost everybody else. The Doctor recovers the tape so that his betrayal is as if it never were, right? Both of them seem to be working out, right? And then there's this beautiful moment. He's like, okay, we have to destroy this tape. How shall we do it? And Sarah Jane says, oh, hey, look over here. A Dalek gun. So the Doctor takes the Dalek gun from Sarah Jane and uses it to blast the tape and destroy it. So now the Daleks have been destroyed. The future of the Daleks that would have made them unbeatable has been destroyed by their own weapons. And the Doctor has used the weapons of the Daleks against them to undo his own betrayal. You see how twisted up things get here, right? What appearances are we supposed to be looking past at this point? Who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? Almost everybody wearing, like people wearing white and black are all lying dead by the Daleks there, right? Yeah. And so the Doctor now, the democratic process has failed. He's going to go back and he's going to try to blow up the incubator room again. So he rewires the bomb, and these are the two ends of the wire, which he's totally going to touch, and he's totally going to do it and destroy all the Daleks. But then he's prevented because a Dalek comes down the hall and shoots at him, so he can't get to. He's there trapped away from the wires, and he's trying to reach them to destroy the Daleks, and he can't. But then the metal edge of the Dalek's frame drives over the ends of the wires, so the circuit gets connected through the living Dalek, through the Dalek robot and blows up the incubator room. So the future of the Daleks is destroyed by the Daleks. Once again, all of this evil turning on itself and the weapons of evil being used. The good guy who is just about to recapitulate the making of a really bad decision, we would seem, right, to become as bad as the bad guys. He's prevented from doing it, but they end up doing it to themselves. So it happened. His intention is carried through anyway. So is the Doctor innocent? Is the Doctor guilty? It's not at all really clear here, right, at the end. In the end, things get one final shade more confusing, right? Oh yeah. Meanwhile, the Thals and the enlightened Muto are bringing their own explosives and are gonna destroy the entrances to the bunker so that the Daleks are trapped inside it. That's their big plan. Let's blow more stuff up. And then, of course, finally, after the Doctor and his companions escape, they do successfully blow the door, blow the hallways, and keep everybody in the bunker. So I guess that's a win. Meanwhile, the final step, the Daleks cease to obey Davros. They're the last surviving humans, all 4 of them, I think, 2 military guys and 2 scientists, and the Nazi guy. Have all survived, and the Daleks refuse to obey a command by Davros for the first time. There's the people being confused about this. The Nazi guy protests and tries to intervene, and the Daleks kill him. So the Daleks exterminate the Nazi guy, the guy with no morals, the guy who was completely ruthless, completely loyal. He was the perfect human tool of Davros all the way through. The only one who did not waver, who did not care what Davros was doing, who fully supported him. He was the ideal servant. Totally loyal, totally unscrupulous. And the Daleks kill him. The Daleks kill him because he's being loyal to Davros. And they're not loyal to Davros. They are loyal to their programming. Our programming does not permit us to admit that we have any superior, they say. We are programmed to ensure our survival. We are programmed to destroy all inferior creatures. And of course, that guy and even Davros himself are inferior creatures. Davros, in desperation, is now backing up and crying out, "I am your creator, have pity," when of course he programmed pity out of them. So we see him being destroyed by his own weapon now, clearly. Davros, in the end, reaches out for the total destruct button, but the exterminator beam goes off. Happens off screen, so we don't see it, but the exterminator beam goes off before he can hit the total destruct button. Then we hear a Dalek voice saying, "We will prepare. We will emerge. We will take our rightful place as the supreme power." And we come back. Oh, here's him reaching the ominous claw now for the destruct button, right, in desperation, but that's not going to pan out. We will prepare, we will emerge, we will take our rightful place as the supreme power. And the Dalek is just looking straight towards the viewer, right? Straight towards the camera. There are no humans left. They've killed them all, right? And it's just looking at us and telling us. And this moment, when we come face to face with the Dalek, is really powerful, right? This is the natural end of this kind of thinking, right? We see in Davros the final degeneration of this thinking, which was already, we saw in the 1,000-Year War, right, all the way down to finally Davros falling a victim of his own plans, of his own programs. It's a very sort of dark ending. Almost everybody dies. The enlightened Muto and the blonde Thal girl survive, but we don't know for how long. Right, and what's going to be happening? They've trapped the Daleks in, but it's not going to It's not going to be that long, I think, before they can get out. And the only thing that the Doctor can leave us with at the end, as he and Sarah Jane and Harry are all holding the time ring and spinning around through space, going off to their next destination, is that we can only hope that out of their evil will come something good. Sarah Jane's like, we failed. We came here to stop the Daleks and we didn't stop the Daleks. And the Doctor can only say, we can only hope that out of their evil will come something good. He's at peace with where things are at the end. Really, really, really complicated thematic development to a very grim and stark ending. That scene with the Dalek, I mean, this is to me sort of the final summary of the entire show, right? Of this series anyway. The Dalek just staring at you, right? Like we're looking in the mirror. This is us, right? If we're not careful, this is us. If the Doctor's not careful, this was almost him, right? This is the natural tendency. This is, as Davros said, the perfection, right, of this impulse. And so that impulse, the very impulse that brought the Doctor to, remember how quick he was to volunteer for this. What? Destroy the Daleks? Prevent them from ever rising to power? Oh yeah, that's obviously a good thing, right? But that impulse is ultimately what leads to the Daleks themselves. They are the embodiment of that impulse, even if it's self-destructive in the end. Anyhow, so that's the genesis of the Daleks. I thought this was a really wonderful, illustration of the complexity of the storylines. It's so easy when you're watching, because this is a science fiction show from the 60s and 70s, really easy to focus on how they, how cheap the special effects are, and the puppetry is really bad. Sea monsters never come out well, and all these other things. And there's a lot of other, sort of kind of cringy things about it sometimes, like all this screaming companions and all that kind of thing. But there's a lot of camp involved, Findelidon, absolutely. But at the end of the day, there's some really, really good material here. And the Tom Baker years are really just full of good stuff. And there's good stuff elsewhere as well. But I thought this was a really good illustration. And, of course, a really fun treatment of the Daleks and where the Daleks came from. So anyway, cool. Thank you for joining me for my classic Who discussion, as I promised. I could have done with fewer giant clams too, Ethelad. That really seemed a little much for me. But okay, I'm going to take a little break now again, and then we're going to come back, and it is time for our LOTRO stream. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to close down the GoToWebinar because we're not going to do GoToWebinar. We're going to be only doing the Twitch stream for the LOTRO stream. So I'll close down GoToWebinar, and then I will pick back up just on Twitch, and we'll do some LOTRO stuff for a couple hours. All right. So I'll be back for. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Actually, before I go, good point. Let me announce the other winners, because I said I would do it after this session. So our Arthurian trivia contest winners, we have head and shoulders our grand prize. Well, let me start at the bottom. Zach Coman came in third. It was a close fight for third, but Zach just edged out the competition to come in third. So congratulations, Zach. Catriana, a strong second place, and Sakaya ran away with it. Fantastic work, Sakaya, on the Arthur trivia. You were owning it. and did a wonderful job. So remember, to the trivia winners, send an email to donate@signumu.org. And make sure we have your right contact information so we'll find out what prize you want and where to send it and all that kind of stuff so we can get you your things. All right. Congratulations, everybody. So I'll be back. I'm going to pause for just a minute, and a couple minutes probably. And then I'm going to be back for a couple hours of LOTRO streaming. So I will see you guys soon. And to the folks on GoToWebinar, don't forget, switch over to twitch.tv/SignumU. Bye now. Back in a minute. Few minutes. Okay. All right, we're back. Excellent. Okay. So, I am back now with there we go. From Wolf wants to bring me to the Dale Lands. So I said I would do 3 things tonight. We'll see if we have time for all 3. The first is to do the Durin's Day thing, which I don't even know completely what that is. So that's okay, though. I'm going to find out what the Durin's Day thing is. And then after the Durin's Day thing, we got... there we go. Then I'm going to do the Stout Axe intro. And then if I still have time, we'll bring Wiggin back here and he can continue his quests from here. Okay. All right. I still kind of like the feathery mohawk on Immerhill. Here he's about to come by again. There he is. All right. Okay. Hey there, From Wolf. Thank you for... Okay, so we've got a stick. There's a stick with a very raggedy piece of cloth attached to it. I am... I'm in a mountainside valley. I have a suspicion about where I am. Well, can't really see. I'm looking south. Am I in the south face of Erebor? Right. But I'm not all the way over here looking out onto Dale, obviously. Okay, so looking down, so Ravenhill. Ravenhill is to the right there around the corner. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what am I meant to do? I'm assuming I'm going to follow From Wolf here. And there's another stick with another ragged banner on it. So, this spot in the mountain, of course, that we're going... Now that I know that we're going uphill instead of down, I can see where we're headed, because right there, right near where my marker is where the rune appeared on the map originally. So, okay. All right. Looking up at the slopes of the mountain. Looking at what looks like a green bay. Uh-huh. Oh, there's the sunset. Wow, and the moon. Uh-oh, it's Durin's Day. That is, if it's the right season, which I'm going to assume it is, because it's fall festival time. Durin's Day upon Erebor. When hope was lowest, a red ray of the sun fell on the smooth rock face. You stand at Erebor's secret entrance on the very hour of Durin's Day that Bilbo Baggins and Thorin's company did long ago. The secret door has long been removed, but of late a seemingly plain slab of stone has been placed before it. Oh. Okay. Where's, Oh, there's the thrush. There are a whole bunch of stones for the thrush to choose from. I can't talk to the thrush? He's not listening to me. Okay, so the secret door was removed, and this thing, hang on, so I'm not looking, somebody else is doing it. Nice, this lines up beautifully. I think I'm standing on the thrush. Okay. The last light of Durin's day comes shining in. Right? Okay. I'm looking. I'm examining. Okay. Here on Durin's day, Thorin the Second Oakenshield, King of the Longbeard, son of Thrant. Seriously? I didn't even get through the titles. Thank you. Thank you, Hologro. King of the Longbeards and son of Thran, son of Thror, unlocked this door with the help of the burglar Bilbo Baggins and reclaimed his kingdom from Smaug the Usurper. Whew. Okay. Neat. And so they have it set up to, what does it say? Dwarf carved stone? Yes, it does. Dwarf carved stone. That's pretty nifty, though, how they designed those runes to show up and commemorate it. Is it only on Durin's day that it does this? Because that's a little cool. I mean, just like as a dedication to concept is, right? You've had that waiting on your clipboard for 6 hours. Thank you, Hologro. That is very thoughtful. That is very thoughtful. Just looking at the swords. Very similar in style to the Rohirric swords, at least the hilts are. Interesting that there are swords and not axes. Also interesting that Thorin, if indeed Thorin that be, which I assume it is depicted without arms. Huh. Cool. It could be Orcrist. Twice. It could be Orcrist. Is Thrush knocking over there? Did I just hear Thrush knock? The Thrush is like, I was minding my own business, man. There he is. That's right, okay. That was kind of a feeble knock, Mr. Thrush. Could you put a little more oomph into it? Would you mind? Some knocking? Yeah, I know it's a bust of Thorin, but something about it makes it look like it's a bust. Maybe because busts don't normally have any arms at all, and this instead has about 3 inches of arm and then hack. Right, like it's almost like I expect to see the cross-section of the bone of his upper arm. Oh, he doesn't have the right to bear arms. Yeah, good call. Good call. Just looking around to see if would this be sheltered from the from the dragon. Yeah, we've got some overhang going on there. Excellent. Well, that is very cool. Thank you for showing me the Durin's Day thing. I had heard people referring to it, but I did not really know what it was, having never ventured all the way to Erebor under my own power yet. Whoa, was there camp way down there? This isn't where they did the ropes, is it? Is this the cliff they had to haul Bomber up? Whoa. Or was there somewhere else? Is there a camp down there? That's quite a drop into the valley. Okay, so let's see what... Did I get a title for that? Ooh, I did. Observer of Durin's Day. Cool. I got LOTRO points for that too? Oh, okay. Cool. Read the runes upon the stone. Sure, that was easy enough. Okay. Cool. All right. Excellent. So I'm going to... Hang on. Let me see if I can get back first. So... Minas Tirith. All right. Back to Minas Tirith. Let's try to get him back out to the threshold. Somebody can tell me where the pony is. I want to make sure I can continue my epic quests from there. Oh, this is before the battle. I assume. Okay, so where's the... Hey there, Prince Immerhill. It's by the stables. Okay. These stables? Okay, when you say by the stables. Yeah, I'm like trying to have a conversation with these guys' horses instead of themselves, and I don't think they like it all that much, honestly. Okay, turn right. Other stables. The big stables. Oh! Those stables, not the stable master. The other stables. Got it, like the actual stables. Okay, to the threshold of the city. Gotcha. Gotcha. Totally following now. Okay. Sorry. Right. Okay, here we are. Let me go back inside Imrahil's orbit there. All right. There we go. Now I'm gonna... Yeah, I know the delay makes directions hard. It's one thing to respond to questions or something, but when I try to ask for like what way to turn, it's kind of hard. So let me log out. Okay. And then now I'll do the Stout Axe intro. Which means I got to create a new character. What should I name my Stout Axe character? Oh, here we go. Whoop. Hey, let's come back. Okay. All right. Okay. Character creation. All right. Stout Axe. Boy, what's up with the lag? It's almost like I've been broadcasting all day long and Maybe like somewhere, somehow on my computer, there are buffers that are full. Okay. Stout axe. Hunter. Hunter is one of the very few classes I have never ever played. There we go. It'll be a Stout Axe Hunter. Let's see, what do we got? Stout axes were once a part of one of the 7 houses of the dwarves known as Drazha's folk, brought to ruin by their desire for the ring granted to them by Sauron. Ooh. Drazha's folk doomed their descendants to an era of thraldom in the Blackland. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, so Drazha's folk. Don't know which dwarves they were, but that's okay. Corrupted by the ring. Oh, so the dwarf rings weren't a total failure after all, huh? I want to learn more about that. What was the effect of the dwarvish ring on them? How did they become thralls? I'm keen to know. Oh, yeah, wait. Okay, no, I don't. Oh, yeah. I can be a female stout. Right, it looks exactly the same. Right. Right. Okay. Fine. The stout axes. Right, I already read that. Okay, what are they? Okay, unyielding will. Right. Increased will. Despite suffering many centuries of thraldom, the will of the stout axes has never broken. Sure. Interesting. So its will is set against Sauron. So they're not servants of Sauron. They're unwilling slaves. Wrought by the Black Land. Increased might and agility. Improved resistance to shadow and disease. It is whispered that Sauron bred some among the stout axes using the same methods that had produced the mighty Uruk-hai and Olog-hai. Whether that is true, truly so, is unknown, but even to the wise, but it is certain that the stout axes have grown accustomed to the unforgiving realm of Mordor. Sure. Sure, I bet. Okay. Shadow of the Eye. Reduced vitality. Oh, that's not good. Known to the orcs of Mordor as Shakglob, or Stone Filth. Oh, Stone Filth, huh? The stout axes have long served as thralls of the Dark Lord of Mordor. After enduring years of tireless labor and ill nourishment, the stout axes have lost some of the sturdiness they once possessed. Oh, man. Doom of Drazha's folk. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Reduced fate. Drazha's folk were a cruel people, and the ring given to their king by Sauron led them into war against their kin. Ooh, when the Dark Lord demanded the ring's return, however, they refused, and his armies besieged and sacked their halls. The enemy took many of the survivors back to Mordor as prisoners, forcing them to toil in the mines and pits of the Black Land for centuries. Stripped of their history, their clan name, and even their own language, they became a lost people. As years passed, they adopted a new clan name, the Stout Axes. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. So the giving of the dwarvish ring led them into war with their kindred. That I can easily believe. And that seems to fit with what we've seen, that there would be consequences, negative consequences, attached to the lust for gold that was increased by the dwarvish ring. But then there was actual war. See, I was wondering if there was... Here was my primary question when I was hearing about the ring there. My primary question was, are we supposed to understand that the stout axes were brought into direct thraldom, like under the dominion of the One Ring? Because that would have been a bit dubious. But that's not what this is saying. They were actually enslaved in war, which is totally fair. Okay, and one-handed axes. Okay. Ooh, hang on, there's a movie. This is a race movie, right? Yeah. Okay. Race of Stout X-Dwarves. That's it? Just a coming soon movie? For real? Oh, man. That was so disappointing. Let me... Okay. Oh. I'm trying to see if that was Sauron of the Witch King in the background, but it was so quick. Okay. All right, let's do this. Select origin. Mordor. Okay. I am a stout axe, a dwarf of the Kirvisa clan, enthralled to the Dark Lord of Mordor. Stripped of your history, your clan name, and even your own language. Ooh, so we don't speak Kuzdu either? The stout axes have become a lost people, with each generation growing stronger and grimmer than the last as ceaseless labor and suffering reshapes them. As Mordor grows in might, the enemy has put the stout axes to ever more dangerous work in the furnaces of Udun and beneath Barad-dûr itself, heedless of how many lives are spent as he musters his armies for war. Oh, hang on, there's more. Naming guidelines. Okay, short, simple names and forms resembling Old Baltic. Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to need suggestions for my stout axe dwarf name. Yeah, it shouldn't be Finnish. Shouldn't be Finnish. So yeah, let's see, hang on. Give me some name suggestions, and I will, I'll figure out my cosmetics here. Let's see. All right. Oh, we're changing noses. Oh yeah, hang on. Yeah, I'm feeling the big nose here. Hairstyle. Hang on, we got to see this here from an angle. Oh yeah, see, that's a much more different effect. Okay. Yeah. Mohawk. Whoa. Whoa. Weird. Oh. Oh, the bald eagle, huh? Whoa. Yeah. I think I'm going with this. It's a classic look. It never gets old. Okay, let's see. Facial hair. All right. No. No. Yeah, no. Let's see. No. Tempting. If I were a guardian, I might go for that, but no. I'm a hunter, so no. The bomber, no. Yeah, no. Braids are kind of nice. No. No. Yeah, it's all right. No. Would I look like a cartoon villain? Yeah, no. Kind of like it. I was 13. No. Hey, okay, sure. Okay, let's go with that. Eyes. Yeah, a little age there. Eyebrows. More is better. Maximum eyebrows. Well, number 1 is actually a little shaggier. Yeah, let's stick with that. Mouth. Oh, yeah, I can't ever tell the difference between any of the mouths anyway. Details. What are we getting? Stubble? Stubble is what we're getting. Okay. Extra details. What are the extra details? Oh, scars? Hey, Druid's Fire, ever since I read about Gandalf's eyebrows sticking out past the brim of his hat, I was like, life goal, right? Life goal. Yeah, for some reason, and I don't know why, but for some reason, my wife has never fully shared this vision with me. I've tried to pass it along, but it just does not really seem to be a contagious vision in my household. Oh yeah, a little more seamed. I like the seams. Let's see. Let's go with slightly darker skin and darker hair. Like it. Body type, little on this. I mean, I'm a hunter, so a little less bulk. There we go. That's all good. Okay. Okay. So names. This is good. All right, let's see. Let's see. I kind of like Davros. Let's see if that's taken. Yeah. Okay. Done. Commemorating the occasion of his birth there. I like it. I like it. Okay. I'm ready. Let's go. So you guys said this was really quick, right? Wouldn't take me very long. It's a good thing. Good thing I'm like totally unlikely to read all the skill text and everything. Yeah, that would take a lot of time. Okay. Oh, no, I don't need tooltips, though. That I'll be okay. I know how to move, more or less. Not well, necessarily. Okay. Nice music. I'm liking it. Ooh, new skills. Quick shot, sure. Penetrating shot. Sounds like a good idea. Blind side. Okay. Barbed arrow. Right. And travel to my personal house. It's unlikely to come up too very often, but fine. Okay. Oh, I hate it when the, like, whatever. Okay. Chains. Is this a prison cell? Or is this my room? And we're just kind of into chains. Are those collars hanging at the end of the chains? And a pile of, what is it? Bones? Bones! Right. Yeah. Okay. Sure. And in front of it is a box. A box. An upside down little boat. A wooden basket. Okay. And that carving with the iron crown. Given these bunk beds here, guys, I'm going to go ahead and guess that we're in prison. Oh, whoa, look at that. There's like a disembodied hand reaching up out of the floor to grab one of those other bones. Whoa. Okay, there's Vasky and Lethe. Right on. Yeah, I mean, I slept in a bunk bed before too, but just something about this and the chains is kind of saying prison to me. Plus, I'm wondering if that marking on the wall means if that's an iron crown, which would suggest that we might be in Minas Morgul instead of Mordor. Okay, what do we got out here? We've got some pillories. We've got some Iron Maidens. We've got... I don't even know what that is. No carpeting. Okay. Oh, we're in Barad-dûr? Okay. Well, you know, just trying to theorize. Okay, so this probably then is not a prison. It's probably my bedroom, which is pretty much the same thing as a prison, apparently. Okay. Hey, Lethe, what's going on?
It's early yet, even for him.
It's been going on nigh an hour now, I reckon. I suppose it's a fool's hope to think we'll get any more rest before dawn. You've still got a bit of your rations left, Davros. You should eat while you can. Okay. Huh, who's up there? I'm eating slowly. If there's one thing I like better than a progress meter with a present participle in it, it's with an adverb too. Don't forget to set it by the door. Bah, he says. Vasky says. Okay. I'll set my filthy plate. Carrying plate. Direct objects are good too, but they're not as cool as adverbs. Another tremor shakes Barad-dûr.
I don't know how you can eat that. Even the rats taste better.
Fair enough. Vasky peers out into the dungeon halls of Barad-dûr, but I don't think either of us will have to eat like orcs for much longer. There have been rumblings, you know. You have heard, haven't you? No, I haven't heard. Sit. Okay. One of the Dark Lord's most prized prisoners will soon be released. Some wretched little creature. What does it matter to us? No, I don't know what this means. Nobody knows. Belsky, yeah. It could be our chance to what? You're wearying me with the slow unfolding of your thought. To rise up, okay. I thought you were going for escape, but rebellion? You know, it's maybe not yell that quite so loud. We are still in prison. To avenge Drossa's folk. Enough. Right? This sort of talk never comes to anything. Or it does. Swift death. To speak of the lost clan is forbidden. Nice. Only because you obey like the thin-bearded coward you are. Oh, man.
Is that all, then? Nothing else for the Order to hear?
The order of what? Time to sleep, huh? You are free of your cage, lowly dwarves. Do not forget the punishment for transgression. The great eye sees all. But does it, though? I'm less than 100% convinced. Hey, guys, excuse me, pardon me. Hey, what are you, Nulazagar? Nulazagar, huh? Let's see. Does fire come out of that thing? I like the little abstract eye thing on your little, what's it called? Your little dangly there. You know, that thing, there's a word for that. That part of your clothes that hangs down. It's not a cummerbund that goes around. Yeah. I don't know. But the spiderweb business up here. Very interesting. That you would have a spider motif in your clothes? Sorry, just trying to, excuse me, get behind you so I can see, sorry, the back of your, never mind. Dangle flap, yeah, that works for me. Okay. It does create, doesn't it, the rather disturbing image that the Eye of Sauron looks out of his groin? Right? I mean, that's, I don't know about you, but that makes me a little uncomfortable. Nuluzagar stares at you impassively. Oh. Somewhere else, apparently. Do I need to, hang on a second. Do I need to equip things? Haven't really equipped anything. Oh, I have a fragile short bow and a dull knife. Who could ask for more? Oh, I got all these other things, though. Got all my gift boxes. I got, what's this? Man. I got an upgraded dull knife. No, it's an identical dull knife. I got 2 of these things. Okay. Look at that. 2 dull knives. Okay, great. I can walk around this room a little bit now. An exhausted stout axe, sure. Whoa! Nasty maggot. Oh yeah, come over here. Except don't. Because you'll probably kill me. Oh yeah, I got you. I think. I don't really know. Okay. Woohoo! All right, more cells, crates with what's in them? Food? Nasty food. Oh, look out. There's a rack. Ooh. Hey there, your outfit is really something. You've got a spider thing going on up there too. Like a spider is perched on your breast right there, right over your breastbone. The fire around the bottom. This is a sharp outfit. I mean, in more than one sense, I guess. Okay. Sorry to disturb you there. Not that it looks like I did disturb you very terribly. What's on fire? No idea. Can't see. Too short. Sealing natural rock. Okay. All right, Nulu Zagar, we're ready. Why do I stand idle when I know what is demanded of you? Are you content to let the rest of your malformed kind bear these burdens for you? If that is so, the Dark Lord has little use for you. You are not useless, are you? A little bit. Okay, do labors, and then present myself to Zorith. Okay. I got labors. Can I get past here just for a second? You mind? I just want to see. More maggots, more... Oh. Yeah, I guess I got things to do over here. Oh, that's what's in the... It's in the fire. It's coals. Let's see. Preparations for war. Collect crude iron bars. Collect sullied plates. Defeat rats and maggots. Break fallen rubble. Okay. Weaken powerless. Collect a bucket. I don't remember barrels of armor for any of those things. Okay. I'm carrying armor somewhere. Oh, wait. Defenders of the Black Lane, deliver a barrel of armor to the Uruk garrison captain. Right on. He's not upstairs, is he? I didn't see any Uruk garrison, Captain. Alright, sorry. Looking for garrison, Captain. Oh, wait, there's more up this way. But, oh, man, I got all kinds of things down here now. Alright. Oh, the eye on your face. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, my eyes are looking out the eye of Sauron. Plus, it looks like I've got whiskers. Yeah. Ooh, and that kind of like cream color on, you know, purple velvet thing he's got happening there. Yeah, and what's on your... so that's fire? Thought it was the tree for a second, but it's fire. Ah. And the spider thing. I don't get the spider thing. All right. I guess I'll just wander around with a barrel. Uh-huh. Hey there, man. Have you seen, like, an Uruk dude? Maybe a garrison captain? Oh, hello. Just water cooler conversation? Barad-dûr water... Right. Nope. Yep, plenty of rubble. And rats. Oop. Forge of Torment. Hey there. Oh, Vasky, good to see ya. So do we forge we don't presumably forge torment. But if we're dwarves, I wouldn't think that forging would be a torment necessarily. Hey there, you guys want to barrel it? No, you're getting a talking to. Okay. You guys listen to the lady? Oh. What's up with that hat? I mean, this guy over here is wearing a normal helmet, but this guy, it's overlapping plates. I kind of like that. Whoa. New statues. Cloaked and hooded statues. With, like, the moon behind? Oh, it's the two horns of it. With those spikes. Are you the orc? No. Oh, it's the larder. I got so many things to do. Shagrat! No way! Oh, that is fabulous. Hey, Shagrat. Boy, you look a little the worse for wear. You get into like a big old fight with somebody? Run away from any huge elven warriors lately? Blugum and Kramgoth? Shagrat. Nice. Oh, wait. I don't have my barrel anymore. Must have been Shagrat who wanted it after all. Shagrat is very blue. Also look like you're getting a little long in the tooth there, Shagrat. That's interesting. Okay, what am I meant to do with rubble? Break it. Okay. Alright, I can do that. Let's see. Which one should I start with? Start with the barbed arrow. Okay, I got rats. I got buckets. What am I meant to do with the bucket? Collect a bucket from the foul larder. Okay. Bucket. Now what? Fill the bucket with water from the washing tub. Filling the bucket. Okay. Offer water to exhausted stout axes. Sure. Well, that seems nice. Okay. Okay. Nope, more rubble here. Yeah, I mean, you'd think it would go without saying that any larder in Barad-dûr would be a foul larder Ethelad, but, you know, it's good just to clarify these things. Only the worst in Barad-dûr. Absolutely. How much rubble am I meant to hack? 8 of them? Okay, alright, I got plenty of sullied plates I still gotta collect. What am I meant to do with the barrel of spears? I'll bring it to Shagrat too, huh? I got spears coming through. Excuse me, ladies. Oh, you're not ladies. That's okay. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Shagrat. I mean, you're welcome, Shagrat. So it's this one I can only use at point blank range, blindside. A melee strike. Okay, I see. Right on. Okay. Wasn't there a plate in here? Knew there was a sullied plate in the foul larder. Okay, back to the Forge of Torment. Trying to figure out what to get next here. Oh wait, hang on, I got an exhausted dwarf over here. I can do that. They do not care if we die. Well, that would seem to be taking it a bit far. I mean, presumably they want us to carry on working. Alright, so I'm a hunter, so I need to be away at a decent distance. Oh, what am I doing with the iron bars? Heat them in one of the forges. All right, I'm heating an iron bar. I'm hammering at a distance. Oh. There we go. Oh, now I've got to hone the blade on a whetstone, huh? Oh, there we go. We got the whole process. I'm glad I didn't have to, like, collect a bucket of, you know, like the blood of the innocents or something to quench it in. Oh, razor sharp but jagged. I've got to heat it again. Why is that not working? Weird. Can't click on it. Gonna go around. Alright, I'll just take the barrel of swords to Shagrat and come back. Yeah, so Jay Willen, yes, this is the Stout Axe intro, which I've never seen before. Oh, sorry, excuse me, pardon me. Went the wrong way there, looking for Shagrat, he's down here. Woohoo! Level 2 Stout Axe. Talking to a celebrity. I do still need to kill more rats. I need to kill bunches of rats. Okay, let's see. Sorry. Okay. I mean, to the end of a long day, trying to get my voice through this last section here. Let's see. Where are we going? Yeah, I was kind of not done in the Forges of Torment. I forged a slightly insufficient quantity of torment. What am I meant to do there? What am I doing wrong? Why can't I not heat the blade at the forge? I've done all the other steps. Or just like step into it. Click on the floating name. Oh. Weird. Thought I was clicking on the thing. But anyway, okay. Heating again. We're heating. The orcish blade glows in the darkness of the dungeons. Okay. Oh. Quench and temper. Okay, I guess that blood of the innocents thing, maybe I spoke too soon. Oh, no, just in water. Okay. Okay, stack it on the weapon rack. It's cool, huh? Whew. Okay. Well, that was easy. I'm almost done with rats. I only need a couple more maggots. I need to water some more dwarves. Let's go back downstairs. I got some more rubbles, some more plates. Okay, my last rat. Ooh, that's a cliff. I like that. Nope, missed the rubble there. It's easy to just walk past a pile of rubble, you know, it really kind of blends. Tarlano, I don't think there's any evidence that I haven't saved some of that rat meat to roast later on. Woof! Oh man, stay out of my way. Oh, a level 3 rubble breaker. Ooh, I got another skill. What's that one? Set trap. Oh man. Oh, that is not a good idea. Unless it is. Okay, let's try that. There's the guy with the really nice purple velvet robes, which must be quite warm in this climate. I mean, if climate you call it. Okay, don't need any rats. Okay, so I'm going to set a trap, a maggot trap. Oh yeah. Come here, maggot. No problem. All right, I'm going to set a trap again. Oh man, the rat sprang it. I forgot about that. I was totally ignoring him. Rat wasn't bothered though. Sprang the trap and he's just been sitting there. Oh, because he's trapped. I guess that would be why. Makes a certain amount of sense, I suppose. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Another exhausted guy.
I'm home from my 7 hours of storm.
Okay.
What?
Let's see. Probably hear my son noisily returning home in the background. My son who has doubtless forgotten that I was streaming down here. Yeah. Yep. That was the rambunctious Riolu returning. Yes, I'm sure many of you recognize his voice. He's been doing Storm for 7 hours. Storm is the leadership team in our karate dojo. So he does helps teaching the younger kids and stuff. And he had a whole set of things he did today. So he's been doing karate and bossing little kids around all day. Had the rambunctious Riolu doing that. Had my other son, Nicholas, took the PSATs today. And I've been all day here with you guys. Okay, so, you know, that trap bites. No, it wasn't 7 hours of actual storms. Yeah, no. All right, that's all the maggots. All I just need is the plates now. Okay. Yeah, no, not bad weather. Nothing to do with weather at all, in fact. Yeah. There was a sonic boom in the background there. We'll see, Tarlonio. PSATs now, definitely SATs in the spring. Oh. Oh, yeah? Oh, is that the way you're going to be? Mr. Maggot? Okay. Good. Oh, I've just got to take them up to the... All right, hey, I'll be right back there, man. I got to just take these up. Oh, I'm supposed to turn them into the other one, though. The one in the really nice dress. With all the fire. Yeah, so he's definitely taking the PSATs now, take the SATs in the spring. Whether he ever goes on to take the GREs, we'll see. Maybe he will, but I'm not sure. His career path does not... yeah, no, this is the right way. His career path at this point is not projected to include GREs, but who knows what's going to happen. Hey, I am a maggot farmer. That's right, Josh. Very good. Ooh, clean plates. Now what am I meant to do? Oh, cleaning. Clean plates, right. Okay, inspect the clean plates. Inspecting. Boom. Oh, yeah. Granted a new skill. What's this? Strength stance. Okay. That sounds good. Is there another stance I can choose among? Okay, present myself to Zoreth. Yes, to Zoreth in her really remarkably attractive gown. Okay. What about the wife? Oh, she was unfortunately driving the boys. But, well, Nicholas drove himself to the PSATs, but she was driving Matthias to 2 different dojos for storming today. It's not actually a verb, but I use it as a verb because, of course, I am always thinking of The Princess Bride when I do. Okay. All right. What does Zorath have to say? The dwarf Nuluzagar promised you? Well, I don't know, maybe. Zorath looks you over and a smirk forms. Yes, you will do. This is a family show, Zorath. Many of your kind have been sent to the black pits, but that is not your fate. But perhaps you may wish it were so. You are to leave the dungeons at once and present yourself to the mouth of Sauron. Ooh! Upon the highest steps of the Twisted Stair. The Witch King of Angmar has come to Barad-dûr seeking stronger servants for the dead city, and your unique heritage may be of use to the Lord of the Nazgul. Oh man, count the celebrities. Oh, relish this brief freedom to walk among the glorious works of Sauron the Great, for your servitude is far from ended. Okay. Mouth of Sauron. Witch King of Angmar. Oh man. I mean, I know I've seen him before, but still. Okay, Zorath. I can't even tell you how excited I am to walk among the glories. Ascend the Twisted Stair and present yourself to the mouth of Sauron. Okay, where's the Twisted Stair? Ooh, the fires are blue down here. Okay, Twisted Stair. Yeah, Ramsey, I was wondering about that too. Why are they using Sauron's right name? Or at least, you know, what Aragorn calls his right name. Okay, that way to the Forges of Torment. But I think I'm sufficiently full up on the Torment. There's the larder. Hey, Lathy, what's up here? Did you kill all these dudes? Did you kill Shagrat? What happened here? What has who done? Oh, the other dwarves. Are we rebelling? Lathy looks around at the scattered bodies of orcs, men, and stout axes. Before I realized what was happening, Voski and the others slew the men of the Order and fled out of the dungeons. Okay. It doesn't matter where we go, but we have to get out of here. Okay. Cool. Oh, this is it? Oh, man. Oh, the rats are still alive, though. It's now or never. Let's do this.
All of this can't be us, can it?
All of what? The dead bodies? Why do the orcs fight among themselves while our brethren make for the gates? Perhaps we have found some good fortune? Okay. Let's go, Lathy. You tank, all right? How about that? Oh. Don't look at me like that. Hey there. If I could move my arm, I'd slice your throat. Okay. Black blood leaks from the corners of his mouth. The sneak was on his way out like the high-up wanted. Oh, that's where we are chronologically. I was kind of wondering. So we're at the escape of Gollum. Right. And then you lot came in swinging knives round and it spooks him. Next thing I know, one of us gets bit, and another takes a tumble off the stair. You lot are easy enough to put down, but not him. Who? The sneak? And we couldn't even if we wanted to, or we'd be for the pits. Oh, man. We were at each other's throats in an instant. We forgot all about your little revolt. Always goes this way anyway. A few will get out, but it won't take long to round them up. And even if you find a way out of Lugboors, you'll never escape. Right on. Let's find some weapons. I've got a weapon. No? Guess I don't. How about a bow? Okay, I'm with you.
Aye, that's good enough. No time to pick through the rest with all these orcs about.
Okay. Climb down to reach the gates. Oh. All right. Got some battle-weary orcs, which we're going to take down. No problem, right behind you. Whoop. Well, not far enough behind you there. Okay. Ooh. These windows and doors are lovely. Lathy's gonna do all right, right? Oh, we got you 2-on-1 there. No problem, Lathy, you got this. I was just admiring those windows, which sort of look almost like colored glass, but they're not really colored glass. Presumably, it's like actually just red light behind them, just like, you know, in Tower of Cirith Ungol, right? I mean, am I right? Battle weary orc there too. All right. Hey, it's the sneak! Whoa! Dude! Yeah, bring it! Oh, I've always wanted to go toe-to-toe. Yeah? Is that what you think? Oh, I'm not sure if you do. Oh, you're gonna beg? Yeah, what was that thing? Oh, man.
Was that the Dark Lord's prisoner?
Oh, that prisoner.
No wonder he wanted to be rid of it.
It looked all withered, but had the strength of a dwarf. Yeah, it sure handled you. Just wanted to say. Half hidden behind a brazier, Lythe peers into the distance. What are you looking at, man? Not helpful. Just looking at the map. Sorry, I don't really know the Mordor map enough. But I love looking at the maps. Okay. Yeah. All right, Lythe, what do you think?
We're not far now, but I fear the worst is still ahead of us.
Okay. Ashagra's right about one thing. Even if we escape the Dark Tower, we won't get far without being noticed. And it won't be Udun for us after all this. We'll end up in the Black Pits, or they'll bring us to the Dead City. Which Dead City? Minas Morgul? Too many dead and too quiet. One of their captains fell. Oh, we're going to dress up in their armor? Disguise ourselves? What a good plan. Looking sharp. I like that helmet. That's a good look. All right, I'm ready.
I think that might just fool them.
There's a long causeway just ahead, and at its end, the gates of the Dark Tower. Since you look like a proper orc, why don't you scout ahead and peer around the corner? If the way is clear, we'll make a run for it. All right. Fair enough. I'll sneak. Whoa. Indoor colossal statue of Sauron with a mace. Kind of. Oh. It's far enough, huh? We're looking. Uh-oh, there's wounded dwarves here, huh?
What did you see? Is the way clear?
Yeah, well, depends on your definition of clear. If you pretend to be my prisoner, we might be able to fool the Uruk. Whoa. He takes off like a shot. It's Vasky. Ushgrat. Okay. Did you think the Great Eye would just let you walk out of Logburs? Ushgrat whips Vasky before turning to you. Why is that one not in chains, and where did it get that knife? Uh-oh. He rumbled us, man. There you go. Tank him, Lethy. Let's do this. We'll take him down. No problem. Yeah, except you're supposed to tank him so that I can shoot him. Run? Oh. Okay. We're escaping. We're escaping. Uh-oh. It's the pale creature. We're all escaping together. Okay. I fled from the Dark Tower. Okay. You didn't look back. Nor should you. Through many unfamiliar lands, but Mordor never seemed far enough behind. How many unfamiliar lands? Among the Blue Mountains! What? Wow, that's pretty far. Whoa. Really? Oh, this is where we are. Hey guys, did you know? Yeah, hang on a second. Did you guys know there's a really great set of Dour Handy ruins? Like, I can see them through the arch right there. They're gorgeous up there. Stained glass. I'm telling you, it looks really cool. Okay. It took all of us quite by surprise. Okay. It's been a long week for us Dour Hands. Our steward, Gormer Doursmith, was preparing a great celebration for Skorgrim. A ritual of commemoration, he called it. But after the Longbeards came to Ered Luin demanding tribute, he sent us down here to close the pass. We've been at it for nigh a week now, and if my reckoning is right, we missed the celebration 3 nights back. Okay, here I'm complaining about missing a party. Forgive my foolishness. I cannot speak for everyone, but I think we would be glad to hear more of your tales when we return to Thorin's Hall. Okay. So we're bonding with the Dour Hands, huh? You haven't heard the half of it? Quite a long way from Mordor to the Blue Mountains. You're telling me. I was a little surprised there. Tell us just a little more. Okay. Yeah, about like when I passed him in his Morgul. Can I tell you that part? Well, no, I don't have to tell you the whole story. Can I just tell you about the part where I got to explore Barad-dûr a little more? All right. We're trudging, apparently. Where are we trudging? But whoa, you're not trudging. See ya. That is an awesome hat. I am wearing a spiky pot on my head. Really more of a pan. Kind of like a saucepan, really. Nogli swiftly recounts your tale. After finishing, Nogli asks Rethvard to bring you before the steward of Thorin's Hall that he might judge your worth to the Dour Hands. Okay. Bjarni is late. A chill wind is blowing, is it? What's keeping Bjarni? Oh dear. It's a dead guy. Ivar the Blood Hand. Oh, that takes me back. How do you walk amongst us once more? Hearken to me, Dour Hands and all shall be revealed. All right, we're listening. Oh, we're all gathering around. It's more story time. Hey, Skorgrim. I don't think I ever got really the chance to stand this close to you and explore your costume here. The green eyes, though. I mean, seriously. That is a look in more than one way. You know, though, I gotta tell you, even for an undead guy, the bare midriff look is not really you. Tattered cloak. Nice hammer, though. Oh, green stone, huh? What is that? Oh, Ivar, you're uglier than I remembered. Falcons? Are those falcons on his, like, bracers and his little chest piece and his shoulders? Is he connected to the, like, the blue wizard? Yeah, I never noticed Ivar had a beard either. He's got a green stone on his staff and a red stone on his chest. So is Ivar connected to the Easterlings? And his crown is made of daggers. Huh. Sorry. Okay, Skorgrim. Yes, I am far from home. Uh-oh, speech. By the hand of Ivar and the sacrifice of your steward that I live once more. Sacrifice? But I do not come bearing glad tidings, for we have been betrayed. Oh, man. The Longbeards massacred our people during the ritual of commemoration. And their treachery stains my tomb with Dourhand blood. But hope is not lost. Let's hold on to Estelle, bad guys. I have been promised an audience with the Witch King of Angmar. Angmar shall prove a mighty ally, and we Dourhands will avenge this tragedy. Yeah, can I vote against and reclaim what was taken from us? Meaning Thorin's Hall? Will you remain here and await your doom, or follow me and seek for new glory? What if my doom is glory, and I await it here? I want to await my glorious doom. Oh, I got to talk people out of it? Hey, don't follow the dead guy. Don't follow the dead guy. Warning. Okay, that didn't go well. Oh boy, if I say Skorgrim wants to deceive you, I prove myself no Dourhand. Well, I'm not. I mean, that's true. Persuasion. Not my primary skill, apparently. Come on, Starvey. Skorgrim's return was foretold by the steward. Okay. I'm 0 for 4 here, Rethbard. We Dourhands are also a lost people. We tended the Hall of Thorin Oakenshield for many years, and what thanks do the Longbeards offer us? You heard Skorgrim, naught but a massacre of our brothers and sisters. Whatever you think Skorgrim King to be, he and the might of Angmar could help us to step out of the shadows. Out of the shadows of the Longbeards and reclaim our former glory. Flee to the Longbeards if you must, but if you do, know that I will not hesitate to raise my axe against you. Okay, I'll just make sure you don't get close enough. Something troubles me about Skorgrim's words, sure, and that deathly man makes me uneasy. I wish to trust the words of Skorgrim, but I cannot. Does he speak for himself, or does Ivar speak through him? It is true that Steward Gormir ceased sending tribute to the Lonely Mountain some months ago, but our quarrels with the Longbeards never ended in bloodshed until now. Okay, you want to hear what the Longbeards have to say? Perhaps the voice of a stout axe might do more to ease this unrest than that of a dour hand. Alright, let's go to Thorin's Hall. Oh, okay. Let's go. Not helpful. Minimap, not helpful. Where am I? Throne room? For real? All right. When the Longbeard expedition arrived, I recognized a few of them. They were led by a dwarf named Dwalin, and he is hailed as a hero by many. He is an old dwarf, white of beard, and it is not unlikely that he has assumed the mantle of steward in Gormir's absence. If his people truly slaughtered my own, there shall be further bloodshed. But I am no longer so certain who seeks to do harm to the dour hands. Okay, I know much of the ways of the enemy, sure. Speak to Dwalin on your behalf. Okay, let Dwalin answer for what has happened. Sure. The Dour Throne. Dwalin is looking a little prim here. Really?
Well met.
What a mess they have left behind. Who are you and what have you... What business have you in the Hall of Thorn Oak and Shield? You introduce yourself to Dwalin as a stout axe of Mordor who escaped imprisonment. Oh man. Encountered Skorgrim. Boy, this really sounds implausible. A massacre, you could have called it that, but it was the work of Ivar the Blood Hand, not the Longbeards. Indeed, it was Ivar who roused Skorgrim from his long rest, but it was not some miracle of fortune. It was Ivar's foul sorcery and unwitting sacrifice of many dour hands that bound a terrible spirit to his remains. Okay. Although I believe that your dour hand friend means us no harm, he still has much to answer for, and I do not doubt he wishes to hear the truth of this sorry matter for himself. If it is refuge you seek, you may earn it. Okay, even if he had not succumbed to evil, Gormir still failed in the task my lord set for him. Do I accept these terms? Sure. You never heard of stout axes? Yeah, probably not. I'm a long way from home. Woohoo! Okay. Okay, this is what I remember.
What do you want?
Okay. Right, unease in the air and all that. Okay.
Come and stay a moment.
Boom. Okay. All right. Nifty. And there's the intro sequence. So that didn't take too long. What, you estimated like an hour and a half, right? Something like that? An easy hour and a half. Okay, cool. All right, I don't have too much more time here, but that was easy. Let me go back to Wigand. Oh, it continues? I thought I was done because I got back to the main thing. Okay. Well, let me just go back and talk to the people outside Minas Tirith then, Because we pretty much finished. I got some Dour Hand business still left to do. But I'm done with all the Mordor bits, right? All the really juicy bits. Man, I gotta tell you though, after being told I was gonna go meet the Mouth of Sauron, that was a little disappointing. I really wanted to meet the Mouth of Sauron. I mean, here this really inconvenient riot broke out just when I was planning to go and do what I was told. You know, go roam through Mordor and find stuff and see things and, you know, with like a corporate pass. Oh, man. Okay, well, let's go back to Wiggins in his new quest armor. Yeah, Druid's Fire, that was really a tease. It really was. Get to see the Mouth of Sauron? I mean, come on. And then go down to Minas Morgul? I mean, Shelob's Lair? Everything I've been waiting for, and then no. I love that we still have Nazgul circling around out here. All right. People are coming into focus here. Well, unbeknownst to me, I'm standing right next to Eladon and Oro here. Who are these people? Oh, rewards vendors. Okay, Sakalbar.
Have you seen Deowina?
Deowina? You met him during the battle? Yeah, no, I was, Deowina, the banner bearer. Yeah, no. Alas for Lady Winsig of Rohan, I wish it had been different. I am glad to have met Deowina and call him friend, though it be but for a few moments. It is cruel of war to make us bid farewell to friends so soon upon meeting them. I like the different kind of relationships we've seen, like growing on the battlefield there like that. And
This is a hard
totally
day.
nailed Imrahil as he drove by. This is a hard day, but we have victory at the end of it. During the battle, I encountered men bearing the body of Theoden back to the city they carried to a woman, Eowyn, niece to the king. They thought her dead, but I perceived that she lived. I sent them to bring her to the healers instead of the dead house. Hooray! Hey, Amir, did you hear that? Coroneer. Remembering Goladir still, presumably. Hey, sorry, man. Yeah, wasn't expecting you to be much comforted. Hey, Amir, did you hear that Eowyn's still alive?
Who can say how long this victory will last?
My uncle and my liege has gone to his father's, and I rejoice that his last day was filled with glorious deeds. Many beheld the might of the mark on this day. It's true enough. Aemir grows quiet, and when he speaks again, he speaks in a low voice that only you can hear. I will be king of Rohan now. It is merely hope's fancy that I believe the curse of Weirgenda has run, and is now ended. Much grief followed in the train of Fengel. His kin died, and his kingdom fell from honor. But Theoden King lifted Rohan once more to the height and mended the might of the mark. Love the alliteration in that sentence. Can you say it is not so? Actually, let me read that paragraph again. I will be king of Rohan now. Is it merely hope's fancy that I believe the curse of Weirgenda has run and is now ended? Much grief followed in the train of Fengel. His kin died and his kingdom fell from honor. But Theoden king lifted Rohan once more to the height and mended the might of the mark. Can you say it is not so? Sleep easy, Wirgenda. You have been paid, and under the rule of Aemir, no such injustice as was done to you will be done again. Mended the might of the mark. Love it. I talked to Aragorn
I must
already,
consult
right?
with my captains and plan our next step.
Okay. Once you've established a pavilion, we'll talk again. Okay. Yeah, and Aragorn, I need to manage my inventory in the worst way.
Well done, well done. We have pushed them back for now.
Happy to be off the ships. I was not made for the sailing life. Indeed, I was still a little queasy for several minutes. Right, the fighting set me right before long, but I hope wherever we go next, the journey will be by land and not by river. Okay. There's Eladon and Elro here, and Bregdal, the errand rider, I've been following through the battle. Rodinir. And Horn. So what do I think about what happened to Horn Ethelad? I am shocked. Shocked that he survived. I mean, I've been preparing myself for the death of Horn for a long time. And there he is. The idea that, he who was Horn died, and so we're going to include him in the song anyway, is an interesting turn. I'm really interested to see where it goes with the story with him and Nonna. Hoping that he reconciles with his wife.
I think Gothmog will find he values his life more highly now that it can be lost.
Okay, he will not dare come forth in battle for some time. During that time, we will need to determine our course of action, but I do not know what is best to do. We need time to heal from our hurts and to mourn our dead. We cannot take much time for it, and certainly not as much as they deserve, but still we must. Galadriel saw much of today, I think, but our action and our choices still have meaning. Nothing is set. Your deeds today and those of your fallen friends mean much to me. Thank you for your courage and your loyalty. I take neither for granted, and I appreciate them both. It will take both if we are to defy Sauron as we defied his servant Gothmog and put an end to the evil he brews in his dark land. Okay. Let us heal our hurts. Let us remember the dead and think of tomorrow. There is much that needs to be done. Ooh, what is this quest? Summoned by Prince Imrahil, who stands just outside the main gate. Sounds like something I should resist. But I'll accept it just in case. Phew! Okay. Two Minas Tirith after the battle. Hang on. A little closer to Grond over here. Oh, can't. Love it. Okay. After the battle. Oh, boy. That was rough on the city. The floor is gone. Oh, okay. That's a little better. Well, reintroduce myself to the stable master.
Gondor needs your aid.
Oh, I can only go to... I can't go upstairs? Okay. Hennethanoon? Hennethanoon. Really? Camp of the Host. Aragorn's Pavilion. And Osgiliath, huh? Threshold of the city and Minas Tirith before the battle. Okay. We've got some Rohirrim camped right inside the gates. Chopping up bits of wall. Oh man, look at him bent. That's really wonderful. So the gates are not like broken so much as they just got warped in. It's kind of cool. It's really cool, actually. Love that. Because it shows you that, like, monumental force of the ram, right? Would Tolkien like this time travel? What, by horseback? No, I think that he would find a horseback a rather clumsy vehicle for time travel. Okay, oh yeah, map. Right, we don't get the map of the Pelennor. Oh, look at how it's all, like, burned around Minas Tirith now. And there's Aragorn's Pavilion. Okay.
I thank you for coming.
There's much work yet to be done in the city. You and I are now needed elsewhere. At Aragorn's Pavilion upon the Pelennor, where we must take stock of the day and plan for the future. Yes, I would like that. Okay, but I'm going to resist the temptation to do any of those or any of these. Or should I? Gruesome Remains? That sounds kind of good. Let's see. The Houses of Healing is where I'm meant to go. Travel to Aragorn's Pavilion, it says. Okay. But I have to run all the way up to the Houses of Healing? Yes, because all the lovely stable masters are gone. That is so sad. There is a swift horse to that level? No, I didn't see it. Didn't see it. Not from that stable master, anyway. So which way do I go? My quests are taking me to Aragorn's Pavilion. Alright, let's go solve this stable mystery here. First of all, the stable master seems to have moved, as he's now right by the stables. Shockingly. And over here is no longer the stable master. Fine. So he's over here. And sorry, my own cloak is so shining white I can barely even see it.
Gondor needs your aid.
Nothing. Nothing in town. Okay. Yeah, I figured I would eventually get up there on the epic. All right, I'll follow that. You're right, Jay Willen. He has moved, and that does suggest he is an unstable master, in fact. Swift Horse 6th Circle? Where? It's just like a freestand. Oh, the freestanding horse. I thought you meant the stable master. Well, that's lovely. Great. Oh, a dedicated horse up to the 6th Circle. That's fine. Very good. Okay. Gotcha. Sorry. Thought we were talking about the stable master, hence my confusion. All right. Let us head out. Excuse me, Emerhill. Won't ride you down, but I can't do your little side quests because I'll be in big trouble steering my way out of the gates. Whoa, who's that? Hey there, lady with like kind of too few consonants in your name. How's it going? Probably not good, I'm guessing. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm just going to go where there's a pavilion over here I should really go see. Okay. Oh, not far from some dead Muma kill. Whoa. Oh man, yeah. Finding bodies and weeping, yeah. Okay. Oh, now that is a tent! That is a tent from whichever side, even though I seem to have come around the back side of it first. Okay. Hang on. Gotta get the full effect here. Okay. The full effect is really gotten by talking to the stable master here first. Okay.
Gondor needs your aid.
Right on, but so first effect, look back towards the city. Oh, look at that. Straight on. Stupendous. And then this way. Holy cow, what a tent. And there's the white tree. We can tell Aragorn and Imrahil are both, or Amir and Imrahil are both in there. Oh no, they're standing right here. Okay, how about I dismount, guys? But wait a second. I gotta level up Wayward. Let's see. What do we have here? Nothing. Determination. There we go. All right. Well, Prince Imrahil.
Aragorn wishes to call a council of the captains.
Right. In order to determine what to do next, but many of those he desires to have a voice are elsewhere on the fields. Direvun of the North, oh, good old Direvun, still alive. And Elfhelm of Rohan, knew he survived, glad to hear it, are not far to the southwest if you can hasten their return. I met Legolas the Elf on my way here, and I understand he is a friend of yours and was a companion of Mithrandir in the north. He spoke fair words, and I marveled that his journey brought him to these lands during time of war. Aragorn will want him to be present as well, and also his friend the dwarf. Okay. But it seemed to me that elf and dwarf were bonded as friends, and you might not find one without the other. That is unusual of itself, but these are strange times, and we may well find our strongest friendships where we least expect them. All right, I will look for Elfhelm. Sure. What do you have to say, Aemir?
Must dispose of the vile corpse of the Witch King's fell.
Yeah, we gotta burn it, right? And grass will never grow there again or something? The men shun it as well and whisper that it is ill luck to let your gaze linger on the dead beast. Okay. I agree, that'll be good.
I shall fetch Mithrandir to accompany us.
Oh, yeah, let's do that later. I gotta wrap up here in a minute, but...
I have need of your assistance.
Okay. We have won the battle, but the enemy is far from true defeat. You understand this as much as anyone. Okay. We must act swiftly and decisively. We are soon to embark on our most arduous and perilous journey yet. I hope you will come with me, but first I must ask you to bring word to Aemir. I can do that. He's not far. And Angbor, that our forces, such as they are, must be prepared to march. Hey, Aemir. Your forces must be prepared to march.
It is good to see you again.
Many Rohirrim have died this last day. If we were to stop now, their deaths would surely be for naught. Okay, no problem. I can tell. You could just turn and talk to each other. You're closer to each other than you are to me.
And for that we cannot yet mourn.
Theoden, Fastred, Goladir, and Halbrand are but a few of the names of those who fell on the battlefield yesterday. Many more of the fallen will remain uncounted, and we cannot mourn, remember, or honor them while this is so. Go about the pavilion and see what you can learn of the battle. More took place here than any one account can comprehend. Okay. Mind if I see inside your tent there, Aragorn? Because this thing is fine. It's got little privacy screens and benches and ooh, those blue buntings. Little table and chairs over here. Oh, Aragorn's royal bed. He is roughing it in here, isn't he? Yeah. It's too bad he couldn't come into the city where he could be comfortable, and he's instead just got to camp out on the field. And this is Aragorn's, what, collection of handbags? How many handbags does one captain of the Dunedain need? This pavilion really makes the words in the text sound a little comical, right? Like, say rather, captain of the Dunedain of the North, who is not used to, sleeping in great halls and things and prefers to camp outside. Yeah, well, we all have to rough it sometimes. Oh, there's the standard bound up. Excellent. Yeah, we bound up the standard again. Don't want to be flying that yet. Excellent. Excellent. Cool. All right. I think I should stop there. It is getting late, and my family is expecting me to be done at last after 9 hours of streaming here today. So I think I'm gonna leave it here at Aragorn's Pavilion, and we'll come back and we'll do the gathering for the council, and we'll do the houses of the healing. So that'll all be good. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. This was a super fun day, and I'll be back this coming week. This coming week, I will have all of my, almost all of my broadcasts as usual. So we'll do Exploring the Lord of the Rings on Tuesday as usual. And then I will have no Mythgard Academy because we finished Sauron Defeated and we're not starting the Wizard of Earthsea until the beginning of November. So we'll be off from Mythgard Academy this week, and we are off from Silmfilm this week. So when I say I have my normal and then Griffwood is off too because of the Extra Life campaign on the LOTRO stream this weekend. So it's a good thing we got some extra work in today because it's only going to be the one class this week. So, all right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for joining me again. Have a good night, and I will see you guys next week or soon. Thanks very much, everybody. Bye now.